Chapter 19. I inhale a long, steadying breath as I stand at the foot of the colossal trunk, the weight of Briarwatch's humid air giving way to an uncanny chill. My hands still feel clammy from the forest outside, so this abrupt shift in temperature settles across my shoulders like a slick coat of cold fog. The entrance gapes wider than I expect, far larger than any ordinary hollow in a tree. Then again, nothing around here is ordinary. It's more like stepping into the open mouth of some ancient, slumbering beast. Shafts of half-light pierce the gloom through cracks in the bark overhead, catching wisps of luminescent pollen that drift lazily across the corridor. Giant roots thread every surface, pulsing with faint green light in a rhythmic pattern that suggests something akin to a heartbeat. They must be alive in some magical sense, though not in a way I've encountered before. Each subtle pulse dances against my peripheral vision, giving me the maddening sense that the walls themselves are breathing around me. Talia hovers at my ear with a disapproving hum.
Huh. Well, I officially rate this place a 6 out of 10 on the goose pimples scale.
She flips upside down, wings shimmering with pastel sparks that reflect off the slimy roots.
It's even clammy enough to give me goosebumps. Actually, scratch that. I don't have goosebumps, but if I did, they'd be the size of peanuts.
I don't bother hiding my grimace. Of course, you have an opinion on the ambiance, I think wryly. We'd best be on guard. Who knows what sort of illusions the labyrinth's hiding? Not to mention the critters that might be lurking, waiting to jump us. She taps 2 tiny fingers to her chin, sparks flickering around her knuckles.
Oh, sure. Illusions. I'll handle them like a cat batting at dust motes.
The labyrinth has a nasty reputation for turning illusions into near-physical threats. But I keep that to myself, content to let Talia's confidence remain intact. Watch my back, I warn, taking another cautious step into the trunk's tunnel. It's only a handful of strides before the air at the edge of my vision flickers, and I hear the ghost of a giggle, a child's laughter, echoing and vanishing. My pulse jumps. You saw that? I whisper, gripping my short blade as I spin around, searching the twisted hallway behind us. Talia cocks her head.
I heard something. A squeak.
She flutters closer to my cheek, scanning the corridor with narrowed eyes.
Just illusions,
she repeats firmly, though her tone is less cavalier than before. We move carefully. Each step reveals new details. Patches of bark peeled back in swirling patterns, root tendrils tangled into mesmerizing shapes. Occasionally, those shapes shift in the corner of my eye, like they're stretching forward, but the moment I flick my gaze at them, they're inert again. It's maddening, and my shoulders tense with each false start. Without warning, the corridor warps. The shape of the walls contorts into a spiraling pattern, as though the wood and roots themselves decided to coil around me. I lose my bearings for a moment, my vision swimming. Oh, no, I mutter, dropping a hand to steady myself against a root. Talia bursts into a string of exasperated curses, tiny squeaks that would be cute, if not for the tension thick in the air.
Baby illusions, caretaker!
She snaps, swirling with sparks. She flicks her wrist and a rainbow shimmer fans out, momentarily dispersing the twisting corridor illusion. For a moment, the shape of the hallway clarifies, revealing it's only a gently curving path, not some impossible vortex. I manage a breath of relief, only to see the illusions reform less than 2 seconds later, twisting themselves back into a swirling shape with renewed vigor. Talia snarls.
Oh, so that's how you want to play.
She darts forward, lines of magic surging from her palms, but the labyrinth's illusions slither around her assault like living shadows, weaving themselves anew. They even seem to feed on the root-etched sigils overhead, as if ancient fey runes keep recharging them. Talia! I keep my voice low, a note of warning. Don't waste all your mana zapping illusions. This place might have bigger surprises. My heart thuds with caution and frustration. It's so easy for us to get stuck. The illusions are self-renewing, fed by something older than either of us. I exhale, letting the swirl of dizziness subside. She crosses her arms.
Fine, but if a skeleton leaps out from behind a root in the next minute, I reserve the right to say, I told you so.
I snort in spite of myself. Deal. Carefully pressing forward, I keep my blade drawn, tracing an improvised runic chalk mark on the wall beside me. Only a quick slash of white chalk to remind me we've already come this way. If illusions keep shifting the hallway's appearance, at least we'll have a reference. The labyrinth's next move is subtler. We round a bend, maybe an actual bend this time, and pass an archway of rotted wood. It might have once been a doorframe. The arch stands crooked, half swallowed by knotted vines. I slow to examine it, one hand resting on the smooth bark. A distant giggle echoes again, that same childlike pitch. Gooseflesh crawls up my arms. Talia drifts near the arch, squinting.
No ghosts. Only illusions rehashing your nightmares or something.
She leans forward, pressing a tiny palm to the rotting wood. When she looks over her shoulder at me, her expression is grudgingly serious.
Definitely old fey magic. The real stuff. This labyrinth's illusions practically have a mind of their own.
I nod, my grip tightening on the hilt of my blade. Then we treat it like a living organism, capable of adapting to our interference. Gulping a breath, I carefully move past the doorframe, ignoring the tingling in my fingertips. Focus. I've seen worse illusions. Maybe. Truth be told, the illusions in Morn Hollow had a different flavor. Cold, necromantic dread. This is fey in nature. Slippery, unpredictable, and strangely enthralling. As if on cue, tendrils of vine snag around my ankles. I yelp and swing the blade reflexively, cutting through one thick vine with a wet tear. The vine flops to the ground, leaking sap that glows under the corridor's green luminescence. Immediately, I sense a wave of hostility ripple through the labyrinth. The root walls groan, and the illusions intensify, flickering with new shapes in the corners of my eyes. Talia hisses, little arcs of chaos dancing on her fingers.
You had to hack at your assailant, she mutters. Now the labyrinth's offended.
I pull my foot free from the severed vines with a grimace. Better an offended labyrinth than letting it yank me off into the dark. Another wave of laughter resonates, warping from childlike giggles to crackling cackles. My stomach flutters with anxiety. It feels like the labyrinth is enjoying this. We press forward. Each handful of steps reveals illusions fading in, drifting across my vision like ephemeral memories. Sometimes they show me brief flashes, a swirling cluster of flowers drifting from the darkness, or a figure who looks suspiciously like Thorn leaning against a root, only to vanish the second I blink. The illusions can't quite replicate lifelike details for more than a heartbeat, but they're disconcerting enough. Talia tries to keep track.
3 illusions that look like Thorn so far,
she notes, counting on her minuscule fingers.
Twice we've heard a giggle laugh. And what about that weird flicker of a twisted deer?
I shudder. I'd rather not dwell on that. My chalk markings become crucial. Without them, I'd swear we're walking in circles. Yet each time I set a mark, I get the eerie sense it might vanish behind me the moment I turn my back. So I glance over my shoulder, verifying the chalk slash remains in place. So far, so good. The path angles downward. The ground sloped enough that I realize we're descending deeper into the trunk's subterranean network. The air grows damper, each breath thick with a peat-like smell of moss and old bark. Roots overhead drip with condensation that taps the ground in slow, methodical plinks. My foot slips on a patch of slick fungus, and Talia barely keeps me from toppling by yanking on my collar with surprising strength.
Walk much, caretaker?
She snarks when I regain balance, but there's an edge to her tone. She might pretend she's fine, but I sense she's far from comfortable in this creeping labyrinth. We move slowly, mindful that illusions might also conceal actual hazards. Thorny pits, I recall some rumors mention. Possible living root clusters. My gaze flicks around, searching for lumps or suspicious protrusions. "Talia," I murmur softly. "Can you sense anything else, like movement aside from illusions?" She tilts her head, eyes half-lidded, swirling sparks dancing around her wings in a subdued rainbow. Silence stretches for a few beats. Then she whispers,
"Nothing real. Not here. I do feel some big old presence further in, like a well of fey energy. I suspect that's the labyrinth's heart."
"A well of fey energy. Great." My mouth tastes bitter at the possibility that we're trudging directly toward the labyrinth's most powerful illusions. I mumble a curse and keep going. Every yard or so, roots snag at my boots. I slice them away with curt motions, well aware that more illusions swirl each time my blade meets living vine. Guilt prods me. Maybe cutting these vines is fueling the labyrinth's hostility. Yet I can hardly let them wrap around my legs. At one point, a particularly thick vine lurches like a serpent and attempts to coil around my waist. I swear under my breath, jabbing it with the tip of my short blade. The vine jerks away, slithering back into the darkness. Then, the corridor flickers with monstrous shapes, some vaguely bestial. They loom, fade, flicker again. Talia darts around me in a protective orbit of chaotic sparks. She unleashes a swirling wave of chaos to fend off a shape that looks like a giant, fang-laden maw. It dissolves the second her magic touches it, reconstituting moments later as a scaly reptile. Talia hisses.
"Cowards! They won't stay put and fight! They dance around the edges!"
She sends another wave of prismatic sparks, but again, the illusions shimmer out of her reach. I grit my teeth, pressing my back to a root wall. "We can't fight illusions. We need to keep our direction." She gives me a tense nod.
"Pitiful illusions, but they do have persistence."
Her wings beat in quick bursts, reflecting her agitation. She glances around.
"You realize if we run out of chalk or get turned around, we might be stuck wandering in circles forever?"
She's echoing the fear that's been coiling in my gut all along. "Then let's not run out of chalk," I snap, though my tone is more anxious than scolding. Carefully, I scratch another mark into the surface of a root, flinching when the root pulses underneath the chalk lines. "Ugh, this place is definitely alive," I mutter. A passing wave of illusions crackles along the corridor, like a half-dozen silhouettes rushing by, muffled footsteps clattering in a phantom chase. I clutch my blade, disoriented by the swirling images. The illusions overshoot us, vanish around a bend. Then everything goes silent again, except for a faint dripping in the distance. We navigate further, rounding a corner that leads to a cramped hallway of twisting root pillars. My breath catches. "Looks narrower here," I remark, half lowered as the ceiling arches downward. The faint green luminescence of the roots is stronger, giving the corridor an almost sickly glow. In my peripheral vision, the illusions dance again. Talia checks behind us.
"Your chalk marks are still holding. Good."
She shakes her head in exasperation. We tread carefully. Another set of vines tries to snag me at the ankles. I sidestep them and slash. More illusions swirl, taking the shape of spider-like limbs that reach from the ceiling. My pulse kicks up. Talia blasts them with a flick of her sparks. The illusions scatter like dust motes.
"That deeper echo of fey energy?"
Talia mutters.
"It's getting stronger. I can taste it in the air."
I feel it too. A faint shiver crawling along my spine, like a magnet drawing us inward. We're definitely heading toward the labyrinth's core. The corridor flips again, illusions twisting it into a weird spiral. I slump against a root, letting my vision catch up with reality. Hey, I call softly when the spiral effect disorients me again. Focus. Mark the route. Tie us to something real. Talia hovers again, pressing her tiny hand to my forehead as if gauging my mental temperature.
You zoning out on me, caretaker?
I blink, shaking off the dizziness. I'm fine. I just need to keep track of the chalk. I drag another diagonal slash across the route near me, ignoring how the route throbs in protest. Or maybe that's my imagination. A flicker of that childlike giggle swirls past us again, this time sounding closer, almost brushing my shoulder. My skin prickles with alarm. Talia jolts midair, scanning frantically.
That was right behind you, she whispers. I saw something, like a small figure. Then it blinked away.
Sure it's not illusions? I ask, forcing my thudding heart to calm. Talia's eyes narrow.
Might be, but it felt real for a split second.
She bites her lip.
This labyrinth is reading our responses. It's forming illusions that jab at your mind. Old forest spirits sometimes do that if they sense intruders.
My cheeks flush with frustration. We're not here to burn the place down. We only need safe passage. Or maybe an artifact or two if we happen across it, like that rumor about Fey silver items. I keep to myself that I plan to snag any relic that might help us keep the Eastern Monarchy off our backs. But I can't declare it to the labyrinth, obviously. Talia flicks a spark at a particularly thick root overhead.
We'll see if safe passage is even on the menu. If illusions keep messing with us, we'll need a strategy, or we risk going in circles forever.
Her blunt words sink into my chest like a stone. I don't want to think about endless wandering in the gloom. I'll do diagonal slashes every 30 paces or so. If illusions shift the corridor, we at least have a tether to reality. It's slow progress, but we persist. My clothes stick to my back with cold sweat. My eyes sting from the persistent dim glow. At intervals, I imagine the illusions intensify whenever I show a flicker of fear. They swirl around me like vultures, feeding on negativity. Stay calm, I remind myself, driving my blade at a few scuttling illusions when they pop up. They vanish. Talia sometimes tries a chaotic wave, but we keep the purely magical blasts minimal to conserve her strength. We're approaching some deeper pocket now. My ears detect a distant dripping noise, as though water or sap is trickling from a higher chamber. The corridor widens enough that I can stand fully upright. Roots still crowd the walls, but the ceiling arcs overhead, dotted with glowing fungus. Maybe we're past the worst of it, I murmur optimistically. Talia's quiet hum in response is less than convinced. She glances at the nearest patch of wall, eyeing the face sigils etched in the bark.
Those runes look older than the labyrinth, possibly a sign the forest spirit's domain has existed centuries before your grandparents were born.
I run a thumb across the markings, half hidden under a layer of moss. The lines swirl in a complex design that feels vaguely reminiscent of old druidic script, though I'm nowhere near expert in that area. All the more reason to tread carefully. Let's keep going, but watch for bigger illusions. She nods, but her swirling sparks remain poised around her hands. We press on. Occasionally, I scrawl another chalk line, double-checking in a backward glance that it remains. So far, so good. The illusions are still around. Once or twice, I catch glimpses of flickering shapes, but they seem subdued here, like the labyrinth is letting us proceed. We descend a final slope where the corridor narrows again, forcing me to duck beneath sagging vines. Sticky droplets cling to my sleeves. Gross, I mutter, wiping them off, but the residue leaves a faint glow behind. The dripping intensifies, forming puddles beneath the roots. Each step issues a soft squelch. I pause when a fresh set of illusions emerges. A swirling shape that might be a tall figure, arms outstretched, wearing stained regal garb. I brace, anticipating a lunge, but the figure simply flickers out again. Is that supposed to unnerve me? Talia's expression is grim.
They're weaving illusions we can't easily dispel.
She sets her tiny jaw, posture tense.
We might have to rely on pure navigation. This labyrinth doesn't want to let us waltz through.
A watery laugh escapes me. I never assumed it was going to be easy. I continue forward, and promptly stumble again as the corridor lurches in my vision, as though twisting sideways. I stifle a curse, dropping to one knee to steady myself. Talia skids midair, spark lights scattering. The illusions swirl around us in a wild spiral for a full, sickening second, then subside back into the normal-ish corridor. My stomach roils.
Ugh, that's new,
Talia manages.
I feel woozy. This place is toying with our sense of direction.
My nails bite into my palms. I can't let panic seep in. We can handle this. Another slash of chalk on the left wall. Another step. Another slash, marking our route. Talia, keep count of how many illusions we see between chalk marks. I grunt through gritted teeth. If it spikes too high, maybe we'll backtrack or try a different fork. She nods, swirling close to me.
We've encountered at least a dozen illusions in the last 15 steps. It's ramping up.
Foot by foot we move deeper, illusions dancing all along. Some are monstrous, some are fleeting glimpses of people or animals. My heart hammers each time one flickers close. The roots beneath my boots writhe, trading positions so slowly it's almost imperceptible. The effect is unnerving. Between illusions, I catch a glimpse of Talia's face. She's worried. I am too. The labyrinth's illusions are cunning, apparently self-sustaining, and the deeper we dip, the more powerful they seem. Finally, we reach a short, decaying arch of roots that looks like an entrance to a new chamber. A wide, open area from which more illusions swirl like hungry shadows. Talia halts midair, scanning the threshold.
It's thick with illusions in there,
she warns.
And that presence I felt earlier? Definitely stronger.
A chill crawls along my spine. I can practically sense the pulse of something old and fey. I suppose that's the heart of the labyrinth, which means the illusions might get far worse. If we go in unprepared, we might never find a way out.
You realize I can't fully dispel illusions of this caliber on my own, caretaker. If we go in, we risk a never-ending loop.
I swallow. I know, but turning back means we'd have to bypass the labyrinth entirely, and that's not really an option if we want to. I cut myself short, refusing to voice what we're really looking for. We're in too deep anyway. My knuckles whiten around my short blade's grip. We'll keep going, extremely carefully. Talia exhales slowly, her sparks subdued.
Okay. One step at a time.
I prepare to move toward the labyrinth's heart. The illusions drift, swirl, and reform, luring us forward with cunning artistry. Even Talia, who once called these baby illusions, now eyes them warily. Because she's right. This labyrinth might seal us in a loop of illusions if we're not wise or lucky enough to outsmart it. Chapter 20. I spot the first pale blue shard when I emerge into the hidden glade, a faint glimmer perched high above, half buried in the twisting roots that knot across the ceiling. A wave of relief hits me because, for the first time in what feels like hours, I can actually see farther than a few feet in front of my face. Good riddance to the swirling illusions in the cramped tunnels behind us. The glow from these crystals is soft but steady, illuminating a wide chamber walled by gleaming vines and moss. It almost looks serene. Almost.
Oi, caretaker, you're drooling over a rock.
Talia chirps, fluttering in a slow circle around one of the nearest shards. She flicks a spark at it, causing a swirl of pastel light to scatter across the vine-strewn walls. Her wings make an odd crackling sound, prickling through the dim.
Should we rip one of these crystals out for later?
I shake my head, though I can't deny the temptation. We can barely carry the supplies we have. Let's not bungle around with overhead shards that might also be booby-trapped. I keep my voice low, stepping carefully on the soft, loamy ground. Everything here looks wet enough to slip me into a root-choked pit if I'm not vigilant. Talia sniffs.
Your sense of adventure always falls a bit short whenever crystals appear overhead. You'd be a terrible magpie.
I ignore the jibe and push aside a cluster of vines blocking our path. My eyes drift over the glade's walls, where shimmering reflections dance like water ripples. The crystals overhead give the chamber a dreamlike quality. I can almost pretend we've finally found a restful clearing in this maddening labyrinth. Then, a faint hissing sound breaks that illusion. I freeze, glancing at Talia, who meets my gaze with a raised brow. She heard it too. Slowly, I shift my blunderbuss, double-checking the shell loaded. A standard frost wave shot, the one I used earlier to cleave the illusions in the last corridor. My mind flashes back to a bestiary entry I once studied, referencing how plant-based monsters sometimes dwell in vine-choked caverns, and how illusions can mask their appendages. Grove spawn. That's what the old text called them. Possibly twisted by fey magic, shaped to guard hidden wood spirits or other relics. Hiss. The sound intensifies, multiplied by more than one source. My stomach tightens. Talia narrows her eyes.
I swear, if something leaps out at me...
A cluster of vines to our left contorts. Something gnarly and bark-skinned slides into view, half shrub, half predator, with spiky filaments writhing around a vaguely serpentine neck. Its eyes glow with pale light resembling the crystals overhead. My breath catches. A second creature emerges from a tangle at the base of a rotting trunk. Both have rough bark plating and vine-like limbs that shift and pulse. Grove spawn, I whisper. They blend illusions into their vines, hard to track their real limbs. Talia drops her altitude, swirling beside my ear.
Or we can call them giant weed lizards. Either way.
She'd probably snicker at her own label if tension didn't fill the air. The nearest grove spawn hisses, snapping a cluster of vine appendages along the ground. I flinch. 1 minute, the vines look small. The next, they lunge forward, illusions making them appear to vanish, then reappear doubled in size. Confusing as hell. I jerk backward, nearly letting my fingers slip on the trigger. Talia grunts.
Try not to shoot your own foot.
Working on it, I mutter. Carefully I aim the blunderbuss, except the illusions shift again, making me see 3 or 4 overlapping versions of the creature's vines. I can't guess which is real. I cuss under my breath, stepping sideways to keep a better distance. One grove spawn darts close. Its mottled bark plating scrapes across the lush earth, and a long vine cracks toward my ankle. Instinct slams me into a half jump, and I barely avoid the lashing tendril. The tip grazes my boot, leaving a ragged scratch on the tough leather. Fast. I grit my teeth. Talia snarls, raising her tiny hands. Sparks and flickers of rainbow magic swirl around her wings. She hurls a burst of chaotic arcs at the grove spawn's side, hitting a cluster of leaves. The magic collides with an invisible barrier of illusions, crackling on contact. Even so, the creature staggers, releasing a rasping hiss. Nice, I respond, exhaling. Keep them busy. But 3 more shapes stir behind the first group. In the gloom, it's hard to tell how many are creeping forward. Damn labyrinth, I think, backing up another step. The entire chamber, once so tranquil, bristles with these half-shrub monstrosities. My heart thumps wildly. The nearest grove spawn swipes again, this time with more speed. I jerk the blunderbuss forward and fire. A wave of frost-laced shards blasts from the muzzle, catching the creature along its barky torso. Ice crackles across its vines, though some illusions flicker free. My shot's precision is off, thanks to the swirling illusions, but at least a portion of the frost wave hits. The grove spawn screeches, rearing back to avoid the worst of it.
Dang it!
Talia barks.
That only tickled them. We need a bigger boom.
I recall the bestiary note. Sharp frost or intense heat can disrupt vine-based regeneration. My frost shot might have helped, but it didn't land a killing blow. They can probably regrow fast if we don't intensify the damage. Cursing, I jam a hand into my bandolier for an incendiary shell. Before I can load it, a second grove spawn lunges. A sharp vine slashes across my shoulder, drawing a hot sting of pain. I hiss, clutching the blunderbuss tight. My coat tears. All right, that's enough of that. With trembling fingers, I quickly eject the spent cartridge and slam in the incendiary shell. One vine tries hooking around my foot, but I stomp it with a desperate surge, ignoring the sticky sap that smears my boot. Talia arcs overhead, conjuring swirling motes of prismatic light that wrap around two of the grove spawn. Their illusions crackle as Talia's chaos needs reality. For a moment, the creatures jerk around, disoriented.
Now, caretaker!
She yells. I fire the blunderbuss. A roaring flare engulfs the lead grove spawn, bathing it in rolling flames. The stench of burning vines floods my nose. The creature howls in a hissy, gurgling voice as its bark plating crackles and blackens. Another wave of illusions flickers, then vanishes entirely. My shot must have disrupted the magical camouflage. Finally, the creature collapses, giant vines flailing as it shrivels. But there are more. Always more. 3 additional grove spawns shift from behind the thick root lattice on the far side of the glade. My pulse skyrockets. "Talia!" I call. "We can't let them swarm us!" She grimaces, swirling sparks between her palms.
I'm not a damned cavalry, but fine!
She releases a cascade of sparks that swirl into bright spheres, peppering the thrashing greenery. Some illusions pop like soap bubbles. We have no illusion wards, but her chaos can at least dispel bits of the trickery. I can't help but gulp as another wave of bark-limbed beasts scuttles from a tumbled hollow. No time to reload. I pivot and fling the stock of the blunderbuss upward to block a vine strike aimed at my chest. The impact rattles my arms. Beside me, Talia cackles in the slightly unhinged way she does when she's hyped on swirling mana. Arcs crackle around us. We scramble deeper into the chamber, seeking an advantage. The ground is uneven, roots twisting, lumps of thick greenery forming shelves or steps. In a burst of desperation, I gather a few chunks of broken wood from a splintered trunk and start stacking them in front of the corridor we came from. I check over my shoulder. Talia is keeping the grove spawn at bay with blasts of chaos. The vines keep snapping. If I can make a small barrier, maybe we can keep them from flanking us from behind. I toss chunk after chunk of damp, rotting wood onto the sloppy barricade. "This is ridiculous," I mutter. "But better than letting them crawl all over us." The acrid reek of burning plant matter clings to the tunnel behind me, accompanied by the hiss of dying vines.
Your piles of junk might last a minute,
Talia calls. Her voice is pitched high with adrenaline.
Hurry up, caretaker! Another big one's creeping your way!
I hurriedly slam one last tangle of twisted roots on top of the barrier, then spin around. A hulking grove spawn is lumbering forward, its bark plating riddled with what appear to be cracks, though illusions might be masking half its bulk. I grit my teeth. "I'm not even sure I can separate what's real from what's illusions," I mutter. Focus on the movement. If I watch for actual motion of the vines in the dirt, that might help. I load another incendiary shell, ignoring the tremor in my fingers. My shoulder throbs where a vine cut me earlier. Ready, steady. The grove spawn lunges, illusions wavering around it. I pick out the real cluster of thick vines there, digging into the ground, then pull the trigger. Flames crash into the creature's chest, roaring with a whoosh. For a second, it coughs out a hideous, guttural screech before toppling backward. The illusions blink out, leaving a sizzling husk. I catch a breath, chest burning. The air around us is thick with sour, sweet sap reek and the tang of smoke. Talia's sparks fade as she drops down to hover near my shoulder.
Not bad for a bookworm, caretaker,
she quips with mock appreciation. Says the Chaos Fairy, letting me do the grunt work. I toss back. But she's not entirely useless. Her blasts shifted the illusions, letting my shots connect. With the corridor blocked behind us, the immediate wave of grove spawn is either incinerated or retreated deeper off to the side. Let's keep moving, I decide. No point staying in an open glade where they can swarm us again. Talia sets her jaw in a small pout.
Onward. Deeper into the labyrinth, you mean? Because that's definitely safer.
Her sarcasm practically drips. I step around the largest grove spawn corpse, wincing at how the bark plating cracks under my boot. We can't exactly go back the way we came. That corridor behind us is blocked with destruction, plus illusions, plus more of these creeps. And we're looking for... I falter. We're looking for anything that might get us out of this labyrinth or help hide relics from the monarchy.
Right. You have grand motivations,
Talia remarks with a quick roll of her eyes. She floats down to the husk of a grove spawn, pressing a tiny palm to its scorched bark. The leftover vine matter trembles, and I feel a faint ripple of something. Mana-laced essence flows from the corpse into Talia's open hand.
Ah, that's the good stuff,
she murmurs. Her wings glow momentarily brighter, the shifting hues intensifying. I feel a subtle tug on our bond. She's siphoning residual energy from these creatures. A stronger Talia might help us survive illusions, but if she grows too powerful, her chaos could backfire.
All right, caretaker. Which direction do we wander now?
She gestures to the far side of the glade, where tall roots form a partial arch leading deeper in.
Or do we pitch a camp here and see if the local fauna wants round too?
Ha ha, I mutter, scanning the glade. The crystals overhead still cast those dancing reflections. My gaze drifts to a twisted slope at the chamber's far edge. That slope might lead to another corridor. Let's check it. Before we move, I glance at the collapsed corridor behind us. I can hear faint rustles. We likely have no safe way back. A knot of dread twists my stomach. We'll push forward carefully. I'd prefer not to fight another wave of these on an empty tank of shells.
Then keep your aim steady when illusions pop up,
Talia retorts, but there's genuine concern under her sarcasm. She hovers close as we approach the slope, scanning for lurking shapes. My boots slip in the damp soil. A tangle of roots juts across the slope, forming a precarious path. I place a hand on a thick vine for balance, half expecting it to yank me sideways. The labyrinth's illusions remain subdued at the moment, maybe from the scuffle's disruption. Or else the deeper illusions are waiting for a perfect chance to spring. One slow step, then another. Talia floats ahead, bright wings flickering. Her presence casts a tiny swirl of colored light on the path, which helps me see where not to put my foot. The hush around us grows uncanny. I keep expecting an ambush, but none arrives. A few minutes later, I spy a spot near the top of the slope. It opens into a narrower corridor lined with the same vines, some studded with smaller glimmers of crystal. My chest feels tight, but we edge forward anyway. The air here is slightly stale, with an undercurrent of something sweet, like rotting fruit. Probably more illusions or leftover fey magic. My back itches from tension. Suddenly, the ground shifts under my boots. Whoa! I lose traction. My foot jams into a root cranny that isn't as solid as it looked. There's a snap, and the vine beneath me crumbles. I lurch forward, arms flailing. The entire slope tries to swallow me, and my stomach drops. Damn it! Time slows as my center of gravity sags into a clutch of half-broken roots. Talia yelps something. My heart hammers. If I tumble down, I might break an ankle or crack my head, or worse, land face first in a nest of grove spawn. My fingers scrabble for purchase on a protruding root. My blunderbuss nearly slips. For a heartbeat, I dangle perilously, twisting my shoulder in the process. My breath seizes, and every muscle screams. Talia darts in, her wings flare with light, and she braces her tiny form against my collar. Sometimes I forget how strong her chaos can be. With a flick of swirling sparks, she steadies me enough so I can yank my foot free. Another root cracks beneath me. My boot nearly plunges into empty air.
Get up, caretaker, or I swear I'll blow apart this slope to fish you out!
Talia snaps, though her voice trembles. With a guttural grunt, I push upward, hooking my elbows over a thicker vine. My heart feels like it's about to burst from my chest. Finally, I scramble onto more solid ground. Dirt and bits of root tumble away behind me, vanishing into the gloom. I lie there panting, adrenaline pounding my skull. Talia hovers close, her wings still crackling.
You nearly gave me a heart attack. If I had a heart in the mortal sense,
she scolds.
Care to watch your step next time, mortal genius?
I wheeze, inhaling musty air. I'll keep that in mind. She folds her arms, glaring, though her eyes reflect concern. My arms shake as I prop myself up, trying to slow my breathing. We have to stay on guard. This entire labyrinth is a death trap, illusions or not. And if I die, Talia's stuck without a caretaker to feed her existence. The knowledge glimmers in her eyes as she flits through the air, scanning for more hazards.
At least her fancy new briar-reinforced leathers took the brunt of that slip,
Talia points out, flicking a bit of dirt off my back.
Now that you're done flailing...
She's interrupted by an echoing hiss behind us. Another grove spawn? I spin, half expecting to see vines crawling up after me, but the corridor remains empty. The hiss fades. Must be the wind through a crack in the labyrinth's root walls. Or illusions, maybe. My nerves are shot. We shuffle along, the corridor twisting slightly. The flickers of crystal overhead become sparser, the lighting gloomier. Each step is a careful negotiation with the uneven floor. My arms ache from clutching the blunderbuss. The tension in my chest is nearly suffocating.
Hey, stop looking so pale,
Talia remarks.
We flambéed a handful of vine monsters. We can handle this.
I'm about to respond with something witty when part of the floor juts out, sending me stumbling forward. My knees buckle, and for a terrifying instant the root-laden path tilts under me again. I manage to keep from falling this time. I have to watch every step. Talia buzzes near my face.
Tripping again, are we? Are you intoxicated on labyrinth fumes or just incompetent?
I release a shaky laugh. You said illusions are messing with distances. Good luck not tripping, I reply, refusing to accept full blame. The tension in my gut remains, though. Another close call, and I might drop into an unseen pit.
Well,
she huffs, crossing her slender arms.
Maybe I'll levitate overhead and watch you flounder. You're quite the clown show.
Glad to amuse you, I mutter, though I can't muster genuine annoyance. I'm too relieved to still be in one piece. Our flickering corridor angles sharply around a thick root bundle. There's faint luminescence from some distant crystals, but not enough to see well. We pass a small clearing in the corridor, a place where the root walls expand. My boots nudge against a suspicious tangle, so I stop short. Careful, I warn. Talia angles her head, scanning the lumps. Possibly shredded vines from our earlier battle, or maybe new growth waiting to spring at us. My foot slides on something soft, and I reel for balance. "Not again!" I hiss. The floor is slick with a thick layer of pulp or sap. Talia darts forward, snagging my collar in a surprisingly strong grip to steady me. Her chaotic energy prickles my neck. Then the slope shifts again, and I lose my footing with a strangled yelp. My arms flail as a chunk of viney ground collapses underfoot. Talia yells something, sparks dancing around her wings. That's enough to jolt me upright for a second. I brace against the corridor wall, heart hammered to near bursting. My boot is jammed between two roots, half twisted. If I slip any further, I risk plunging face first into gods know what. Talia impulsively flits close. Then, with a frustrated snarl, she flicks a swirl of sparks across the ground, causing the vines to hiss and coil back, as though repelled by her energy. I seize the moment and haul myself from the pit-like gap, every muscle trembling. Talia bellows a mock scold, wagging a finger.
"You are the most reckless mortal babysitter I've ever had!"
she exclaims, her tone an odd mix of anger and relief. Finally, she releases me. I fall. She loses her best shot at restoring her chaotic birthright. Chapter 21. I inhale carefully through clenched teeth, stepping out from the tight corridor where the twin passages finally converge. The oppressive hush of the thornroot labyrinth deepens, and for a moment I think my ears might be ringing from all the illusions chattering inside my head. Tiny motes of pale light drift around us, mushroom spores glowing an eerie emerald hue, their faint radiance pulsing across the dank chamber like a heartbeat. At first glance, this place seems deceptively serene. The spores look almost mesmerizing, floating like miniature lanterns in the air. But the cavern itself is huge, dim, and silent in a way that sets my nerves ablaze. I can't ignore the claustrophobic tangle of roots choking every jagged wall, nor the heavy dampness that reeks of decaying plant matter. I tighten my grip on my blunderbuss, half expecting some creeping vine to lash out. The last few chambers taught me that absolutely anything can be carnivorous down here. Talia hovers near my left ear and mutters,
"Lovely. It's like an overgrown greenhouse from the bowels of some demented god."
She's only half kidding.
"What do you think, caretaker? Are we about to find the labyrinth's heart, or another claustrophobic root pit?"
Before I can answer, a distant creaking resonates from somewhere in front of us, a low groan like a warped tree trunk bending against the wind. The air grows colder. My pulse jumps. "I think we might be at the center," I whisper, scanning the dimness. "Look at all these spores. They're drifting toward that massive shape in the middle." Each glowing fleck circles a towering mass in the chamber's center, then flutters away like disturbed fireflies. As I edge forward, more vines snake across the floor, pulsing with faint greenish glow. I can't tell if it's the labyrinth playing more illusions on me, or if these roots are genuinely alive. Possibly both. Talia darts ahead for a moment, her sparks forming bright arcs across the gloom. A shape looms from the middle of the chamber. It's monstrous, easily twice my height, anchored in place by knotted roots. Pale fungal stalks sprout from every orifice in its bark-like skin, giving it the appearance of some dreaded forest colossus crossed with a giant moldy stump. A cluster of vines quivers around its shoulders, almost like thick arms. "Talia," I breathe, easing my finger along the blunderbuss's trigger guard. "We found it." There's no question in my mind. This has to be the labyrinth's central guardian. Why else would it look like it crawled straight out of a twisted fey tale? The labyrinth illusions swirl at the edges of my vision, but they feel oddly subdued, as if this abomination commands them like a puppet master. Without warning, the hulking mass shudders. A roar echoes around the chamber, so deep it vibrates my ribcage. The thing's gnarled arm swings outward, a living trunk crashing into a rocky outcrop. Stone cracks with a thunderous boom, sending shards skittering across the floor. I barely have time to stifle a curse. My arms tense around the stock of my blunderbuss. "We're a bit close," I whisper, stepping back, but the thing is already lurching in our direction, vines snapping and curling. Talia releases a startled squeak.
Gah! That's one overgrown weed!
She darts upward in a swirl of sparks, sending a quick volley of chaotic motes. They slam into the abomination's bark-like hide, prying splinters loose, but the creature barely seems to notice, unleashing another unearthly howl. I grit my teeth and begin to load a frostwave shell. Focus. My hands shake from adrenaline as I jam the cartridge into place. "I'll try freezing it!" I shout to Talia. The monstrous plant limbs swing again, and I barely manage to dive sideways behind a root cluster. The blow smashes into the ground, splattering wet dirt in all directions. One direct hit would break me in half. Tucking my shoulder behind the root trunk, I brace the weapon and exhale a ragged breath. "Stay put," I hiss to no one in particular. It's more a mental reminder than an order. Then I poke the blunderbuss out and yank the trigger. With a thunderous crack, the frostwave shell explodes against the abomination's torso in a burst of shimmering ice crystals. The effect is immediate, but incomplete. A slick, glittering web of ice spreads across the mossy hide, freezing large patches of fungal stalks in a brittle shell. The monster roars loud enough to rattle my teeth. I can practically feel the vibration travel through the ground. Its arms scrabble, vines snapping in a frenzy. But for a moment, it's slowed. Talia seizes the opportunity. She shoots forward in a zigzag, flicking her wrists to unleash arcs of crackling chaos. The arcs find cracks in the creature's bark plating, blasting off chunks of spongy wood. Pale fungal matter flies away in sizzling lumps. I hear Talia's triumphant cackle.
Try sprouting from that, you walking compost heap!
I can't deny a surge of relief. We might be making progress. Adrenaline fuels my limbs as I yank the spent cartridge from the blunderbuss. But the abomination roars again, deeper, more enraged. The fungal stalks on its back begin to glow with a sickly green luminescence, almost matching the faint hue of the labyrinth's roots. Then, with a spine-chilling crack, thick vines tear through the ice, snapping the frozen patches like fragile glass. Bits of shattered frost cascade to the ground, and in seconds the monster is free again. "Damn it!" I mutter, fumbling for another cartridge. My mind screams that half measures aren't going to cut it. The creature leaps forward, splintering the ground with each step, and I realize I have seconds before it's upon me. Vines lash out in a wild arc, and I fling myself sideways again. My shoulder slams into a root that juts from the wall, pain flaring. "Focus!" Talia loops overhead, flickers of panic in her voice.
That was your best freeze shot. How about volts?
I clench my jaw and jam an electro-arc shot into the breach. "Exactly what I'm thinking," I hiss. The abomination whips its torso around, knocking aside a large mushroom cluster that bursts in a cloud of spores. I can barely see through the haze. I have to aim carefully. My arms throb with tension as I steady the muzzle, then squeeze the trigger. The electro-arc shot discharges in a violent flash, splintering the gloom with white-hot lightning. The bolt strikes the abomination's center mass, and arcs of energy dance across its dripping tendrils. A sizzling crackle underscores a stench of burned wood and fungus. Smoke coils upward from the creature's bark plating. My ears ring, half stunned by the discharge. Struggling to remain upright, I watch as the monster staggers and releases a rasping shriek. Blue-white sparks continue to flicker along its ragged edges, charring more fungal stalks. "It's working." The chamber resonates with the sizzling pop of scorched vines. The abomination flails, stepping back as if confused. Talia sees her advantage. She dives in close, conjuring ribbons that swirl around her fists like multicolored serpents. With a guttural snarl, she thrusts them at the monster's exposed bark. The bark plating cracks under the combined assault. Pieces crumble away, revealing pulsing green tissue beneath. Each time Talia's chaos meets the spongy layer, the abomination writhes like it's in indescribable pain. But it's not done fighting. With a final, furious roar, it slams enormous limbs downward. My eyes flare. "Look out!" I shout across the chaos. Talia zips away in time to miss a vine-laden arm that crushes the spot she hovered in half a second ago. The impact triggers a quake in the floor, sending me stumbling. I catch myself against a thick root, nearly dropping the blunderbuss. A cascade of debris rains from above, small pieces of bark, rotted wood, and glowing spores swirling in the newly stirred air. I cough, struggling to breathe through the cloud of choking dust. Now or never. I fumble for the next cartridge, but my bandolier pockets are a jumbled mess. The abomination roars again, unnervingly close. My gaze darts up in time to see one massive, twisted limb arcing toward me. I flinch. Suddenly, Talia darts in from behind, unleashing a swirl of prismatic motes that intercept the limb. The vines hiss and recoil under her surge, forced back enough so I'm not crushed.
"You're welcome!"
she shouts, wings beating so fast they leave a shimmering trail in the dark. "I owe you one," I manage, exhaling. The ground shakes again as the monster staggers, partly scorched. Bright lines of chaos still flicker along its bark plating. Smoke rises from the places where the fungus has burned away, leaving blackened patches. I see the perfect opening, a raw, wounded section over its chest where the bark peeled back to expose a pulsing mass of vine-like tissue. If I can land one more good shot there. Gritting my teeth, I yank out a second electro-arc shell, jamming it into the blunderbuss with shaking hands. My shoulders protest each movement, my muscles are beyond exhausted, and the bruises from vine near misses have begun throbbing in earnest. The guardian howls, flailing dangerously close. I ignore the pain and step forward until I'm within a few yards.
"Don't die, caretaker!"
Talia calls, half laughing. I resist the urge to reply with something snarky, focusing instead on the abomination's writhing trunk. The moment I glimpse that bright, raw patch, I pull the trigger. Lightning flares, bright enough to turn the chamber into a flickering nightmare of shadows. This shot plunges into the exposed mass. The abomination lurches and convulses, hammered by coruscating arcs of electricity that bounce from vine to vine. Fungal stalks erupt into cascades of sizzling goo. For a moment, it seems stuck in place, pinned by the relentless arcs. Then the enormous trunk-like legs wobble, and the entire mass topples forward, colliding with the ground in a thunderous crash that rattles my bones. A last spasm pulses through it as stray sparks leap across twitching limbs. When it finally stops moving, wet vines slump to the cavern floor. The ground sizzles below it, a damp mixture of fungus and scorching cinders. My arms shake violently. My mind spins with adrenaline and disbelief. It's down. The great monstrous guardian has fallen at last. Talia swoops overhead in a triumphant arc.
"Ha!"
she blurts.
"Choke on that, you stinking mass of mulch!"
She lands on a higher root, wings fluttering in short, unsteady pops.
"Took you long enough,"
she adds, throwing me a smirk, but I notice how she's breathing hard, too. I try to speak, but only manage a ragged cough. I slump against a knotted pillar of roots, letting my vision adjust to the post-battle gloom. Yeah, I manage. I'm warming up, obviously. My attempt at humor is shaky at best. The labyrinth's illusions flicker around us in the corners of my vision, twisting vines morphing into fleeting silhouettes, the sense of ephemeral watchers drifting away. Seems the illusions are quieting, I note in a hoarse whisper. Talia scoffs.
Maybe the labyrinth is in mourning for its big bad weed.
She raises her chin, summoning a swirl of chaos around her tiny fingers. With a decisive hiss, she flutters down toward the abomination's still warm carcass. Leftover mana pools in the air like a faint shimmer, swirling around the severed vines. She hovers over the remains, eyes narrowing with hungry determination. My instincts tingle. I know it's coming. Talia extends her palm, and a prismatic glow ripples outward. Immediately, the swirling bits of leftover energy funnel toward her in a bright spiral. She's siphoning whatever arcane essence remains in the monstrous plant. It only lasts a few seconds, but her expression twists with relish, as though slaking a deep thirst.
Still got it,
she murmurs after the final spark flickers into her wings. Her eyes shine with a sharper gleam. The rainbow colors on her delicate wings intensify. She flutters back in my direction, an odd little grin curling her lips.
I'm not about to thank you, caretaker, but let's say I appreciate the chance to snack on that thing's mana.
I manage a limp chuckle. What a pair we are. I drag myself upright, gingerly testing the sting in my left shoulder. It's bruised, but not dislocated. You're welcome. I rasp, then lean forward to check the abomination more closely. The shallow pool of weird fluids around its torso attests to how thoroughly we destroyed it. Steam still rises in a haze where lightning and chaos burned through bark. As if hearing my unspoken question, Talia pipes up.
Don't bother rummaging for relics in that. It's all rotten vines and fungus. Doubt there's any shiny ring or blade hidden inside.
She shrugs.
Not every abomination is a treasure chest, caretaker.
I exhale a weary sigh. She's right. My arms definitely don't want me rummaging through soggy innards for a meager reward. Carefully, I check my bandolier. I have only a few spell-shot shells left, enough to handle minor threats, presumably. We can't keep fighting like that. We nearly got flattened. Talia lands on my shoulder, though with far more gentleness than usual. Her voice is unusually subdued.
Good news is, I doubt the labyrinth has anything stronger than that big ugly. I mean, it stank of primal power. If that wasn't the final guardian, I'll personally break your blunderbuss out of sheer frustration.
I almost laugh at the mental image. Noted. My chest expands with a wave of relief that's almost dizzying. My mind flickers with images of the foes we've faced, illusions creeping from every corridor, tangled vines that tried to drag me away, and monstrous guardians unleashed in these deep halls. We made it through. But that thought is overshadowed by a sense of caution. Are we truly safe yet? A moment later, we both realize the illusions are indeed wavering. The flicker of half-formed phantoms at the edges of my vision dims, dissolving into faint motes of emerald light. Feels like the labyrinth's magic is withdrawing, I murmur. Talia scans the chamber. The massive shape of the fallen guardian remains inert, roots slack.
Guess it was fueling the illusions. Or the labyrinth decided we're not total intruders now that we beat its champion.
She snorts.
Either way, my wings could use a break.
We'll rest soon, I reply, hooking my weapon across my back. Then something in my peripheral vision catches my attention. A subtle glow spreading across the chamber walls, flickering like synchronous fireflies. The mushroom spores swirl in gentle patterns, almost as though the labyrinth itself acknowledges our presence differently now. Talia notices too. She cocks her head.
Creepy, but kinda pretty.
She clears her throat, voice returning to its usual wry edge.
Anyway, you're right. Let's not pass out here. I might need you alive if I'm going to keep draining interesting foes.
A grin tugs at my lips. If you're so eager for me to live, maybe you should help me walk. My legs feel stiff, but I manage to stand straight. She rolls her eyes.
Fine, but only because you're marginally less useless than a corpse.
Her chaotic spark expands around us, forming a faint swirl of color in the gloom. A wave of exhaustion washes over me, but along with it comes an undeniable current of triumph. We bested the labyrinth's guardian. Talia perches lightly near my collar.
Keep breathing, caretaker. If you die, I'll have to do all the looting myself, and rummaging through your pockets is so very undignified.
She gives a theatrical sigh. I snort, swallowing thickly. I appreciate your concern. That's probably the sweetest thing you've said all day. I flex my bruised shoulder and stare at the fallen, hulking shape. Even immobile, it's a grotesque centerpiece, a testament to the labyrinth's deep-rooted magic. So this is what it means to stand against an ancient Fey labyrinth's champion. A dryness collects in my throat. I can't believe we actually found the labyrinth's heart. Or, I guess we found the big monstrous gatekeeper. Talia's gaze travels over the twisted remains.
Good riddance. No more illusions messing with our heads, and hopefully no more vine beasts. If the labyrinth was testing us, caretaker, we passed.
For a second, that word, we, rings in my thoughts. Maybe we're something akin to a real team. A grudging team, sure, but a team nonetheless. My chest unwinds from the tension of constant battle readiness. Eventually, my breathing stabilizes, and the pounding in my chest subsides to a manageable throb. I give the chamber one final survey. The twisted vines, the shimmering mushroom spores, the lumps of torn bark. It all stands testament to the ferocity of the fight. My pulse still hovers at a high speed, but at least I'm not about to keel over. It's time to keep moving. Chapter 22. I stand at the threshold of a tight, twisted passage, my lungs heavy with the lingering reek of scorched foliage. Soon, the corridor narrows even further, forcing me to keep my blunderbuss angled behind me. Clusters of dangling roots graze my head, and I keep expecting more illusions to swirl around us. But the last wave of illusions has waned considerably since that monstrous guardian collapsed. It feels as though the labyrinth itself has quieted, as if it's acknowledging our victory. A faint luminescence appears in the gloom ahead. A subtle glow brightens with each step. The roots in these walls shift almost imperceptibly, weaving around each other in slow, deliberate patterns. I swallow, half anticipating another ambush, but the corridor remains calm. When the tunnel opens into a broader room, I pause, heart thrumming. This chamber feels different. Ancient roots coil across the walls and ceiling, forming a sort of living lattice. At the center stands a low, natural dais. My gaze zeroes in on the object resting on it. A slender circlet crafted from silvery bark, etched with faintly glowing runes. The pulsing glow, like a heartbeat, matches the faint hum vibrating the air around us. I edge forward. My boots crunch over loose bits of old mulch. A few gnarled vines on the floor slither aside, revealing a clear path to the dais. I'm torn between curiosity and caution. Something about that circlet feels immeasurably valuable, or dangerous, or both. Talia hovers closer, her wings flickering in subdued excitement.
I feel warmth, she mutters. The labyrinth's illusions are receding. It's almost as if they're giving us permission to approach it.
My fingertips prickle as I draw close. I can sense runes channeling a gentle tide of mana that thrums in my ears like distant waves. something shifts in the air. The subtle hum intensifies, tugging at my awareness. Incredible. The sense of raw potential radiating from the circlet makes the hair on my forearms stand on end. "Talia," I whisper. "This must be what's behind all the illusions, or at least a big part of it." She nods, fascination crossing her face.
If I didn't know better, I'd think those vines were protecting it.
I move forward, step by step, until I'm standing at the dais' edge. Everything in me tingles with an odd familiarity, like greeting an old friend I can't quite remember. Exhaling slowly, I reach out with one trembling hand. The circlet dangles in midair for half a heartbeat before my fingers make contact with the cool bark. A warm wave of mana surges through my arm, sending a tingle through my spine. My breath catches at the sheer vitality of it. It feels like handfuls of sunlight condensed into delicate bark. My body hums in resonance as I slip my fingertips around its edge. The runes glow brighter, and a wave of relief washes across the chamber. I close my eyes, letting that warm tide of energy seep into my senses. This is no ordinary relic. I sense movement behind me. Talia drifts in, curiosity burning in her eyes.
"Let me see,"
she orders. She flutters so close that I feel the brush of her wings on my ear. The circlet's glow shifts when she draws near, flickering in a wary manner. A tiny quake passes across the runes, like they're resisting her aura. She clucks her tongue in annoyance.
It's reacting to me,"
she mutters, frustration mixing with fascination.
"Fey silver is fairy craftsmanship. Sort of. Or maybe human craftsmanship that apes the old Fey style."
She flicks a glance at me.
"You sense it too, caretaker? The way it hums with natural synergy, like life itself is woven inside it?"
I nod, a lump in my throat. "Yes," I manage. "It feels bright, restorative." My mind conjures images of battered wounds healing, of exhaustion fading like morning mist in the sun. "But it doesn't want your chaos," I add. Talia bristles, crossing her arms.
"What good is a relic if it's going to shy away from a helpful shot of chaos? Stubborn circlet."
But despite her grumpy words, something akin to awe lingers in her expression.
"At least it's powerful. You can sense that with half a brain and a few working nerves."
The dais, crafted from thick knots of root, creaks as I lift the circlet off its surface. My heart pounds. This is the moment, I think, overwhelmed by the energy thrumming against my fingertips. Talia's earlier tension drains.
"Try not to drool," she mutters. "Look at you, caretaker, collecting shiny trinkets like a magpie."
Says the Chaos Fairy who insisted on rummaging through every dead vine's leftover mana. I shoot her a mock glare, but I can't muster real ire. In truth, I'm elated. We might have found something that genuinely helps, maybe not just us, but a lot of folks who can't keep fighting otherwise. I tuck the circlet carefully into a pouch on my belt. The faint luminescence seeps through the leather, as though refusing to be fully hidden. "Let's get out of here," I insist, voice trembling with adrenaline and excitement. "I'd rather not dawdle in a labyrinth that might change its mind and bury us." Talia releases a short, breathy laugh.
"Right. Let's not give them time to rethink letting us waltz away with their shiny tiara."
We retrace our steps through the corridor, though the path feels different now. The overhead roots shift politely aside as if granting passage. Vines that once lashed out with illusions hang limply, a subdued hush rolling through the labyrinth. It's as though the place itself acknowledges we have the circlet's blessing. Occasionally, Talia tests the air with a small swirl of sparks, presumably checking if illusions remain. Nothing lashes back. Instead, we see fleeting shapes at the edge of our vision, half-formed phantasms that fade almost immediately. I exhale, shoulders drooping in relief. My tattered coat snags on a root as I duck under a fallen trunk, but the labyrinth itself requires minimal hacking to navigate now. I wonder if the circlet has stilled its illusions, or if the labyrinth used up most of its magical might conjuring that monstrous guardian. Probably both. It takes maybe 20 minutes before we see daylight, a faint greenish glow that brightens as we approach the labyrinth's entrance. As we emerge into the dappled sunlight beneath the forest canopy, I blink, letting my eyes adjust. A druid apprentice stands beyond the labyrinth's gnarled opening, eyes widening at our sudden appearance. She's a little older, maybe my age, but wearing layered robes embroidered with leaf motifs. Her hair is tied back with living vines, a few small buds sprouting from them. The tension in her shoulders suggests she's been waiting, or lurking, near the entrance. She raises her chin, features set in a hesitant frown. "You made it out," she observes, scanning us suspiciously. Her gaze lingers on the remains of my gear, then drifts over Talia. One brow quirks in alarm at the sight of the little chaos fairy. Quickly, she forces composure, though her voice trembles. "You might want to keep your voices down. There are Eastern delegates wandering Briarwatch. They're offering a hefty bounty for any relic that can restore spirit or strength. Something about ensuring no contraband relic is mishandled. Or so they say." I freeze. The circlet in my belt pouch feels heavier now. I share a glance with Talia. She rolls her eyes, then inclines her head subtly. Better keep this new treasure hidden, I tell myself. "Thanks," I murmur, ignoring how my pulse spikes. "We'll keep our eyes open." The apprentice nods, then lowers her voice. "They arrived a few hours ago, requesting anyone with knowledge of new relics to come forward. They're accompanied by 2 oath mages." Her mouth presses into a thin line. "I don't trust them. They say they're protecting the realm's interests, but I've seen spell sigils on their wrists. They might sniff out powerful artifacts if they get close." I swallow the sudden dryness in my mouth. They won't easily let a powerful relic slip by. "I appreciate the warning," I tell her. "We'll be discreet." She casts one last wary glance at Talia, but seeing as the fairy merely hovers in silence, the druid apprentice offers a curt nod and steps aside. Then she turns, melding back into the forest with surprising stealth. I can't help exhaling with relief. I don't want a confrontation with the monarchy right now, not after we barely survived the labyrinth. Talia huffs a sardonic laugh.
Looks like your fancy new twig crown is already in high demand. Hope you enjoy living dangerously, caretaker, because anyone would pay a fortune for face silver with restorative powers. And we know how the East loves to lock up anything chaotic or unusual.
I tighten my grip on the pouch, mind spinning with possibilities. If I publicly present the circlet, I'd probably get a massive reward. But more likely the monarchy would snatch it for themselves, and I'd be left with empty hands. And maybe a cell. Besides, the labyrinth's illusions parted for me. It feels wrong to turn around and sell the circlet for money. Maybe we can use it, or keep it safe until we figure out how best to handle it. We hide it, I decide, meeting Talia's gaze. We do the same trick you used on the Death's Lantern, cloaking its aura so the monarchy's sniffers can't sense it. At least until we're far from all these prying eyes. She smirks.
You are learning, caretaker, already forgetting your blunderbuss ways in favor of cunning illusions.
She cracks her knuckles, producing faint flickers of sparks.
Time for some hush-hush illusions. Step aside.
I nod, shifting so she can hover in front of the pouch at my waist. She closes her eyes, channeling a swirl of colored motes that gather around her. My chest tightens. Every time she flares chaos, a pulse twinges in our bond. "Careful," I hiss, wincing at the drain it puts on me.
Relax, she murmurs. I'm not some novice.
The sparks twist around the circlet's faint glow, weaving a thin veil of shimmering color. Within a few seconds, the circlet's natural luminescence is dampened. It's still physically there, but the magical signature dulls, almost erased.
There,
Talia comments smugly, pulling back.
Now any sniffing oath mage should find it about as interesting as a moldy potato.
I exhale a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Thanks. We slip deeper into the forest's shadows and follow a winding path that should lead us back toward Briarwatch. The canopy overhead rustles with a light breeze, letting beams of sun dapple across the mossy ground. As we creep past thick elm trees, I spot flickers of movement in a clearing. Possibly that druid apprentice, or maybe local rangers. My breath catches. Talia ushers me to the left, darting ahead with a swirl of color. I follow her lead, stepping over tangled vines. We eventually slip through a cluster of waist-high ferns into a more open glade. My mind roils with plans for avoiding eastern delegates. We'll hide out in the outskirts of Briarwatch, gather provisions, then slip away before they catch wind. I glance around, scanning for watchers. The forest is hush. No footsteps except my own. Good. Talia drags a hand across the circlet's illusory shroud, checking for stability.
Should hold, she mutters. Though if an oath mage stares at it for hours, who knows? We might need multiple layers of misdirection. Or maybe you want to stuff it in that contraband box you're lugging around with necromantic goodies. If you're that paranoid.
She shrugs pointedly. I shake my head. No way. I don't want the circlet's energies tangling with the cursed amulet or the death's lantern. We have no idea what might happen if those wards intersect. A shiver crawls across my spine at the thought of mingling restorative face-over with bitter necromancy. That's a disaster waiting to happen. She snickers.
Afraid of turning your fancy circlet into a corrupted weed crown?
That's not impossible. I'd rather not risk it. I press forward. Sunny patches filter through the canopy, lighting up pockets of vibrant forest. The labyrinth's illusions felt suffocating, so this open air should be comforting. But I'm still on edge. I feel a creeping sense of being watched. Talia must sense it too. She glances over one small shoulder, wings twitching.
You think those delegates are already sniffing around the labyrinth? Or you figure they're stomping about in town, questioning everyone?
Possibly both, I answer. But if the labyrinth wanted them to have the circlet, it wouldn't have let us out in one piece. We push onward through thick tangles. The forest stirs with the usual noise, whispering leaves, the occasional bird call, the rustle of small creatures foraging. Luckily, no sign of rope-lashing illusions or vine lizards ready to pounce. Eventually, we slip down a slope dotted with broad tree roots jutting from the earth. I pause at the bottom, scanning the area. Watery sunlight bathes the trunk of a huge oak. In the distance is the faint silhouette of Briarwatch's wooden palisade, partially overrun by creeping vines. We're almost back. Talia hovers at my ear.
So, how do we stash this fancy new ring of bark? You plan to hawk it in some seedy black market tavern, or will you carry it around like a keepsake?
A slow breath trickles through my teeth. Right now, I'm focusing on not letting the monarchy get their hands on it. Beyond that, I don't know. My mind wanders to the faint hum of the circlet's energy. It's so pure, it nearly offsets the necromantic chill clinging to those black mana shards we found earlier. We watch. We wait until we're somewhere safe, then we figure out how best to use it, or hide it. Talia exhales, a ghost of a laugh.
Ever the cautious caretaker. Sometimes I wonder if you enjoy the chase more than the payoff.
I shrug. I do like living. That's a kind of payoff. The forest gradually thins, and the smell of damp bark fades into the more familiar sense of the frontier settlement. Wood smoke from cooking fires, a hint of resin from newly cut timber, pungent potions brewed by local druids or herbalists. My shoulders relax incrementally, though I remain on alert for any sign of plated guards carrying the eastern crest. Through gaps in the thick brush, I spot a plank walkway leading to Briarwatch's southwestern gate. A pair of rangers stands guard. They look bored, not with the tense, upright posture I'd expect if monarchy soldiers were breathing down their necks. If the delegates are here, they might be poking around the main thoroughfare. That might buy me time to slip in, restock, and vanish. Talia circles overhead, scanning.
I see no royal goons,
she reports in a hushed tone. Then she zips back down, landing lightly on my shoulder.
We'd better keep it that way. A pitched fight with oath mages right after we tangled with a forest beast from nightmares? I'm not exactly eager.
Nor am I. I reach up and pat the pouch containing the circlet. I can faintly feel the runic pulses, though subdued under Talia's illusions. Talia's wings tickle my cheek.
You do realize that if you'd died in there, I'd have to go rummaging for a new caretaker. Or starved in that thrice-cursed box again.
She tries to sound flippant, but I detect a thread of sincerity. I glance at her, a small smile tugging at my lips. You're welcome. Thanks for helping me live, too. That abomination wasn't going down with polite words. She puffs up.
Oh, absolutely. It was mostly my brilliance. Bunch of illusions parted because they recognized I'm the greater chaotic threat.
The corners of her mouth tug upward in an almost smile. Then she flicks a spark off her fingertips.
But let's not get all mushy.
Perish the thought. I tease, feeling oddly lighthearted. After a final check that the coast is clear, I edge forward along a narrow footpath, heading toward a side entrance that leads around the main street. Talia's illusions keep the circlet's aura masked, and I have the tingling sense we're sneaking forbidden treasure under watchful eyes. An idea slips into my mind. What if that circlet's energies can help Talia replenish her reserves in a stable way? Possibly. But her chaos bristled the runes earlier. Maybe it'd be adverse. Regardless, I suspect I'll have time to figure out how it can be safely tapped. No need to rush. For now, I'm content to keep it hidden, intact, and out of the monarchy's grasp. Talia tugs my ear gently.
You're daydreaming, caretaker. You plan to stand here gawking at trees all day, or do we get a stiff drink and maybe a warm meal?
My stomach answers with a low growl. She cackles in satisfaction. Right. Food. Let's get out of the open. If the monarchy swoops in, they can fight the Briars for all I care. We're done with that labyrinth. I nod. Step by step, we pick our way through older footpaths hidden by brush. As we round the final bend, the wooden ramparts of Briarwatch loom tall. A single guard dozes by a barrel, totally oblivious. Perfect. We can slip in unnoticed. I glance at Talia. She nods confidently, illusions humming. My heart resonates with a quiet thrill. A grin slips across my face, feeling the circlet's energy pulse with promise. It's as if the labyrinth's lifeblood thrums within me, urging me onward. This alliance might carry us further than we ever imagined. I take a final, steadying breath before stepping through a small wooden gate, slipping into the edges of Briarwatch. No matter how cornered we become, we found something truly extraordinary down in those vine-choked depths. Chapter 23. I shiver under layers of fur and leather, gazing out the rattling train window as the bronze line hauls us higher into the mountains. My breath clings to the glass in a frosty haze, and the reflection of my own tired face stares back at me. Outside, jagged peaks tower like the broke-off teeth of some slumbering giant, their slopes crowned by glittering crystal spires. Each jostle of the train sends a painful reminder through my stiff knees that we're on precarious tracks carved into sheer cliff faces. A hiss of steam blasts into the narrow compartment as the arcane engine fights the thin air. I can practically feel the locomotive straining, as though it might surrender and roll downhill any minute. At least if that happens, maybe we'll go out on a scenic route, I think grimly, suppressing the swirl of nerves in my gut. My newly acquired coat offers some warmth, especially with the runic patch sewn into its collar. Yet the frigid winds that sneak in through every crack test even the best insulation. Talia perches near my shoulder, swaddled in a scrap of the coat I begrudgingly cut for her. Her wings flutter with small, jittery movements, sending faint sparks that crackle in the chilly air. The altitude and cold seem to have subdued her. Then she releases a tiny, stifled sneeze, and I bite back a grin. "Cold enough for you, Chaos Fairy?" She shoots me a scathing look, rummaging deeper into the cloth.
"It's an icy hell," she growls. "You mortals have a talent for building your rickety stations on dangerously vertical cliffs."
The train jostles again as it hits a patch of uneven rails. My body lurches sideways against Talia's precarious perch, almost dislodging her. She squeaks in protest, wings fanning out in a swirl of rainbow energy that fizzles on contact with the cold. I grip a metal handle overhead, bracing myself. "You all right?" I ask. She sighs dramatically.
"As fine as a chaos fairy can be when half frozen. I'd ask you to conjure a little bonfire, caretaker, but we both know your illusions are about as robust as a soggy parchment."
I exhale a laugh, ignoring the sting of the caretaker jab. No matter how many scrapes we survive together, Talia insists on calling me that, as if I'm the babysitter. "We'll get off this train soon," I mutter, peeking outside again. The rising sun paints the snowy slopes in gold, and those glinting crystals look surreal, like shards of a giant geode speared into the mountaintops. Remarkable. I've never seen crystals so large out in the open. A scraping voice crackles through the overhead speaker, urging passengers to gather their bags and brace for crosswinds. We're nearing Cleft Spire Station. I press my hands into the pockets of my fur-lined cloak, feeling the weight of the protective lens I purchased. We'll need that in the Shard Speaker's abyss, I remind myself, picturing the stories of disorienting echoes lurking in the crystals below. The train halts with a jarring clang, steam pouring off the sides in thick, white clouds. I sling my blunderbuss over my shoulder, wincing as the sling rubs a bruised spot. Talia perches on my collar, her wings twitching in agitation. She can't decide whether to stay hidden or flutter about in the open.
"Let's hurry,"
she murmurs. We step out, and an icy wind slaps me full in the face. My lungs seize momentarily, the air so cold it's like swallowing shards of glass. I stumble forward on the frosted platform, arms pinwheeling to keep balance. A thick dwarven guard, sporting a thick russet beard and a cloak pinned with Cleft Spire's insignia, snatches my arm before I sprawl. "Watch your step, Outlander," he grumbles. "Tracks get slick this time of year." "Thanks," I manage. Behind him, ridges of ice glisten under the early sun. The swirling clouds around the spiky peaks are mesmerizing, but I can't ignore the sub-zero bite in my fingers. Talia huddles closer to my neck, the heat of her aura pitifully feeble in this environment. The guard releases me with surprising gentleness, then huffs. "Ill-prepared adventurers. Why do you lot never bring proper gear?" He shakes his head, gaze flicking my coat. "If you freeze to death, I'm not lugging the body off this mountain." I chuckle, though my breath shivers in the crisp cold. "I'll manage," I announce, half for myself and half for him. "Barely," I add silently. Then I notice his station patch, a small emblem of crossed pickaxes, crowned by a dwarven rune. "You're part of the local militia?" The dwarf nods curtly. "Aye, don't expect much help from the monarchy if you get in over your head. We stand on our own in these mountains." His scowl deepens, as if to ward off any illusions that the East might swoop in as saviors. Them royals do nothing for us but mouth empty decrees. I recall my run-ins with the monarchy's officials, none too pleasant, and can't entirely disagree. I understand. Appreciate the warning. He grunts, then jerks his chin toward a winding ramp that leads away from the platform. Town's up that way, but mind the crosswinds. Some fool lost half his pack off a cliff last week. I swallow a fresh knot of nerves, glancing over my shoulder at Talia. Her eyes flick from beneath the scrap of coat, scanning the stark peaks. A swirl of mountain air scuffs the ends of my hair. The crystals must be humming with latent energy. I can almost feel it reverberating in my bones, a faint thrum on the edge of hearing. A muffled man behind me coughs something about demon pixies and drags his trunk onto the platform. Talia stiffens. I place a cautionary hand near my collar, silently begging her not to fling sparks in a fit of temper. Let's keep moving. The last thing we need is a scuffle on an icy ledge. Snow crunches underfoot as we cross toward a short flight of steps. Each step wobbles under a crust of ice, and I cling to a chipped iron railing that feels almost brittle. You weren't kidding about the cold, I murmur, lips numb. Talia's tiny nails dig into my shoulder, the only sign she's as unsettled as I am. At the top, a clearing wide enough for a handful of wooden stalls greets us. Sparse lines of travelers shuffle by, carrying supplies for the pass or bartering for spiked boots that dangle from hooks. It's a far cry from the bustling markets down in Mistfall or Briarwatch. Up here, everything looks more grimly functional. Stubby wooden beams, heavy tarps weighed down by thick stones, and a few dwarven vendors in thick furs. I approach a stall where a dwarf woman is brushing ice off crates. Across the sign overhead, Crystal Fall Provisions, little icicles dangle, shimmering in the weak sunlight. She glances up.
Need gear?
She hollers over the whistling wind.
We got crampons, mountain rope, potions for altitude sickness.
My entire body screams yes to all of it, but my coin purse begs caution. I rummage in my pockets, producing a few leftover black mana shards and some lesser blues. The dwarf's brow furrows at the black shards, the faint necrotic aura apparently not lost on her. She doesn't comment, though, maybe too cold or too pragmatic to care. She gestures to a tangle of rope.
10 shards for the rope, another 6 for these spikes.
She waves a small pair of metal attachments for boots. I weigh the shards in my hand. I really only need a bit of rope. Got spikes from a friend in Emberford. I lie. I can't blow all my shards on gear we might not need if we go directly to the abyss. My breath mists. How about 4 shards for the rope? She snorts.
5, or freeze out there.
We lock gazes for a beat. Then I sigh and hand over 5. She snatches them, her quick eyes still suspicious of the black shards, but she pockets them anyway. With a tight nod, she hands me a coil of rope.
Luck to you,
she mutters, leaning her weight to keep a tarp from flapping away. Thanks. I sling the rope across my chest, ignoring Talia's pointed sigh at the unnecessary fuss. Better safe than sorry. We push on, passing a half-rotted sign that points toward cliffside barracks with a hand-painted arrow. The path beyond slopes upward, deeper into biting winds. On the periphery, I catch glimpses of dwarven homes carved into the stone. Faint, winking crystals set into the rock reflect orange lamplight from within. Talia shifts on my shoulder, mumbling.
A few rickety huts would be better than a windy gorge. Let's find an inn, or a hole, or anything that's not wide open to frostbite.
She sneezes again, a small flash of sparks swirling out in front of my face. I manage not to recoil. Agreed. Let's see if there's lodging near the station. I scan the meager cluster of buildings, searching for a place that might rent a bed. Most dwarves around here trudge by without so much as a glance, as if the swirling cold demands all their focus. One notices me fiddling with my rope and barks a laugh, probably at my human awkwardness. We spot a squat building labeled Heathen's Respite.
That an inn or a tomb?
Talia mutters. Indeed, from the outside, it looks not so different from a stone mausoleum. A single torch gutters near the door, sputtering under the onslaught of mountain gales. We wade through the snow and push inside, instantly greeted by a jarring shift in temperature. A wave of musty warmth slaps me across the face. The interior is cramped, but a rudimentary stove crackles in the corner, belching out heat. A few dwarven patrons brood over bowls of steaming soup. One raises his head at our entry, eyes narrowing at the sight of Talia's wings. I do my best not to stare back as I approach the front desk, really just a wooden slab on a couple of barrels. A dwarven woman, presumably the proprietor, eyes me skeptically. "You bedded down or passing through?" "Passing through," I reply, huffing warm air into my numb fingers. "We might take a room later, but first I need to investigate something in the area. The, Shard Speaker's Abyss. Is there a safe route?" My voice drops at the mention of the caverns. I expect her to recoil or lecture me about the perils. She pales slightly. "Safe route," she echoes, drumming her stubby nails on the desk. "No such thing. That labyrinth of crystals devours half the idiots who wander in. If you insist, best talk to the local guides, and you'll want ear protection. The echoes can drive you mad." Talia sniffs.
"I know something about illusions."
She flicks a spark that crackles across the top of the desk. The innkeeper's eyes widen. I can tell she's not thrilled about having a chaos fairy in her establishment. Illusions alone won't save you from a collapsed corridor." The dwarven woman responds stiffly. "Nor the scorpions. They're big as hounds. Shards can refract your illusions back at you. So watch it." My stomach twists. Giant crystal scorpions. Great. "Thanks for the advice." She shrugs and returns to rummaging through a stack of chipped bowls. I cast a glance around for an empty chair to rest, but between the cramped layout and the suspicious dwarven stares, it's not exactly welcoming. "Guess we'll move on," I murmur to Talia. Back outside, the wind smacks me again like a frozen slap across the face. "This place is brutal." Talia tugs at my ear.
"We can't wander around until we become ice statues, caretaker. Let's see if we can find a quiet corner out of the wind. Plan our next move."
It's not a terrible idea. I spot a small, recessed doorway to the left of the inn, maybe an abandoned storehouse. We duck inside the open alcove, grateful for the minimal reprieve from the gale. Clumps of old crates line the walls, dusted faintly with snow. I kneel behind them, adjusting my coat to cover more of Talia.
"How are you not an icicle yet?"
she wonders, peeking over my collar. Then she notices the subtle glow of the runic patch near my shoulder.
"Cheater,"
she accuses, but her tone is mildly intrigued.
"Why'd I get stuck with a leftover scrap while you have a fancy runic patch?"
I grin wryly. "Because I paid for it. You do recall we wasted a chunk of coin on the labyrinth fiasco, right?" She huffs.
"If you'd let me unleash real chaos, we wouldn't have nearly died or wasted money."
She's not wrong, but it's complicated. I can't help rolling my eyes. Yes, next time we face an overgrown root monster or a legion of illusions, I'll stand aside and let you blow up everything.
"That's the spirit,"
she encourages with a grin sharp as a razor blade. A swirl of color flickers through her wings, a sign that she's recharging a bit from the mountain's ambient mana. Strange. This place definitely has some hidden power. The crystals overhead shimmer, reflecting the sun in a mesmerizing array of flickers across the rocky slopes. I stand, ignoring the dull ache in my knees. "Right, let's—" My words catch in my throat as another group of travelers pushes up the path, grizzled dwarves in heavy armor, accompanied by a figure wearing fancy trappings, with a faint eastern crest on the collar. My pulse flutters in alarm. I quickly duck behind the crates again, hoping to avoid any direct run-in with monarchy affiliates. The group passes, their heavy boots crunching the snow. More trouble in paradise, evidently. We wait a full minute until their footsteps fade. Then Talia arches an eyebrow.
They're everywhere these days. The monarchy must be sniffing out shards.
Probably, I mutter. All the more reason for us to get in and out quickly. My gaze drifts up to the jagged, crystalline peaks again. But how quickly can we manage, given the rumored dangers? After gathering my courage, I step from the storehouse alcove. A savage gust nearly topples me. Talia swears under her breath. We trudge back toward the main thoroughfare near the station, aiming to circle around for a better vantage of the settlement. As we pass a cluster of thick timbers hammered into the ground, a dwarven teenager lugs a crate across the icy path. He stumbles, crate tilting precariously, and I rush to steady it. Talia, perched on my shoulder, accidentally draws the boy's gaze. He yelps, nearly losing his grip.
Demon Pixie!
He blurts. Talia bristles with fury, her wings snapping out from beneath the cloth. The swirling sparks highlight her annoyance.
Watch your mouth!
She growls, anger snapping in every syllable. The poor kid backs away, lip trembling, clearly not expecting a pint-sized chaos machine to talk back. I shuffle forward, returning the crate to a steadier position in his arms. It's fine. I've got it, I reply gently. The last thing I need is a meltdown from Talia. The teen nods shakily, then hustles off with wide eyes. I can almost feel Talia scowling bullets into his back. A faint snicker from somewhere else in the crowd. Another local sees Talia, sneers, and mutters, "Demon Pixie." The echo in their voice drips with suspicion. Talia's face twists. She surges upright, sparks dancing in the frigid air.
You want demon? I'll show you demon!
She starts, but stops when I place a careful hand near her wing. My head shakes once, a silent plea. She scowls but relents. Barely. Humph. We push onward, ignoring the prying stares. The dwarven guard from earlier is standing watch near the station, eyeing us. He flicks a sidelong glance, half likely expecting me to cause trouble. I keep my eyes forward, though I sense Talia's wings vibrating under her coat scrap as fresh mana gusts around her. This mountaintop swirl keeps feeding her a trickle of renewed strength. I hope she doesn't blow something up. Then, a tall figure in a patched cloak, maybe a traveling beast folk or a wiry human, steps directly in front of us with a sneer. Demon Pixie, he snarls in a low voice, clearly wanting confrontation. Get back on the train, freaks! A line of cold fury coils in my chest. I've dealt with plenty of prejudice, but I'm too exhausted, too chilled to muster a measured response. Talia moves first. She jabs a tiny finger at him, sparks swirling in defiance.
Hope you freeze your damn ears off!
She hisses loud enough for several passers-by to hear. He flinches, startled by her fierce retort. Then he recovers with a glare, stepping aside with a dismissive wave. The tension thickens for an instant. I inhale, forcing a calm front. Let's not escalate. My bandolier is hidden beneath my coat, but I'm ready to grab a frost shell if needed. He only snorts and continues on his way, muttering curses. I press a palm to her side, half in thanks, half in exasperation. She wrenches away, her eyes blazing.
If one more fool calls me demon...
I sigh. Let's find a vantage point, figure out how we approach the abyss, keep warm, and try not to cause an avalanche of trouble. Deal? Her face twitches with the fairy equivalent of a reluctant grin.
Deal.
She shakes out the tattered scrap of coat with an air of wounded pride, then raises her chin. A swirl of mountain mana drifts around us in faint pulses, as if the crystals overhead are singing an unheard note that resonates in Talia's aura. A creeping murmur in my hearing makes me realize the crystals are humming an elusive tone slightly beyond my range, like a far-off choir warming up. That must be the presence of the Shard Speaker's abyss. I grit my teeth. We'll need everything we've got to handle this place. Chapter 24. I brace myself against a sudden gust of frigid wind as I step into Crystal Falls Square. The day is bitterly cold, and my breath swirls in pale clouds. Though the square is hemmed in by jagged crystal canopies overhead, the chill gnaws through my cloak. Each time I exhale, my lungs feel raw. Even my blunderbuss strapped against my back seems to protest the thin air. Yet Crystal Falls Square buzzes with a frantic energy that almost offsets the cold. Talia perches on my shoulder with her usual impatience. She mutters something about
mortal-run frost pits
as she eyes our surroundings. Everywhere I look, dwarves and the occasional gnome hurry about, lugging crates of newly quarried crystal. A handful of humans and beast folk bustle between makeshift stalls, arms laden with pickaxes or bundles of supplies. The place rings with the syncopated clang of pickaxes on stone, like 100 tiny bells hammered out of tune. I breathe in the crisp, mineral-laced air. My sense is overwhelmed by the interplay of harsh mountain wind and the acrid tang of arcane sparks drifting off newly excavated quartz.
Can you believe these greedy rock chippers?
Talia snipes.
All huddled under crystals like they're precious trophies, charging triple price for a measly glass lens. Ha!
The truth is, I can't claim to be shocked. Price gouging in frontier settlements is almost a tradition. But her comment makes me glance sideways at the nearest merchant stall, planks of pine hammered together into a rickety booth. The dwarf behind it is short-tempered and stocky, sporting a thick beard with metal rings woven into it. He's laying out magnifying crystals, replacement gears for mining rigs, and racks of bizarre instruments that glimmer with leftover enchantments. My heartbeat quickens at the sight of a small focusing lens shining under the glow of a lantern. I've spent days trying to track something exactly like that. My gaze flicks to the dwarven merchant's face. His eyes narrow, wrinkling the sun-baked skin around them.
"Careful with your gawking,"
he grumbles.
"You break it, you buy it."
He speaks with the clipped accent local to these mountains, the kind that pronounces everything in short, stony bursts. "Just looking, friend," I reply, though I can't hide the eagerness edging my voice. The lens is small, a disc of finely polished crystal in a hinged brass ring. Runes glimmer around its rim, suggesting some measure of enchantment. Or so I hope. I've had enough worthless trinkets in my life to be wary. But illusions have nearly spelled my doom before. If the rumors about Shard Speaker's abyss are true, echoes bouncing everywhere, illusions fracturing sight and hearing, then stepping inside without some advantage would be reckless. "How much?" I ask, though my chest already tightens. My coin purse is heartbreakingly light. I set my handful of mana shards on his rickety table, about a dozen, glimmering in subdued blues and blacks. I can practically feel Talia's scorn rolling off her in waves. We are short on funds, sure, but we're also short on safer paths. The merchant squints at my offering, pats one shard between calloused fingers, then snorts.
"They're decent enough,"
he remarks, though his lips curl in suspicion.
"Short of what I'd normally take, though. The lens took weeks to craft. Each runic groove had to be carved from old Grelm. He lost half a finger to a fracturing crystal, you know."
"My condolences," I drawl, massaging a knot in my shoulder. "But that's every shard I can spare. The mountain must be hungry if it demands more." In truth, these shards are all I have left from recent salvage after we set aside travel fare. I wonder if I can guilt him into dropping the price. Then again, dwarven merchants aren't known for guilt-based charity.
12 shards,
he scoffs, shaking his head to jostle the rings in his beard.
"The lens is worth more. But you got a fairy, do you?"
Unfortunately.
Talia snaps, crossing her arms as though daring the dwarf to say another word. He glances at Talia, curiosity stirring in his eyes.
I've heard chaos folk can sense illusions by stirring them up.
There's a pointed tone in his voice, like he's fishing for a demonstration.
Are you sure you even need my lens, stranger?
I frown. My companion might be good at weaving illusions, or unraveling them, often in painfully unpredictable ways. But we're dealing with crystal illusions in the depths. I'd rather not gamble on how well her brand of chaos interacts with them. We want the lens. He gives a grudging shrug, then sweeps the shards into a leather pouch.
Fine, but you run out of coin next time you come begging. It's your problem, not mine.
He extends a hand, gesturing for me to take the focusing lens. I sigh in relief and pocket it, ignoring Talia's pointed glare. She doesn't like it when I spend everything we have, but I don't see a safer alternative. I step back from the booth and examine the lens properly, flipping it over in my gloved hand. Intricate runes ring the edges, shining faintly.
This better work, I murmur. We can't afford a dud.
Talia hums, drifting off my shoulder to circle around the lens in midair.
Looks about as fancy as a chunk of glass someone spat on.
Her wings stir a wave of sparks that fizzle in the cold.
But if it keeps you from walking into a pit or drooling at illusions, by all means, caretaker, strap it in.
A wry smile touches my lips. I was a caretaker of illusions before you ever hopped from that puzzle box, remember? I hold the lens up toward a row of suspended crystals overhead to test its clarity. The translucent surfaces blur for a split second through the lens, then sharpen into crisp lines. A faint tingle hums through my fingertips. Magic does coil in these runes. We drift deeper into Crystal Fall Square. The bustle is intense. Dwarves hoist crates full of glittering shards. Gnomish tinkerers are elbow-deep in half-built contraptions, muttering about resonant frequencies and cavern echoes. Meanwhile, travelers from across the Bronze Line haggle over winter gear or protective ear charms. The overall noise jangles in my ears, each clang or grunt amplified by the tall crystal canopies overhead. No wonder illusions run rampant in the deeper abyss. The acoustics up here are disorienting. A cough behind me draws my attention. An older dwarf in coarse mining attire stands there, missing half his teeth.
Heard you talking illusions,
he mentions in a gravelly hush.
Not just those. You watch out for those sound phantoms, too.
He points a knobby finger upward at the spires of crystal overhead.
Ain't only your eyes that get fooled. The crystals fling your voice back at you. Sometimes you hear your own footsteps, but think it's a monster creeping behind.
He taps the side of his head, giving me a grave look.
Drives folks mad if they're not ready.
Thanks for the warning, I tell him, voice subdued. Talia barks a short cackle.
Sound illusions. Perfect. Now we'll have to deal with echo ghosts on top of everything else. Maybe I can scare them away with my unstoppable chaos.
She flexes her tiny arms dramatically, then sighs.
Oh, wait. It's too damned cold.
The miner gives her a wary squint, then shrugs as he totters off. I catch sight of a second dwarf waving him over, and the pair disappears into the busy throng. For a moment I watch the swirl of iron helmets, thick gloves, and the occasional glint of pickaxes. These people rely on crystal mining for a living. No wonder so many dwarves sharpen steel for the sake of pulling out shards. I swallow, stepping aside to let a donkey-drawn cart squeak past on warped wheels. After the cart's gone, I spot something out of place near the station steps. A tall figure draped in an immaculate cloak. Though half the silhouette is obscured by drifting steam from the train engine, I recognize the bearing of someone who holds themselves with a rigid confidence. A crest glints at their collar, a stylized hawk design I vaguely recall from Eastern officials I've encountered before. My stomach clenches. Beside them stands a guard wearing the monarchy's insignia, posture stiff as a rod. The pair mutter to each other, scanning the square as if taking silent inventory of every miner, traveler, or piece of contraband they might exploit. I can't help noticing how dwarven onlookers give them a wide berth. Many scowl or shuffle away, too proud to show fear but unwilling to risk confrontation. The East rarely enters a place like Cleft Spire for casual errands. A prickle of alarm runs up my spine. The monarchy has tried to expand its influence in the frontier, snatching any potent relic they catch wind of. They'd be all too happy to confiscate an echo crystal if it's as valuable as people claim. Probably why the official is here, ironically. Talia notices my rigid posture and flicks her wings near my ear.
We already have an annoyed monarchy breathing down our neck? Perfect!
She coos sarcastically.
I'm sure your cunning plan of having zero money and a sparkle lens will solve everything.
I breathe slowly, forcing my tension out. Let's not draw attention, I whisper, guiding her to settle back on my shoulder. We skirt the edges of Crystal Fall Square, dodging scrap piles of broken quartz and a few dwarven miners who squabble over the day's haul. A merchant hawking Frostwalker boots calls out to me, but I shake my head. Already spent everything. I push through a cluster of onlookers, gathered around a gnome tinkerer demonstrating a crystal harmonizer. It emits a quick, resonant ping that sets my teeth on edge, and my new lens flares with a spark of defensive magic before dying back down. So it's reacting to certain echoes. That's promising. In the corner of my vision, the Eastern official descends a short flight of steps, pausing occasionally as though scanning the square for something or someone. By sheer chance or grace, they seem distracted enough not to notice me. For now, anyway. We won't get another chance if they realize we're here. I turn, slipping deeper into the crowd. I need to get out, get underground, and do what I came for before the monarchy's watchers appear at the cavern entrance, demanding we hand over relics. I quicken my pace, weaving around supply crates and half-assembled mining gear. The clang of pickaxes lowers, and the brisk air grows sharper the closer I get to an arched tunnel at the far side of the square. That tunnel leads downward, presumably to the labyrinth of crystal-strewn corridors known as Shard Speaker's Abyss. I pause in the lee of a stone outcropping. Time to attach the lens properly. My hands tremble, a mix of excitement and leftover nerves from glimpsing that official. Here goes, I mumble. I fit the bracket around the right side of my enchanted glasses. With a single click, the lens settles in place. It wobbles once, then holds. I exhale, carefully turning my head to test whether everything remains stable. A bright ripple runs through my vision, and I blink in surprise. The lens clarifies the cluster of distant crystals overhead. No double images, no kaleidoscopic glare. Good sign. I can also sense a mild hum across my cheeks. The lens is saturated with enchantment. If it can protect me from illusions, it's worth every shard. I have to believe that, or risk the slow churn of dread creeping in. I hazard another glance over my shoulder toward the station steps. Sure enough, the official stands there, posture erect, scanning the square as though expecting to see suspicious activity. A few dwarven miners mutter curses about the East never missing a chance to poke their noses in our mines. The official's guard, wearing the monarchy's insignia on a polished breastplate, glances around with barely disguised disdain for the local hustle. A knot of conflicting emotions forms in my gut. What exactly are they searching for here? Probably the same thing I am. The rumor is that echo crystals can disrupt or amplify spells in ways the monarchy would kill for. Unease prickles my spine. Where official interest goes, trouble usually follows. And it looks like the local militia only tolerates the official's presence out of wary necessity. Maybe a trade agreement or a forced courtesy. Regardless, I don't want to be around when they start questioning random travelers. Setting my jaw, I slip the lens up a notch to double-check it's secure, then pivot sharply. Talia hovers beside me, crossing her arms in a silent,
"We really should leave now,"
scowl. I nod, trying to hide the flicker of anxiety. We make for the abyss. Determined to stay a step ahead, I pocket my new lens and lead us toward the twisting path descending into the mountain's core. Chapter 25. I clutch my guild token in my palm, tempted to rub it like some good luck charm. It's chilly in the dim entrance tunnel, despite the 1,000 shards of quartz reflecting dusty slivers of light all around us. Jagged crystals poke through collapsed arches, forming a spiky labyrinth well before we even reach the true entrance of the Shard Speaker's abyss. My breath echoes oddly off every surface, bouncing back in disjointed rings that make me question whether it's my own breath or someone else's.
"You claim you can handle yourself?"
demands the dwarf to my left. She's shorter than me by nearly half my height, but the intensity in her eyes makes me feel small. Mira Earthsplitter. The name is apt. Her auburn hair is braided tightly under a soot-stained bandana, and she grips a miner's pick with the same ease I hold my blunderbuss. She's not wearing a warm smile. I show her the token with careful fingers. The stamped design is chipped near the edges, but the guild crest is visible enough. At least I hope so. I've done appraisal work in Mistfall, I tell her, trying to sound more confident than I feel. Dug up my share of relics. Survived a few close calls. I'm no wide-eyed tourist. Mira snorts softly.
Uh-huh. And that squeaky fairy at your shoulder? Another questionable credential?
Her pick quivers in her hand, as if one wrong word from me might trigger a brawl.
You two look like you wandered off the bronze line and broke into the supply yard.
Talia, perched near my ear in her usual pose, flutters her tattered wings with a scathing flick.
"Squeaky? Listen, pickaxe lady, I'll show you, Squeaky."
I raise my hand before Talia can jab the dwarf with a spark. We're prepared, I insist, keeping my tone measured. We've learned the ropes in other dungeons, a bit of a knack for illusions and magical obstacles, and I'd prefer not to get buried. That's why we want a local guide. We're offering a fair share. Mira's gaze slides to Talia. Maybe it's the rainbow flicker in Talia's wings. Maybe it's the faint aura of chaos swirling around us. I'm not sure, but the dwarven miner's suspicion is clear. After a moment, she shrugs, tucking the pick against her shoulder.
16%, or you can find someone else.
Her voice is flat, almost bored, but her eyes are still watchful.
My clan's short on workable gear. We need gold or crystals to buy replacements, or we're done for the season.
I do quick mental math. 16%'s nothing to sneeze at. But we have no time to haggle for a better rate, so I extend my hand. Fine, we can do that. She eyes the offered hand, then grips it in a brief, firm shake.
Lose my trust, I'll leave you to the echoes, or the scorpions.
Talia huffs.
"Charm just oozes out of you, I see,"
she mutters. Mira pretends not to hear. She rummages in a small pouch and tosses me a smooth stone disc about half the size of my palm. The surface is etched with a swirl of runes.
Mufflin charm, she explains. Not foolproof, but it should dull the worst of the echoes if you rub it and whisper the activation word. Keep it ready. The deeper we go, the more the damned echoes bounce.
I nod, passing a second muffling stone to Talia. She frowns at it before stuffing it into a fold of the scrap she calls her chaos shawl. Meanwhile, Mira sets a flickering lantern on a nearby rock, and the feeble glow traces spidery patterns along the quartz-littered ground. The entrance to the abyss itself is easy to miss. It's a gash in the rock floor where boulders have collapsed, leading to a tunnel that dips at a sharp angle. The maze of fractured quartz stretches in every direction, with no single path obvious. We pick our way downward, the slightest crunch of gravel magnifying tenfold against the crystalline walls. It's eerie, like stepping into a giant bell that keeps ringing. I can hardly hear my own breath over the swirling echoes. Each time my boot scrapes a stone, the noise shoots off at weird angles, resonating like a glass harp. Talia, trying to help, conjures a half-baked illusion to dull our shapes and footsteps. The moment she does, bright rainbow reflections burst along every crystal surface, doubling and tripling the illusions. Argh! Stop! I squint, stung by sudden kaleidoscopes of color. My eyes water under the onslaught. Talia curses under her breath.
Sorry, everything's so reflective here. My illusions are bouncing like a kid's carnival hall of mirrors.
Her wings flutter in annoyance, sending a handful of sparks sizzling into the gloom. Warn me next time, I grunt, rubbing my eyes. At least let me snap on my lens. Pushing my glasses up the bridge of my nose, I open the hinged focusing lens on the right side. Instantly, the harsh glare around us settles a fraction. The swirling illusions become sharper, less disorienting. Thank the gods for small mercies. Mira's lips twitch into a half-smirk. Never thought I'd see a chaos fairy overuse illusions. You realize you're in a cavern of living glass, right? Talia folds her arms.
I realize it fine now, honey. Don't worry, I'll moderate the chaos for your sake.
Mira snorts, picking up her lantern again. She points toward a cluster of jagged pillars that block off the next section of tunnel. Crumbs of quartz glitter underfoot. We'll skirt around that. If you breathe too heavily near those spires, they can topple or fracture. And trust me, you don't want to unleash a hail of full-sized crystals on your head. I shudder, imagining the lethal shards plummeting from above. Understood, I whisper. We continue in a crouch, stepping over lumps of shattered rock. Even the whisper of fabric across my coat seems amplified, followed by a ghostly echo. At times, it almost sounds like someone else is creeping behind us, imitating our footsteps on a half-second delay. I try not to let my imagination run wild. Mira gestures for us to stop at a corner where the tunnel angles left. Hold on, she murmurs. Her voice is so low I nearly miss it. Ironically, the echoes make it more audible, repeating, hold on, back at us in a faint hiss. She inclines her head, letting the lantern's light spill gently around the bend. Shadows, she notes, an uneasy tension in her tone. From my last run, I remember something crawling there. Could be scorpions, could be me seeing illusions. Hard to be sure. I inhale slowly, adrenaline kicking up. My blunderbuss is slung across my back, loaded with a single Frostwave cartridge. I decide to keep it there unless something charges. The last thing I want is to blow half the cavern down with a poorly aimed shot that triggers a collapse. But I'd rather not get my face stung by a crystal scorpion. Talia flutters toward a vantage point on a small ledge overhead, her tiny boots tapping the quartz. She's extra cautious not to let illusions run amok. I'm not sensing big lumps of mana this close, but I'm picking up flickers of movement. Could be small creatures. Mira's jaw sets. She steps around the corner, lantern held aloft, her pick in her other hand. The corridor beyond is narrower, with walls that glitter like a starry sky. I tighten my grip on the muffling charm, hoping it'll keep us from making a racket. But I also hope it won't become worthless if a scorpion decides to snap. The sound of her foot on a loose pebble resonates with a plink, plink, plink that sets my nerves on edge. All right, Mira mutters. So far, so. She cuts herself off, eyes widening. A shape skitters across a chunk of crystal shards on the floor. It's small, maybe the size of a rat, a spindly, insectile shape of transparent legs, glass-like in appearance. It scurries off into a crevice and vanishes with a clack. The echoes swirl around us, turning that single clack into a whole percussion line. Must be a juvenile scorpion, Mira deduces. Her posture relaxes a fraction. Juveniles are less likely to attack unless cornered. Still, watch out for the stinger. Even the small ones pack a punch. Talia sighs.
They have stingers made of crystal? That's new. Usually scorpions come in the standard chitin variety, but I guess the mountains decided to be extra horrible.
You're telling me. Mira moves forward carefully, scanning the walls, which glimmer in whites, pinks, and blues. The deeper we push, the more compressed the air feels, as if the cavern is hugging us in a tight, crystalline grip. Occasionally, my focusing lens ripples with a mild pulse, an indication that illusions are fluttering around corners. My own reflection winks at me from multiple angles. Sometimes Talia's reflection overlaps with mine, merging into a weird double silhouette. I'm forced to ignore these flickers of false movement if I want to keep a grip on what's real. It's like the grotto illusions all over again, except sharper and with added echoes. We creep steadily downward. The rocky path beneath us slopes so steeply that I have to brace one hand on the crystal-studded wall. Mira slows us to a snail's pace, testing each footfall. She explains in hushed tones that a single abrupt noise can bounce until the entire chamber vibrates, potentially loosening precarious crystals from overhead. Midway through, the corridor opens into a wider space where the ceiling vaults up, creating an unsettling sense of emptiness above. Mira lifts her lantern, revealing twisted columns of quartz rising floor to ceiling, like the ribs of a giant beast. The air here is louder, filled with an ambient hum that creeps along my skin. A faint, warbling echo sounds somewhere behind me, and my heart stutters. It almost sounds like my voice, or Talia's, but overlaid with a weird resonance.
Hey,
Talia whispers, noticing my tension.
you good?
I swallow. I think I heard my own voice behind me, I admit, feeling silly. Probably the echo, right? Her expression shifts to concern.
Probably. Let's hope.
She glances at Mira, who offers a stiff nod of confirmation. No one seems eager to dwell on the possibility it might be something else. A few steps more, and we see a scattering of broken crystal shards on the floor, some large, some small, each piece glinting. Mira kneels, carefully picking up a jagged fragment.
Recently chipped, she observes. We are not the first ones to come inside recently, or else the scorpions have been up to something. Could be from a scuffle.
She cuts a glance my way.
More reason to watch our backs.
I nod. Agreed. Gently, I shift my stance. My foot catches a smaller rock, sending it skittering across the floor. The resulting scrape rises in volume, repeating again and again until it's a squealing crescendo that bounces from pillar to pillar. My ears ring under the assault. Damn these echoes! Mira winces and rubs her temple.
Keep it together. This place can drive you mad if you panic. I heard the story. Some adventurers started hearing their own footsteps repeating so often they thought a horde of scorpions was chasing them. Ended up firing spells all over. Collapsed half the corridor on themselves.
No wonder people rarely come down here. The environment alone is a hazard, never mind the creatures. We skirt around a pillar carved into a spiral shape by centuries of mineral growth. Or maybe it's more recent. The lines are so clean, it's almost artistic. Another wave of warbling echoes surges through the chamber, triggered by some unseen shift of stone deeper in the cavern. I can't help imagining enormous crystals shifting in the darkness beyond our lantern light. Mira abruptly stops and holds up a warning hand. I freeze. Talia hovers, wings held tight. It's a moment before I realize how silent it's become, like a calm after a storm. A stray drip of water from overhead plinks onto a crystal shard at our feet, and the impact rattles my nerves. The echo escalates again, swirling around us in maddening loops. For half a second, I picture myself shooting the water droplet in frustration. When the echoes fade, Mira exhales.
We have to keep going. The real entrance to the deeper caverns is past these columns. But be warned, that's where the illusions and the echoes get truly nasty. You'll see your own reflection whisper into you. Don't respond. Don't let it fool you.
Talia lowers herself closer to my shoulder.
Great. More illusions,
She mutters.
If the entire planet could stop throwing illusions at us, I'd be thrilled.
A flutter of movement catches my eye. I pause, gesturing to Talia. She nods, squinting in the direction I indicate. The reflection of our lantern flickers, and within the reflections, there's something else, like a spider scuttling across glass. My pulse jumps, but a second later, the shape is gone.
An echo of a creature.
Talia offers, her voice subdued.
Or the real thing. Hard to tell, caretaker.
Mira hisses.
Stay focused. Let's not jump at every flicker.
Step by step, we advance until the corridor narrows again. Broken shards underfoot threaten to crunch with every step, but we do our best to distribute our weight. Each small crunch still erupts into a commotion of echoes. A few times, I glance behind me, certain I hear a second set of footsteps not matching our own. Every time, I see nothing but the distorted glow of crystals. Mira lowers her lantern, stepping carefully over a wide crack in the floor.
We're nearly there,
she mutters, glancing at me.
You two ready? The next part is going to be worse. The echoes might shape themselves into whales if we're unlucky.
My heart sinks. Whales? Great. Talia makes a pained face, no doubt recalling the necromantic moans we heard in the tombs. We handle illusions, we handle moaning noises. Sure, that's normal. Mira manages a grin, more grim than amused, then nods.
Stay close, and if something steps out that doesn't look like a reflection, aim carefully. One misfire could bring half the corridor down, or set off a chain reaction. Understood?
I swallow. Understood. Mira hefts her lantern again, shining it to reveal a wedge-shaped gap in the crystal-laden wall ahead, likely the official threshold to the abyss's deeper chambers. There, in that gap, is a cluster of swirling shadows. A trick of the light, another reflection, or something real. The trembling hush in my chest warns me illusions might only be half the threat. High above, a random crystal ping echoes with a note so pure it sends goosebumps racing down my arms. The place feels alive, waiting for us to slip up. Talia and I share a tense look. The deeper recesses of the abyss promise hazards that thrive on confusion, and already I feel the press of claustrophobic tension ratcheting up with each step across the crystal-studded corridors. Chapter 26. I step gingerly over a slab of fractured quartz, my boots scraping on chips of reflective stone that clatter like broken glass. Everything here glitters with shifting light. My breath echoes in a dozen directions at once, amplified by the odd acoustics of the shard speaker's abyss. Mira's lantern glows ahead of me, bathing the passage in an unsteady orange circle. She's limping a bit after our last scramble over a ridge of razor-thin rocks, but she hasn't complained. She never does, not even when the crystal-laden air must be tearing at her lungs. Talia perches on my shoulder, wings buzzing with a subdued crackle. The dryness of the air clearly messes with her chaotic aura, but she's putting on a brave show, crossing her tiny arms in defiance of the cold.
This better lead somewhere, caretaker,
Talia murmurs.
All this glimmer is starting to give me the mother of all headaches.
Less complaining, more spotting, I reply. If illusions or hidden beasts lurk behind those crystals, I'd rather know before they chew off my face. Her wings twitch irritably, releasing a flicker of sparks.
Cheerful as ever, I see. Don't worry, if something tries to chew your face, I'll at least roast it after your first scream.
Mira glances back, smirking.
You two bicker full time, or do you ever stop to breathe?
I rub my forehead. We have our moments. They're fleeting. Ahead, the tunnel broadens abruptly, like stepping from a narrow alley onto a wide avenue. The walls sweep outward, revealing a corridor large enough to fit a small house. At first, I breathe a tentative sigh of relief. More room means I can maneuver my blunderbuss in a fight. But that relief vanishes the instant movement appears near the far edge of the passage. Something is scuttling across reflective slabs of quartz. Several somethings, in fact. I raise a hand, signaling Mira to hold the lantern low. "Down!" I hiss. She immediately dips the lantern behind a small outcropping. I strain my eyes through dim light and catch the gleam of multifaceted bodies, almost as if giant living gems are crawling around. Talia shifts on my shoulder, wings buzzing faster.
"Oh, that is not good. Scorpions. Big, flashy scorpions."
I see them now. They're the size of large hunting dogs, segmented tails curving high overhead. They have pincers shaped like jagged shards that click in an unsettling staccato rhythm. The sound echoes so painfully off the walls that I wince at the dissonance. "Fuck, they're loud," I mutter, palming my blunderbuss. The scorpions notice us about the same time we notice them. As if on cue, two of them lurch forward, tails snapping in a sharp upward arc. Their stingers look like pinkish crystals, pulsing in a slow glow, likely raw mana building up inside. A wave of chittering erupts, intensifying the pounding echoes in my head. Talia flicks off my shoulder, darting into the air.
"If you want illusions, I can do illusions,"
she offers, though her excitement wavers.
"But I doubt they'll do much when they can sense vibrations."
Still, she raises her hands and emits a flurry of sparks, bursting into fractal shards that ricochet off the scorpion's glossy shells. The creatures hiss, tails still raised. The biggest scorpion lunges. I react on instinct, raising my blunderbuss and slotting a repulsion blast cartridge into the breech with a sharp, practiced motion. I brace it against my chest and pull the trigger. The recoil slams back, nearly jolting the weapon from my hands, while the corridor erupts in a thunderous crack. Sound waves bounce wildly off the crystal walls, magnifying the blast into a concussive quake. The scorpion takes a direct hit, its body flung sideways with a high-pitched screech. Even Mira staggers, pressing her hands to her ears. My hearing goes fuzzy, a horrible ringing that pushes me close to dizziness. "Watch the corners!" Mira shouts, her voice sounding distant through the pulsing whine in my eardrums. "There might be more coming around!" Her warning proves accurate. Another pair of scorpions clatters in from the right, drawn by the noise. They slip over lumps of crystal like it's a polished dance floor, pincers snapping greedily. I fumble for my Frostwave cartridge, cursing the fact that we didn't buy more. I'm nearly out. Doesn't matter. Right now, we have to survive. I slam the frost cartridge into the chamber, aim at the nearest scorpion's face, and fire. There's a split-second hiss before a surge of icy shards envelops the creature. A crackle echoes as frost creeps over its exoskeleton, turning shimmering quartz plates in opaque white. The scorpion howls, a bizarre metallic screech, then collapses under the sudden freeze. Thank the gods. But I have no time to celebrate, as the next scorpion scrabbles over its fallen sibling, stinger jabbing for my chest. Mira leaps forward, pickaxe in hand. With a grunt, she swings for the creature's side. The hardened crystal shell deflects most of the blow, but she manages to chip off a chunk of glowing pink near its tail. The scorpion whips around, stinger thrashing dangerously close to her face. She ducks, rolling clear. If we hadn't had the wide corridor, that tail would have pinned her to the nearest rock. "Need a little help up here!" she barks. Talia swoops low, eyes narrowing on the scorpion's exposed side. She summons a swirl of energy, sending prismatic embers drifting in a bright ring around her fists.
"Hey, shiny creep!"
she yells, voice laced with mocking.
"Eat this!"
She thrusts both hands forward, releasing a roiling wave of pink and violet sparks that strike the scorpion's flank. In an instant, the shell glows red-hot, cracks forming in the crystalline plating as if it's being melted from within. The scorpion spasms, then combusts in a molten burst of iridescent shards, spattering sizzling debris along the floor. I throw up an arm to shield my eyes from stray flecks. The creature's death rattle merges with the ringing in my ears, leaving me half-deafened. I gulp a breath, scanning for more scorpions. The passage fills with swirling dust and shimmering crystal fragments. My lens harness has gone slightly askew from recoil, so I adjust it hastily with one hand while turning to see if Mira's okay. She stands hunched, pressing her palm to a fresh cut on her calf. Blood trickles between her fingers. "You good?" I ask, stepping closer. She nods, wincing. "Just a scratch." Her gaze flits warily over the corridor, making sure no more scorpions creep out from behind the rock spires. "Those damned tails have reach." "Hold on," I kneel beside her, rummaging for a bandage from my pack. Better to bind it now than risk infection. Talia hovers overhead.
No sign of fresh scorpion movement. Hearing a few distant scrapes, though.
She gestures deeper into the gloom.
Love to stay and chat, but I'd prefer not to be dinner for overgrown insects.
I finish tying a bandage around Mira's calf. She flexes her foot, grunts in thanks, and stands. That's about all the time we can spare. In the center of the corridor lies the shattered remains of the scorpions. Twitching legs, a frozen carapace, and a warped chunk of crystal that once formed a stinger. The scene glistens with remnants of arcane energy. As we step around the carnage, I catch Talia eyeing a particularly large stinger tip, its pinkish hue thrumming with leftover mana. Tiny arcs of energy dance across its fractured surface. She drifts closer, curiosity getting the better of her. Her expression turns hungry. "Careful," I warn. She flicks me a dismissive wave.
"I know, caretaker."
Then she stretches out a hand, letting a wisp of chaos swirl around her fingertips. The scorpion shard flickers in response, as though trying to push back at her touch. For an instant, the energy bridges between them in tiny crackling threads. Her eyes widen, and she jerks her hand away as if stung by static.
Ugh!
She rubs her palm.
It's like jamming broken glass into my magical veins. I do not appreciate that.
She hovers back, scrunching her nose in distaste.
Too dissonant, I guess. No wonder these caves make illusions go haywire.
Mira exhales a shaky breath, scanning the floor.
"Wonder if these scorpions feed off the crystals?"
She muses, pointing at a cluster of quartz near the corridor wall.
"They somehow saturate their shells with ambient mana, which might be raw energy from the resonant frequencies here."
I sigh. It's a fair question. There's no point dwelling on it. Our only option is to keep moving. But if a half-dozen scorpions nearly took us out here, I can only guess what else roams unchecked in the sanctum below. I give Talia a brief look, and she shrugs, tension visible in her stiff wings. Time to regroup. "Everyone still got all their limbs?" I ask, half joking as I check the blunderbuss. My ears still ring, but at least I can hear my own voice again, which is an improvement. Mira touches her side, wincing slightly.
"I'm in one piece. My ears are never going to forgive that repulsion blast, though."
Then she eyes me.
"How many cartridges left?"
I chuckle grimly. Not enough. Specifically, I have a handful of frostwave shots left, plus a few random shells that might not help in a pinch. We're damn close to going in unarmed. I keep that last thought to myself. Talia lowers herself beside my right shoulder again, arms folded.
We can't keep picking fights with scorpions if you have basically zero ammo. My illusions are fairly worthless in these reflections, and your pickaxe lady can only do so much swinging.
There's no malice in her tone, more like agitation with a pinch of worry. Mira squares her shoulders at pickaxe lady, but she doesn't argue. We all know the truth. We're short on resources for a place as hostile as the Abyss.
"Every time we blast them to bits, the echoes might lure more scorpions from adjoining passages. Sound carries strangely here."
I gulp, recalling. We can't do too many more of these big blasts. Then let's keep shots to a minimum. We only fire if we absolutely must. My gaze flicks to Talia. That means we rely on quick strikes and your magic if it doesn't blow up in our faces. She arches an eyebrow.
I prefer not to blow up in my face, thanks, but I'll do what I can.
I blow out one more shallow breath, gather myself, and glance toward the deeper tunnel. Its walls shimmer with scorpion ichor and leftover crystal fragments, casting a ghastly pinkish glow. The floor is scuffed with trailing lines where the scorpions skittered in. It reminds me that we're in their territory. Well, them and gods know what else. Everything in this place wants to devour us or drive us mad with illusions. All right. Mira steps around a fallen chunk of opalescent shell, motioning for me to follow. We can't stand here. Let's go before we lose our nerve. She steels herself and sets off at a cautious pace, lantern held level, pickaxe in her other hand. We leave that corridor behind, forging deeper. Each step feels heavier than the last. Echoes of our footfalls ping across the crystal pillars in quiet, haunting rhythms. I can't help imagining a fresh wave of scorpions stalking us, pinned behind shimmering spires, stingers pulsing with malevolent light. My breath remains shallow, ears pricked for the slightest scrape or click. We skirt a patch where shards of crystal have collapsed from the ceiling, forming a jagged barrier of glittering debris. My lens picks up faint illusions hovering at the corner of my vision, shadows of shapes that fade the moment I try to focus on them. Damn these reflections. They're messing with my depth perception. I shake off the vertigo and press on. Talia glances down.
You're trembling, she observes. Not that I blame you. This place is a head trip.
Says the embodiment of chaos, I mutter. But yeah, it's unnerving. My mind still replays the savage stinger lunges in slow motion. We'll figure it out. We always do. She snorts.
If you get crushed by a rogue crystal, I'll salvage your gear. Promise.
Her attempt at humor helps in a twisted way. The corridor narrows slightly, the floor sloping downward again. That hum of resonant energy in the crystals, the frequency that draws illusions and scorpions, seems to intensify. A dull vibration creeps up my ankles, through my spine. It's like walking inside a massive tuning fork. My skin tingles with each step. Mira and I exchange a glance. She seems about to speak when her lantern flickers, almost going dark. The fleeting, brassy glow reveals another stretch of shards towering like jagged teeth. I imagine scorpions scuttling behind each shining spire. My blunderbuss is clenched in a sweaty grip, though I pray I won't need it. No new horrors leap out. Mira takes a few more paces, then draws a breath, voice echoing in the gloom. Let's hope this was the worst of it.
Don't jinx us,
Talia grumbles. Despite the tension, I feel an odd surge of relief. We have no idea how much deeper these caverns go, or what else lurks amid the illusions. But we're still here, capable, forging onward step by step. I raise the blunderbuss to my chest, ignoring the throbbing in my shoulder from earlier recoil. Mira stands beside me, her bandaged calf wreathed in lamplight. Talia lowers back onto my shoulder, wings faintly stirring the chill air.
I'd say we deserve a break, she whispers. But I guess we're powering through?
Yeah, we are. There's no turning back now. We press onward through the tunnel, lit by the eerie glow of scorpion remains, still humming with residual enchantment. Chapter 27. I step gingerly over a carpet of shard-littered rock, every crunch amplified in a dizzying loop, until the glimmer of something vast and magnificent opens up ahead. My throat tightens as I catch a sudden wave of refracted light, like the inside of a giant gemstone stretching into the far darkness. Mira, limping from the earlier scrape, lifts her lantern, and the glow is mirrored 100-fold by the walls. The corridor finally widens into an enormous hall so grand that the crystal pillars fade into the gloom above. Sparks of reflected torchlight skitter across the faceted walls, making it feel as though I'm walking inside a kaleidoscope. My breath hitches. This is it, Mira whispers. Resonance sanctum.
I haven't been past here before. Few come back if they try.
I scan the symmetrical arcs of quartz overhead. I can see why. This place looks like it's meant to swallow an army. The pillars tower up, merging into crystalline arches that loops seamlessly into the next. Tiny motes of dust, or possibly fragments of crystal, twinkle in the faint lantern light. Even the slightest shift of my boots sets off a faint, ringing echo. Talia hovers near my shoulder, her wings flicking with unrest. She's silent, her gaze darting across the pillars as if expecting something monstrous to leap out. It's ironic seeing her so tense. Typically, she's the mouthy one, but here it's like the weight of the echoes has stolen her usual sarcasm. I clench my jaw. If even Talia is on edge, we're definitely in for a treat. A faint hum vibrates through the air, so deep it's more of a sensation in my sternum than an audible note. My heart rate spikes. Is that just the crystals again? Mira sets her lantern on a fallen chunk of quartz, letting the flickering flame illuminate the space.
Could be. Or it could be something bigger. The deeper the crystals, the more unpredictable their resonance.
No sooner does she speak than I spot a towering shape near the far side of the chamber. My focusing lens helps me parse details in the gloom. Interlocking plates of polished crystal, shaped into a vaguely humanoid frame. It stands easily 3 times my height, arms ending in broad, faceted fists, and a single wedge-shaped head crowned by a crest of jagged crystal ridges. In place of eyes, twin gemstones glare with an uncanny brilliance. Each pulse of that subsonic hum seems to make them glow. Talia inhales a sharp breath.
What in the many planes is that thing?
Her voice is hushed, but the echoes toss her words around the sanctum in repeating half-whispers, giving them an ominous ring.
It's a sentinel, I whisper back. I've read scraps about relic-spawned guardians. If enough ambient arcane energy pulses accumulate around a strong crystal, it can form a golem to protect it.
Makes sense in a place like this, where the resonance is thick enough to saturate everything. But I never expected to see one so large. Mira curses and fidgets with the handle of her pickaxe.
Remember, we want zero part of that fight if we can help it. But if it's the only way forward...
She never finishes. As though triggered by our presence, the sentinel's gemstone eyes flare, and it raises a massive arm. A wave of sonic force explodes from its core, ripping through the air. I barely have time to clench my teeth before the shockwave smacks into me full force. It's like being rammed by a giant, invisible hammer. I slam onto my knees, ears ringing so painfully that my vision spots. My chest feels hollow. My blunderbuss clatters on the rock. Talia is tossed backward in a burst of sparks, grunting in shock. Mira drops onto one side, gripping the handle of her pickaxe like an anchor. Damn! That was only a greeting? Coughing, I force air into my lungs. I hate illusions. I hate scorpions. But I think I hate sonic blasts more. My voice is garbled to my own ears, overshadowed by a high-pitched ringing. The sentinel is stepping forward, each movement accompanied by a synchronized hum. The ground trembles in mild aftershocks. "Get your weapon!" Mira hisses. She struggles to regain her footing, face twisted. "That sentinel's not waiting for conversation!" I grit my teeth and grope blindly for the blunderbuss. My fingertips find the cold metal, and I hoist the gun up and yank a cartridge from my bandolier. I fumble for one marked with a repulsion rune. If that thing keeps blasting us with sonic pulses, we need some sort of counter-shockwave. The sentinel's chest glows again, an ominous sign that it's charging another attack. Talia tries conjuring illusions around the sentinel's head. Her chaotic sparks swirl in a mosaic of color across the massive columns around us, but everything reflects off the crystals in fractal bursts. Instead of concealing us, the illusions multiply into a dizzying carnival of flickers, half the illusions bouncing back, forming bizarre silhouettes. It's nearly impossible to tell which shape is mine, which is Talia's, or if anything is real. Mira curses as the swirling illusions disorient her. "Stop that! I can't see a damn thing!" Talia throws up her hands in frustration.
It's not my fault the walls are made of 1,000 mirror shards.
But she halts the illusions, letting them fade away so we can see straight again. The sentinel takes another thunderous step. A weird rumble ripples across the hollow floor, and I realize it's about to release another shockwave. Hastily, I slam the repulsion cartridge into my blunderbuss, bracing the buttstock against my shoulder. My heart thumps so hard it's nearly in my throat. Time it right, Lucian. A flash of bright, crystalline light surges from the sentinel's chest, and the tremor hits me in a jarring wave. I squeeze the trigger simultaneously. There's an explosive bark as my repulsion shot collides with that sonic pulse midair, filling the sanctum with a thunderclap of conflicting energies. The resulting collision rattles every crystal pillar from base to ceiling. Chunks of quartz vibrate loose. My ears ring a second time, and I'm thrown off balance, but at least I'm not hammered to the ground like before. The sentinel stumbles too, its big crystal torso rearing back. Mira seizes the moment to sprint around the sentinel's flank. With a growl, she hurls the tool at the sentinel's left shoulder, aiming for a hairline seam between the interlocking plates. The strike hits with a piercing crack, sending shards of fractured crystal raining down. A spiderweb of cracks spreads across the sentinel's upper arm. That's something, at least. The golem issues a piercing note, a keening screech so loud that I flinch. Even Talia claps her hands over her tiny pointed ears.
Can it not squeal like that?
She shouts. I grit my teeth. We need to push this advantage. My chest feels raw from the last collision, but I yank out another cartridge, this one loaded with Frostwave. "Mira, keep it busy!" I call, stumbling to the side, trying to get a clear shot. The sentinel swings its massive arm at Mira, who barely ducks. She catches a glancing blow and tumbles, rolling behind a pillar for cover. Shards of crystal debris clatter on the floor. The sentinel's faceted arms glisten menacingly, and a faint halo of color flickers around its chest. It's building more energy. I raise the blunderbuss and thumb the Frostwave cartridge into place. My vision swims for an instant, but I anchor my stance the best I can. "Let's do this," I mutter. I straighten my back, set my sights on the sentinel's arms, and pull the trigger. A cone of pale, swirling ice blasts from the barrel, crackling with frigid force. The instant it connects, the sentinel's forearms begin sprouting jagged crystals of frost, ironically layering more shards atop its crystal body. The difference is that these new shards hamper its movement, creeping up the segmented joints. A loud, dissonant note reverberates as the golem tries to move, yet the frost locks up part of its arm.
That's it, caretaker!
Talia cheers. She zips in closer, though still obviously wary of the sentinel's fists.
Freeze the big hunk of glass so we can smash it!
The sentinel wails again, the shrill ring resonating painfully through the sanctum. The pitch vibrates so powerfully that more lumps of crystal squeal and detach from the ceiling, clattering down in a lethal hail. I dodge one chunk that smashes at my left flank. We need to bring this thing down fast, otherwise we'll all be buried. Mira emerges from behind a pillar. She snatches her pickaxe, bent but still usable, off the floor. Her gaze meets mine across the shifting reflections. "I'll aim for the chest!" she yells over the cacophony. "If that's where it's generating these pulses, maybe we can crack it open!" The sentinel raises its free arm, still functional, and swipes at her. Mira spins aside, grunting as the blow narrowly misses her ribs. Her expression pinches with pain. Her earlier wound must still bother her. She retreats hastily, trying to circle around for a better angle. I scramble to reload another shot, but my hands are shaking from the ongoing vibrations. My mind reels, and a swirl of dread seeps in. Get it together. This is exactly the kind of meltdown that leads to an early grave. I grit my teeth and force my fingers to steady as I rummage for a frostwave shell. But in the corner of my eye, I notice a crystalline glow in the sentinel's chest. Something about it pulses in a steady rhythm, as if it's the true heart of the golem. Must be that exceptionally potent crystal the lore mentions. Could that be the so-called echo crystal? Talia flutters near me, face pale.
Hey, if we can pry that big crystal from its chest, we might shut it down. Maybe keep your arms attached while you do it.
My lips twist into a tight grin. No promises. The sentinel is thrashing around, trying to break free of the frost that encases part of its arms. White cracks lace the clear crystal plating, and shards keep popping off. But it's not down yet. Mira shouts, "Let's do it!" She dashes in, raising the pickaxe in both hands, but the sentinel slams its partially frozen arm down, fracturing the ice in a cascade of splinters. A gust of shimmering shards blasts outward. Mira staggers back, shielding her face. "Arg! Damn it!" I see my window. The sentinel's chest is momentarily exposed, the arms flailing to break more of that frost. I exhale sharply, stepping forward on shaky legs. My chest feels tight, my ears are still throbbing. Let me do this fast. Without fully thinking it through, I sling the blunderbuss over my shoulder to free my hands and sprint toward the golem. The sentinel senses me. Its gem eyes flick, and it reels an arm back, but the frost is still clinging to the elbow joint, slowing it. Mira, seeing my move, throws her pickaxe again, this time with a grunt of pure desperation. The weapon arcs across the space and smashes into the sentinel's forearm, lodging briefly. It's enough to make the golem falter. I lunge in close. The chest piece is a swirl of translucent crystal, with pulsating lines that converge around a single, fist-sized gem. Light flickers inside it like captured lightning. That's gotta be the core. Without hesitating, I jam my hand where the plating meets the gem's edges. The edges are razor-sharp, but adrenaline blinds me to the sting of shallow cuts. Summoning every ounce of strength and a bit of manic desperation, I yank backward. The sentinel screeches with ear-splitting volume, so intense that I feel my teeth vibrate. My arms feel like they're going to tear from their sockets, but I keep pulling, ignoring the bright flecks of pain as shards cut my skin. Then, with a sickening crack, the gem tears free. I stagger back, clutching the swirling, translucent stone. It feels disturbingly alive in my grip. At once, the sentinel's keening shifts to a high, warbling note, almost a lament. Its crystal plates shimmer, then crumble in on themselves. Fissures race across its torso, arms, and legs. The assembly collapses into a heap of prismatic shards, tinkling to the ground in a brittle avalanche. Talia, tumbling in the air from the quake, calls out in a raw whoop.
Yes, that's how it's done!
She's breathing hard, wings trembling with tension. Mira drops to a knee, panting. "We actually did it," she mutters, disbelieving. "Damn! You're good at scaring me, Lucian." I can't answer. The subsonic hum from the gem in my hands is resonating through my bones, making everything I hear 2 octaves too deep. My breath hisses in my throat, each inhale echoing in my chest. What is this thing? It's more than a fancy crystal. If I listen carefully, there's a subtle rhythm, a half-audible pulse. An echo crystal. The name fits. I suck in a shaky breath and wipe crystal dust off my brow. My forearms are dotted with shallow nicks, my blood smearing over the gem. But I can't bring myself to let go. There's an odd warmth to it, a hum that transcends typical arcane relic vibes. My curiosity stirs, but so does a sliver of fear. This item is potent enough to conjure a monstrous sentinel after all.
Holy gods!
Talia drifts closer with wide eyes.
I can almost taste the raw mana in that thing. Think about the spells we could cast.
She extends a hand like she's itching to siphon something from it. No, not right now. My voice comes out hoarse, and I tighten my grip on the crystal. We are not messing with this relic in the middle of a collapse hazard. Another tremor rumbles overhead, showering us with crystal flakes. Agreed, Mira snaps. Her gaze flicks nervously to the lofty arches, where more cracks have begun to appear. We need to move. This whole sanctum is going to come down if the resonance doesn't settle. She retrieves her pickaxe from the golem's remains, giving it a quick inspection. The metal is chipped, but the bulk of the tool is intact. I nod, swallowing a lump of residual panic. Right. My fingers brush the reinforced pouch on my belt. Carefully, I guide the echo crystal into that pouch, ignoring a faint electric tingle as it leaves my hand. I can still feel the aftershock in my arms. The moment it's in the bag, the direct vibrations lessen, though my body remains rattled. A final quake rocks the floor, nearly toppling me. Talia shrieks and flutters overhead, conjuring a faint swirl of chaos to steady herself. We don't wait for anything further. Mira waves the lantern she stashed earlier, glancing at me with anxious resolve. Let's get out while we still can. We hurry across the chamber. My heart is still racing, adrenaline fizzing through my veins. Every few steps, another chunk of debris clatters from the ceiling behind us. Dust motes swirl in the chaotic reflections, and I gulp shallow breaths of air tainted with suspended mineral grit. As we near the corridor we came from, I glance back at the shattered remains of the sentinel. Sure is a dramatic final flourish. I half expect the pieces to reassemble, but they lie motionless, glinting in the lantern glow. Broken guardian, parted from its core. The final echoes fade, replaced by the familiar ring of our footsteps repeating in the crystalline gloom. Talia spares one last look.
Sure we don't want to pick through that rubble for extra shards?
She asks with a faint smirk.
Never know what might fetch a nice price.
No, I reply, though my frugal instincts tug. Not worth it. The sanctum's too unstable now, unless you want it collapsing on our heads.
Hard pass.
Her wings flick with a touch more confidence, and a teasing grin ghosts across her face.
But it's painful to think how many sparkly bits we're leaving behind.
Mira leads the way into the corridor, lantern high. Live first, worry about the sparkly bits second, she mutters, wincing as a new cluster of echoes pings around us. She tosses me a look. That gem we grabbed, please tell me it's valuable enough to make this madness worthwhile. It'll be worth more than a chest of typical crystals. I can still feel the hum in my bones, even though it's tucked safely away. It's potent. We'll figure out how to handle it. Or at least survive it, I add silently, recalling Talia's hungry gaze. This relic might be powerful, but it could also be dangerous if we fiddle with it blindly. For now, it's best hidden in the pouch. We press on. Behind us, the sanctum continues to rumble softly, as if lamenting the stolen crystal core. At times, I imagine the walls humming with disappointment. I push that thought away. Despite the punishing tension of the fight, triumph pulses in my chest. We overcame a guardian that looked unbeatable, and left with the golem's heart. Not too shabby for a relic hunter, a chaos fairy, and a dwarven miner who decided we were trusted enough for the job. Soon the corridor's crystals become less dense, and the floor grows more covered in normal rock shards rather than the polished quartz slabs. Micro-echoes drift behind us as we pick up the pace. My mind remains alert. We're not fully out yet, but the worst is behind us. Talia chuckles.
We should consider a fancy name for that thing.
She gestures toward the pouch on my belt.
Or maybe just call it Bob.
I laugh despite it all. We're not naming a relic Bob. Too weird, even for you. She snickers in response, relieved we can still joke after almost getting flattened. Mira glances back with a faint smile. I won't lie, that was more excitement than I've felt in weeks. Her expression hardens again. But let's not repeat that particular brand of excitement anytime soon. Yeah? I manage a tired grin, ignoring the throbbing in my arms. Agreed. Let's get somewhere stable. One final tremor shudders the hallway behind us, prompting all three of us to halt and look back in alarm. Pebbles fall, dust plumes swirl, but the corridor remains intact. No cave-in, at least for now. Better not tempt fate any further. We exchange nods and hurry on. Chapter 28. I limp along the final stretch of the winding passageway, the echo crystal clutched protectively against my chest after I retrieved it from my pouch. My shoulder throbs where I slammed into a column of jagged quartz earlier, but the stinging pain is a small price for managing to tear free the relic at the heart of that monstrous sentinel. Mira's lantern light dances erratically on the walls in front of us, illuminating the occasional scattered shard of crystal debris. I'm not sure if I'm actually trembling, or if the lingering vibrations of the sanctum are still buzzing through my bones. Maybe it's both. The air grows colder with every step we climb, trading the choking echoes of the abyss for the bracing sting of a mountain wind that's sure to greet us on the surface. Talia hovers behind my left shoulder, wings fluttering in a slow, uneven rhythm. She's silent for a moment, as if even chaos needs to catch its breath. Then she snorts, a tiny crackle of magic flaring around her.
I swear, caretaker, I will be feeling that sonic boom in my teeth for a week. You better hope we don't run into more crystal monstrosities anytime soon, because I'm
worn out. I finish for her with a wry laugh. Me too, trust me. But at least we're alive, so that's promising. Mira trudges ahead of me, guiding the way with her lantern. The bandage on her calf is still spotted with dried blood. Her shoulders slump, and she exhales a ragged breath of relief when our tunnel finally levels out. The tiny corridor broadens into a last antechamber of raw stone. I can almost taste fresh air. We made it. For a heartbeat, I allow myself the faint satisfaction of survival. Then, I glance at the sputtering flame in Mira's lantern. Nearly out of oil, she mutters. Not that it matters now. Her words prove correct. We take a single step into the daylight streaming through the rocky exit, and we're assaulted by a gust of wind that nearly rips the lantern from her grip. I inhale sharply as the cold bites my cheeks. It feels shockingly different from the searing tension of the sanctum's magic. Or maybe I got used to that eerie, resonant heat. Either way, the wind sends a wave of goosebumps down my arms. Outside, the sky stretches in a pale blue arc across jagged mountain peaks. The mid-morning sun angles sharply, reflecting off patches of old snow that cling stubbornly to the crags. A handful of dwarven miners pace near a makeshift outpost, heavy scarves wrapped around their faces. Their eyes widen at the sight of us stumbling free of the abyss. Two of them share a look of surprise. Clearly, they didn't think we'd make it back in one piece. One miner, a woman with a pickaxe slung over her shoulder, approaches. "Mira?" she calls, voice muffled by the scarf. "Holy stonebeards, you're alive!" Mira coughs, trying for a smile. "Barely, but yeah. Thanks for your faith." She flashes me a wincing grin, then waves off the miner's attempt to check her injuries. "We'll rest soon. How are things up here?" Before the miner can respond, I notice a familiar shape by the small station platform. A cloaked figure, posture rigid, bearing the Eastern Kingdom's royal crest. Two guards stand beside them, faces set in the universal scowl of soldiers ordered to do something unpleasant. The official's cloak flutters in the mountain wind, the crest glinting in the crisp sunlight. The East again? They must have followed rumors that something valuable was retrieved down below.
"Oh, joyous,"
Talia mutters.
"I was wondering when those stiff-lipped bastards would show up."
Her wings twitch, and a few stray motes of spark drip into the air. I glance around. A cluster of curious onlookers from the mine, maybe a dozen dwarves and a few local traders, have drifted closer. They're clearly intrigued by whatever baubles we might have pulled from Shard Speaker's abyss. The tension ratchets up with the official's slow, measured approach. The official steps forward. Their polished boots scrape the rocky ground as they bow the slightest fraction, more ritual than respect. Then they speak with a cordial voice that doesn't match the coldness in their eyes. "You've returned from the abyss. I trust you found something of significance." One hand gestures to me. The other clutches a heavy, finely embroidered pouch that bulges with mana shards. Radiant blue. High value. My gaze flicks to it, and my heart stutters. Those shards are no joke. Enough to set me up for months, fix my gear, and more. But I already sense the trap in that so-called bargain. I manage a polite half-shrug, plain ignorant. "We found trouble. Crystals, scorpions, illusions. Exactly what I'd expect from Shard Speaker's abyss." The official's mouth thins, the polite smile failing to reach their eyes. Their voice sharpens. "Your efforts are commendable, but let's not waste each other's time." They heft the pouch of mana shards, letting the gemstones inside clink. "The Eastern Kingdom is willing to pay handsomely for any relics of note recovered below." My jaw clenches. I can already see a sparkle of greed in the eyes of some onlookers. Blue mana shards are valuable anywhere. Hell, a younger version of me might have jumped at the offer. But I can't do it now. They want the Echo Crystal for whatever scheme they're cooking up, ignoring the rest of us. I glance down at my blunderbuss. Adrenaline hums in my veins, though I fight to keep my posture calm. I release a slow breath. "Appreciate the interest, but I'm not selling." I reply levelly. "Better luck next time." A hush falls on the assembly. Behind me, I sense Mira stiffen in surprise. Even Talia, who adores chaos, tilts her head as if to say, "Are you sure?" The official's eyes narrow. "I see. May I ask why you refuse such a generous sum?" They jingle the pouch again for emphasis. "Perhaps you misunderstand the magnitude of this offer." I tighten my grip on the Echo Crystal, hidden beneath my coat. "No misunderstanding," I reply. "Just not interested." For a flicker of a moment, the official's veneer cracks, revealing a sting of indignation. Then they forcibly smooth their features and hold out the bag of shards. "One last chance, friend. I'd suggest you think carefully. There are consequences for ignoring the monarchy's goodwill." "Goodwill?" My tone comes out sharper than planned. "You stand here offering a bribe while ignoring the actual threats in those caverns. Believe me, I've seen enough signs to know the East picks and chooses what to protect based on what benefits them." A ripple of reaction goes through the crowd. Some of the dwarven miners exchange uneasy glances. Others shift closer, expressions turning from curiosity to support. The official's forced smile curdles into something else, something cold. "I would caution you not to speak of the monarchy so carelessly. We do not—" "Careless." Right. My voice pulses with anger. "Because letting monstrous guardians rampage while you harvest the spoils is so very mindful." My cheeks burn, a surge of frustration pushing me forward before I can stop. "I'm not taking your payment. End of story." They fix me with a glare. "Under compulsory cooperation protocols, any relic discovered in the frontier may be subject to official inspection by authorized representatives of the Crown." The official's voice grows louder and more rigid as they recite the line. "Refusal to comply could warrant confiscation of goods or even arrest." A hush runs through the watchers. Mira sets down her lantern, crossing her arms. "He didn't sign up for any worthless monarchy's inspection. We dwarves don't see your fancy crest as law, so I suggest you show some respect in our territory." Her bandaged leg must ache, but her eyes flame with protective fury. Another dwarf behind her nods in agreement. I glance around, uncertain how far the crowd is willing to go. My own anger tangles with the worry that we might spark a violent standoff in front of the station. But I can't give them the relic. It's not an option. Talia flutters closer to my ear and murmurs,
They'll lock me in a glass jar if they see me as a dangerous anomaly. I've seen it happen before, caretaker.
The officials' guards shift, looking at each other. One lays a hand on the hilt of a sword. My heart hammers. The situation feels ready to explode. A few townsfolk edge nearer, making it clear they won't let armed soldiers bully us unopposed. I swallow, forcing calm. You want to search me? I tell them, not bothering to hide my grim tone. I doubt this crowd will stand by if you try. A flicker of doubt crosses the official's face. The dwarven miners, big and small alike, form a ring behind Mira. A few traveling merchants stand by me as well. My bruised body protests any second of more conflict, but I brace, ready to fight if pressed. Damned if I'll hand over the one thing we risked our necks for down there. The official's mouth twists. As I suspected. Rebels and savage foreigners, the lot of you. For a second, I wonder if they'll order the guards to search me by force. But apparently the stares from these miners, and the knowledge that the mountainous terrain is not on their side, cause them to hesitate. You can file your complaint if you want, I add, voice steady. But we're done. I jab a thumb at the little station behind the official, where the bronze-lined carriage stands waiting with steam hissing in the frosty air. Now get out of my way. A fresh gust of wind rattles the station's wooden beams. The official tenses, glances at the surrounding crowd, then reluctantly steps aside. Their expression darkens, and they spit. We'll not forget this slight. The monarchy is not so weak that it allows petty defiance to go unanswered. Talia releases a short laugh.
Oh dear, suppose we better pack our things and quake in terror.
Her sarcasm rings loudly enough for the official to hear. The guards look stony-faced, probably itching to punish that mockery, but they remain still. They know they're outnumbered. They'll wait for a better chance. A chill that has nothing to do with the wind slides down my spine. I release a tight breath, catching Mira's eye. She gives me a single, firm nod. It's the same silent acknowledgement I read in the dwarves around me. We're not alone. Even if we haven't known each other longer than a frantic dungeon crawl, we share one belief. Nobody wants the monarchy snatching up local relics with no accountability. I hobble the last few yards to the little platform, ignoring the official's glare. The dwarf station manager stands by, looking half terrified, half impressed. Steam pours from the train engine in thick columns, its metal plating rattling in the breeze. My foot catches on a loose plank, sending a spike of pain up my leg, but I grit my teeth and keep moving. On you go, Mira states, planting a steady hand on my shoulder. They'll expect a full report from me, I imagine, but... She lowers her voice. I'm not giving them an excuse to rummage your stuff. You keep that crystal safe, yeah? I nod, meeting her gaze. Thank you. Seriously. It's not an overstatement. If she wanted to make a quick profit, she could have tried turning me in or cutting a private deal. But she's standing firm with me and Talia. She responds with a subtle shrug, as though it's no big deal. I step into the train car, the metal floor clanking under my boots. A swirl of warm air hits me. Someone stoked the carriage's small heating chamber. Another surge of relief almost buckles my knees. I head down the row of seats, ignoring the suspicious stares from a few passengers, and settle near a window. Talia flutters onto the seat's backrest, eyeing the windows warily. The train whistle shrieks, echoing across the rocky pass. My shoulders slump with the weight of exhaustion as we begin to pull away from the station. Outside, the dwarven crowd stands in solidarity, while the eastern official and guards remain off to one side, scowling. I catch a glimpse of the bag of blue mana shards, still unspent. Good. Their bribe can rust in the sea for all I care. Triumph warms my chest. We refused. I'm not naive. I suspect they'll come after us in other ways. But at least for now, we still have the Echo Crystal, unconfiscated. Feels like a victory that might matter more than the damned fortune in that bag. The scene behind us grows smaller as the train picks up speed along the tracks. I watch the official's cloak fade into a speck. My mind thrums with relief, tension, and a flicker of defiance that's almost exhilarating. Talia perches near my ear and mutters,
I honestly thought you'd at least toy with taking their shards for a second. But hey, you've got more metal than I guessed. Now, let's hope it doesn't get us killed.
She's half teasing, but I can tell she's anxious too. We've come too far to fold now, I whisper back. I'm certain we've earned ourselves some new powerful enemies. But if the monarchy got hold of the Echo Crystal, I doubt they'd spare a second thought for picking it apart, or harnessing it for some grand scheme. Talia's wings sputter.
Next time the monarchy corners us, I'll do more than talk. Don't let them put me in a jar, though.
I nod. Deal. Chapter 29. I step off the train and nearly stumble into a scalding rock. The air around Emberford feels like a hammer made of fire, intense waves of rising heat that slam into my face and chest. Even through sturdy boots, I sense scorching pulses resonating off the pumice-littered platform. Sticky sweat beads at my forehead within seconds. My lungs protest at the sulphurous stench drifting up from cracks in the earth. Talia, perched on my shoulder, mutters something cranky and flares her wings in an agitated flutter.
Ugh!
She flicks a spark of chaotic mana.
You humans really know how to pick your miserable hotspots, caretaker.
A passing guard eyes Talia's swirling sparks, but says nothing, too occupied scanning the crowd for trouble. He wears an unusual patchwork of scale-like leather that looks designed to deflect cinders. Everywhere I look, there's someone grimly at work. Miners towing crates of ember-infused ore, robed mercenaries stacking charred planks into barricades, and heavy-set militia officers conferring near the station gate. I exhale painfully, pressing a damp cloth over my mouth so I don't choke on the lingering brimstone fumes. The station itself is an elevated platform ringed by iron railings, presumably to stop travelers from taking a wrong step into scalding death. My clothes already cling uncomfortably to my skin, and I can practically feel Talia drawing more mana from me merely to keep her wings from drooping. "Don't hog all my energy," I hiss. "I'd like to remain upright for the next hour." Talia sticks out her tiny tongue.
Then maybe you should have packed an icy wonderland in your pocket.
She snorts and flutters off my shoulder enough to land on the brim of my hat. We make our way along the platform, moving aside so a train worker can wheel a squeaking cart loaded with ember ore. The lumps of rock glow a muted red, and it radiates a fierce, smoldering heat near my legs. I edge away to avoid scorching my pants. Nearby, a woman, a militia captain by the looks of her insignia, barks orders at younger recruits, instructing them to douse the barricade planks with a watery solution so they don't catch fire if sparks blow in from the lava vents. At a makeshift checkpoint, tension crackles like a lightning storm. A stern-faced militia officer stands rigid, arms folded across broad shoulders, while an Eastern envoy in immaculate traveling robes demands they open some sort of restricted gate. I only catch fragments of the heated exchange. "We have jurisdiction by royal decree." "Not an inch, envoy. Emberford's no puppet to your monarchy." The officer isn't budging, and the envoy's guards hover with hands near the hilts of fancy short swords. They're definitely brimming with typical Eastern arrogance. My stomach clenches. I don't want them scanning the crowd and deciding to rummage my belongings for relics, especially with the Echo Crystal hidden in my gear. After overhearing someone complain about some relic-carrying outlander who arrived on the Bronze Line, I realize I might already be the subject of local gossip. Great. I slip behind a group of sweaty travelers to steer clear of that checkpoint. Talia readjusts her wings with an irritated flick.
Any bright ideas, caretaker, or shall we join the next spontaneous riot?
Let's keep our heads down. No sense drawing attention. We cross onto the main thoroughfare that leads into Emberford proper. If I thought the platform was hot, the open streets are even worse. Sinuous waves of heat blur the buildings at the far end, and occasional geysers of steam hiss up through cracks in the pavement. Structures here are made of blackened rock or heavily fireproofed wood. The skyline quivers, edges turning wavy under the constant shimmer. Every few steps, I spot lumps of glowing lava rock heaped near corners, casting flickering red light on passers-by. A pair of local miners hustle past, carrying a stretch of folded netting. They're caked in soot, faces drawn with exhaustion. They give me a curt nod.
"Tourist?"
One of them rasps, voice hoarse.
"Watch your step. The ground doesn't always hold up when the vents flare. A friend of mine fell right into a collapsed pit last week. Never came back out."
Thanks for the warning, I mumble. Talia peeks around the brim of my hat, offering a grim scowl. My luck is about to be tested again. The fresh hazard is enough to make me lighten my footsteps, though it's pointless if entire sections of rock can cave in unexpectedly. Farther in, we pass a cluster of marketplace stalls, though market is a generous term. Almost everything is heat-resistant gear or scorching forged weaponry. Sooty blacksmiths stationed near portable anvils or heated braziers hawk their wares to mercenaries who might venture into the ember-carved mines. A clank of hammered steel mingles with the hiss of superheated metal quenched in water basins. I notice glimmers of specialized equipment, helmets lined with thick insulation, picks that glow with faint runes, even potions labeled Blazebane or Instant Chill. I'm tempted by the Instant Chill potions, but a glance at the posted prices kills that idea. No way I'm spending half my diminishing mana shards on a few hours of relief. A short orc blacksmith, sinewy, bald, and etched in swirling tattoos, catches my eye. He's leaning on an anvil shaped directly from volcanic stone. A sign overhead reads, Hashgar's Forge. I recall mention of a skilled blacksmith named Hashgar. Doesn't strike me as the friendliest figure. His posture alone is like a thundercloud waiting to break. But lacking other leads, I approach. I may be 3 paces away when he snorts, glancing at me, then at Talia.
"Whatever you're selling, I'm not interested."
His voice is gravelly. I swallow, ignoring the dryness in my throat. Not selling, exactly. I'd like to buy, something to keep me in one piece if I decide to check the mines. Hashgar lifts his gaze, scowling harder.
"Could be I have gear for that,"
he rumbles.
"But rumor says we got a relic snatcher in town. Some outlander toting fancy bits around. Don't want the monarchy sniffing out that I helped him. Or you."
He gestures at Talia dismissively, as though she's a nuisance insect. Talia bristles.
Huh, friendliest blacksmith I've ever met,
she mutters.
Maybe next time I'll melt his anvil to say hello.
Hashgar's squint deepens.
"Don't even think about it, Sprite. There's enough tension in this blasted place without your pranks."
He jerks a thumb at a rack of protective gauntlets.
"Show me you've got real payment and maybe I'll part with gloves that won't burst into flames after 3 steps inside the mines."
I dig into my pouch, carefully measuring out a few lesser shards plus a single medium blue mana gem. Hardly luxurious. Hashgar snorts, unimpressed.
"That'll get you these."
He lifts a pair of gloves with scorched fingertips.
"You want the good pair, you cough up double."
A prickle of frustration crawls up my spine. I'll take these, I decide, plastering on a polite smile. My budget is precariously tight, and I don't want to open the bag that contains the Echo Crystal. Not this close to the watchful orc. Hashgar shrugs.
"As you wish. Good luck not frying your hands.
He pockets the shards, then slaps the gloves on the anvil.
Next!
So much for friendly service. I pull the gloves on, wincing as they scratch my fingertips. Talia darts from my hat to my shoulder, a faint swirl of spark crackling around her ankles. At least they might help me handle scalding railings or hot surfaces if I end up in the tunnels, which I probably will, because obviously I have a penchant for walking into danger. Down the dusty road, a row of tents draws my eye. People loiter with anxious expressions, many sporting bandaged limbs or burns. A few medics hustle around, distributing flasks of cooling salve. The ragtag platoon of hired mercenaries from earlier fortifies charred barricades close to the entrance of a fenced-off corridor. I glimpse a sign. Ember Carve Mines. Authorized entry only. That must be the main path down to the molten depths. Talia's voice stirs near my ear.
So, you don't exactly look authorized. That face of yours is more like a walking liability.
I rub a smudge of soot off my cheek. I can talk my way in, or slip through after dark if I have to. She laughs.
Fantastic plan. Let's hope you don't faint from heat stroke first.
Sighing, I weave through the tents. The swirling heat is suffocating, but I press on, determined to find out how to gain official access. Drifting among the crowd, I overhear snatches of conversation.
The monarchy wants to seize the Pyrestone cores.
Ashkar's forming an alloy for them if he's paid enough.
Not sure we can hold off actual soldiers if they choose force.
Numerous references to Eastern interference, Pyrestone artifacts, local refusal to cave in. No wonder everyone's on edge. Aside from the militia, Emberford's leadership isn't obvious. Maybe a local council or something. Meanwhile, the monarchy's envoys push for relic acquisition rights. Typical. I feel an uneasy knot in my gut again, the same I had at Cleftspire when I refused to sell them the Echo Crystal. They're persistent vultures. At the far corner of the encampment, 2 young guards block a wooden gate that presumably leads down a sloping path toward the mines. A faint red glow edges the rock, as though the ground is permanently lit from beneath by molten channels. My instincts swirl with dread and excitement. Talia wants power. Pyrestone cores might help if she can safely harness them, but I have no idea how. Also, not sure we want to wave a big fiery relic in the monarchy's face. Then again, I don't plan to hand anything over to them. I approach the guards, who eye me warily. One, a lanky half-elf, raises a hand. Authorized personnel only, she states, as if bored by her own instructions. Explorers who want in must sign up for a licensed salvage crew or request an official permit from the Emberford militia. Talia titters.
A permit? Adorable. Does that come with a free funeral plan?
I raise my eyebrows apologetically. Don't mind my tiny companion. I'd like to sign on with a salvage crew, if possible, or speak to someone about a short contract. The other guard exchanges a glance. Salvage rosters are on hold. The monarchy's throwing everything into disarray. We got half the leads pulled because nobody wants to risk a meltdown if the envoys stir up trouble inside the mines. I'd suggest you talk to the militia's quartermaster first. He's stationed by that big barricade near the 8th rail beam, though he's not in a great mood today. I thank them and withdraw. Talia snickers.
Fantastic. Another cranky local official. Exactly what we need.
She hovers off my shoulder for a second, fanning her wings frantically to push away hot air.
If I manage to roast a live caretaker, I'm haunting your sorry corpse.
I rub my temple. You're nothing if not consistent, Talia. Still, a sliver of worry tugs at me. This stifling environment is already draining her. My own mana feels uncomfortably taxed by her attempts to keep herself from fainting. We better wrap up any negotiations quickly, or find a place with actual shade. I angle back to the cluster of barricades near the station. There, the same stern-faced militia officer is finishing his heated argument with the Eastern envoy. The envoy's guards remain at a ready stance, but they ultimately turn away, presumably to make threats somewhere else. The officer rubs his temples and mutters curses. I guess this is my only lead. No time like the present. As I approach, he shifts, throwing me a suspicious look. You're not with that regal nuisance, I take it? Not exactly. I'm a freelance delver. Heard rumors about unique minerals in the mines. He groans. Bloody wonderful. Everyone wants to go rummaging where the ground might open up under you at any second. He scans me, then narrows his gaze at Talia. Your sprite looks half-baked already. Talia shoots him a glare, but doesn't muster more than a faint spark. I clear my throat. Look, I'm capable enough, but I realize I'm new in town. If there's a safe-ish route or a salvage permit, I'd like to get it before the monarchy decides to blockade everything. For a moment, the officer stares, tapping a finger against the side of his breastplate. Then, he sighs. All right, you want official backing? Fine. We have a briefing for prospective squads at sunset. If, and I do mean if, we confirm you're not a treasure-hungry maniac, you might be allowed down. But I'll take a cut of anything you bring out, and that's non-negotiable. The monarchy's on the prowl, and we can't be too careful letting random folks poke the hornet's nest. He points a stubby pencil at me. Understood? That's fair, I answer. At least more fair than the monarchy's bribe demands. Where do I wait? He beckons me out of the main foot traffic, giving me a quick rundown. They gather near the southwestern barricade to brief any volunteers or salvage teams. The officer's name is Garen, and he warns me not to wander inside unauthorized or I'll be arrested. We're barely keeping order out here as it is. I nod, and Talia inclines her head in a mock courtesy.
We have no desire to be incinerated anyway.
With that, Garen grunts and waves me off. I exhale slowly. The tension in this town sits as heavy as the heat. My legs feel like lead, so I drift over to a portion of the station's shade. The meager relief from direct sun is better than nothing. Talia immediately flops onto the little shelf formed by a crate, releasing a hissing breath. I lean my back against the hot wooden post and take in Emberford's bustle. The monarchy's presence looms, a cluster of official banners waving near the far end of the track, guarded by sharp-gazed soldiers. Meanwhile, local folks scramble to keep their livelihoods afloat, all while the ground beneath them might split open if the mine's vents decide to surge. This place is a precarious balance, like a tinderbox waiting for a spark. A soft tug at my mana signals Talia's attempts to recharge. She sighs.
I hate this place already. No water, no illusions to amuse me, no easy prey to siphon from. Only dryness and a monarchy problem.
I can't help a wry grin. Could be worse. She gives me a look that says, don't push it. Then she settles herself, wings shifting in a restless flicker. My eyes drift shut for a moment, and I focus on steadying my breathing, ignoring the sting of salt sweat. At least I have gloves, a plan, sort of, and an arranged briefing. Maybe that's progress. Part of me wonders if we can glean anything from the rumored Pyrestone cores that might help us down the line. But right now, I can't muster the energy to dwell on it. The day has left me parched and battered. I glance again at the forging shops and blacksmith tents that ring the station. Firelight glints off hammered metal, and I recall Hashgar's earful. He seemed to imply he'd do business if I had a bigger payment, or was less suspicious. Possibly a place to revisit if I end up discovering something valuable during the delve. A dull roar from beneath the ground vibrates in my ribs, reminding me that Emberford is built over something hot and hungry. We'll get through, I murmur, voice rasping from dryness. We always do. Talia doesn't retort with a biting remark this time. Instead, she exhales a small breath, as if acknowledging we're stuck in this together. Maybe I'm insane for even considering descending into the Embercarve mines, but something about it calls to me. The same curiosity that's led me through every other cursed or crystal-choked labyrinth so far. We wait, gathering our resolve as the red glow haze settles over the town. Chapter 30. I wake to another day of scorching haze in Emberford, my eyes stinging from the pungent blend of brimstone and dust kicked up by the bustle outside. Each drag of the air feels thick and hot, like I'm forcing molten lead into my lungs. I rub the grit from my face, pat down my pockets to check my meager supply of shards, and step from the cramped corner hostel that charges too much for a straw pallet shoved behind a rickety lattice screen. My feet land on the pumice-littered street with a powdery crunch, and Talia glides over to hover near my shoulder.
"Gods above, caretaker," she mutters. "Remind me why anyone settled on a steaming volcanic shelf. It's like volunteering to live inside a forge."
I press a cloth over my mouth to ward off sulfuric fumes. Because they can tap the ore veins, salvage the molten slag left behind for forging weapons, and make a fortune, assuming they're still alive at the end, I reply, my voice muffled. Emberford's economy revolves around forging the near impossible. Talia scrunches her tiny nose.
"Ah, yes, risking your worthless hide for lumps of molten rock. Truly inspiring."
I can't muster the energy to retort. The morning sun hasn't even broken fully over the horizon, but Emberford simmers under a haze of shimmering air currents. Along the long, dust-coated thoroughfare, blacksmith forges spew arcs of ember-laden sparks, the clang of hammer on metal pounding out an incessant rhythm. Ragged mercenaries shuffle from one shop to another, bartering for heat-resistant gear. The town crackles with tension. Word is, the ember-carved mines have become even more treacherous, and militia squads are stretched thin, trying to keep the vents from spewing more elemental horrors. My boots scuff on the sun-baked boards of a makeshift walkway bridging a line of cracked ground. From a gap beneath it, a thin wisp of superheated air whistles out, immediately setting beads of sweat coursing down my neck. "That's a lovely sign," I mutter.
"Sweat faster, mortal,"
Talia teases, flapping her wings a few times to cool herself.
"I can practically taste your mana depleting from this little stroll."
I shoot her a glance, not in the mood for banter, but she bobs in the air, an impish grin quirking across her delicate face. Secretly, I'm relieved she still has enough energy to quip. This place hasn't sapped her entirely. It doesn't take long to spot Hashgar Ironbrow's forge, which looks impossible to miss. Orange sparks shoot into the sky around a dome-shaped structure. The heat radiating from the black iron walls is so intense, it's visible from 100 paces. I almost expect the building itself to melt into a puddle of molten slag, but thick runic inscriptions carved in swirling patterns along every seam flicker with crimson arcs of magical protection. Here we go. I stop to brace myself against a heavy post. I can make out the shape of an orc leaning over an anvil, each hammer strike lighting the interior with starbursts of ember. "Wish me luck, Talia."
"Oh, caretaker,"
Talia replies sweetly, her wings humming with a subdued swirl of color.
"I don't believe in luck. Merely your own stupidity."
I let her comment roll off my shoulders. Time to do this. The moment I step inside the forge's archway, a wave of blistering air smacks me in the face, hotter than anything the open street can produce. I force my squinting eyes to adjust, picking out dozens of metal rods stacked against one wall, each rod trailing faint wisps of smoke. A small cluster of half-melted swords pokes from a scrap bin, evidently test pieces that didn't meet standards. Overhead, black metal rafters creak under the strain of transmuted heat. Hashgar stands at the center of this inferno, an imposing orc with shoulders wide enough to block out half the glow of the forge. Tattoos and geometric designs swirl across his bald head, and every one of his limbs ripples with the thick muscle of a lifetime dedicated to hammering metal. With a final ring of steel, he plunges a half-formed blade into a trough of sizzling coolant, then lifts his gaze to me. Flames dance across the reflection in his eyes. He grunts.
Remember you from yesterday. You Lucian?
His voice sounds like someone crumpling iron sheets. I nod, trying, without much success, to present a confident front. "That's me." Hashgar sets the cooling blade aside and props his hammer against the anvil.
Heard rumors about you carrying a singing crystal.
A low growl rumbles in his chest.
Those rumors mention you by name.
I swallow. I might have something that hums. My hand drifts to the pouch at my waist, where the echo crystal's vibrations seep through the cloth. I'm not here to sell, though. Looking for some standard gear fixes, maybe a few shells for my blunderbuss. Hashgar's eyes narrow.
Standard gear, eh?
He gestures at my weapon with a tilt of his chin.
Let me see that piece of junk.
I pass it over carefully. Even behind the orc's stoic expression, I catch the faintest flicker of curiosity. He rotates the weapon, eyeing the scuffed runic plating near the muzzle.
Rough shape,
he rumbles, tapping a broad finger on the breech.
Pitted from heavier shots than it was built for, but that's nothing I can't fix.
His gaze flicks up.
If some arrangement is reached.
Talia zips around my shoulder, arms folded as if she's judging his entire existence.
Spare me,
she mutters.
If you want the caretaker's coin, hurry up.
Hashgar only spares her a brief scowl.
Ferry,
he acknowledges through gritted tusks, but then returns his attention to me.
Let's cut the nonsense. Show me that crystal, the one the so-called ore haulers claim glows like a swirling echo. If it's what I think it is, I got a proposition.
My heart thumps. He's impatient, but maybe not malicious. Still, the idea of brandishing the echo crystal in front of a total stranger, no matter how skilled, sets alarm bells clanging in my head. My first impulse is to spout some quick excuse and leave, but I sense that might provoke him. Better to show him enough to placate his curiosity, but keep the relic protected. Brow furrowing, I fish out the crystal, still swaddled in a layer of warded cloth. The moment I unroll a corner, a subdued hum resonates in the heat like a singing bowl. Hashgar's eyes light up with greed and awe. He snatches a runic lamp from a hook above his anvil, fiddles with a dial, and a swirl of translucent mana flickers in the air. He runs the lamp's glow over the crystal's edge.
You hear that pitch shift, boy? That's top-tier arcane potential.
He murmurs, half to himself.
A damn near perfect forging catalyst. You realize how potent your crystal is?
I keep my expression neutral. I have some idea.
Then you'll understand the value.
Hashgar gently covers the relic again, before turning to set the lamp aside.
Here's the short version. I can outfit your gun with a specialized breech, fireproof plating, maybe enchanted with heat-channeling spells. That means you can blast away in Embercarve's molten pits without your gear melting in your hands.
He bares his tusk in something resembling a smile.
But you gotta give me that echo crystal. If I incorporate a fraction of its energy into my forging, I can produce relic-grade arms, weapons that'll fetch a fortune from the Eastern Monarchy, or any other well-heeled buyer. It's a bargain, see? I handle your gear, and you cough up that gem.
I bite the inside of my cheek. In truth, it's a tempting proposition. My blunderbuss is on its last legs, and it doesn't stand a chance if the mines are as hot and lethal as I've heard. I'd get top-shelf upgrades specifically tailored for conditions like these. Even custom shells or any other enhancements he's offering. But at what cost? A pang gnaws at my chest. If I give away the relic, the monarchy or any unscrupulous buyer could come sniffing. They want relics to expand their power. I picture that official back at Cleftspire who demanded I hand over the echo crystal. It's not only about me anymore. Every fiber of my being wants better equipment, but I can't put such a valuable artifact into the hands of someone who might sell it to the highest bidder, especially not when the monarchy could be that bidder. My voice comes out hoarse. Appreciate the offer, but no. The crystal stays with me. He stares, incredulous.
You'd march into a furnace pit with that scrawny gun and no upgrades? Blind or suicidal? That's the question.
He slides the blunderbuss back to me across the anvil.
Aqua lacquer breach on that thing will keep it from blowing your face off next time you fire a hot shell. Don't need me to tell you it's close to bursting.
I exhale slowly, recalling when a scorpion's stinger nearly took my head off in the shard speaker's abyss. My gun jammed mid-fight more than once. I get it, believe me I do, but the relic is off limits. He clenches his jaw, thick tusks protruding in a show of mild intimidation.
You think you can guard that shining trinket on your own? Everyone and their mother will want it.
He spits, the glob sizzling as it lands on the basalt floor.
Suit yourself.
A corner of my mouth quirks up in a grim half-smile. You wouldn't be the first to warn me, and I'm aware. Still not giving it up. Sorry, Hashgar. Talia chimes in with a bright laugh.
He's too proud for that. Or maybe too stupid. Always gets him in trouble, you know.
Hashgar's gaze flicks between us, frustration smoldering in his eyes. Then he rumbles a terse grunt, an orc's universal sign of exasperated acceptance.
Then get out of my forge, he growls. I don't do half measures, and I'm not forging scraps for you while a treasure like that sits in your pocket.
He steps forward, overshadowing me by a good half-foot.
Not gonna help a fool march to his own funeral.
I tense, expecting something more aggressive, but he merely shifts his weight and points to the wide entrance. One of the orc's thick, calloused hands closes around a rag, wiping sweat from his brow.
You can still buy some gear if you've got coin, but I won't forge the real stuff unless I get that crystal.
The forge's infernal heat feels thicker than ever. I can practically see flickers of red dancing around Hashgar's shoulders, as if the smoldering air itself is offended. Valuable improvements? Or my relic? The answer remains the same. I'm not handing over the Echo Crystal. All right, I reply. I'll take a look at your basic wares. He gestures in annoyance to a corner rack near the open door, a stark contrast to the main workshop, too far from the anvil's constant shower of sparks to see serious forging. Cheaper items pile up, breastplates, chipped axes, gloves with blackened fingertips, dented helmets.
If it's good enough for you, it's there, he mutters. I won't bother measuring your grip or forging fresh cartridges. You want the best. I told you the cost.
Heat blasts my cheeks. Pride flickers in my gut. I don't have a choice. With a nod, I step over, scanning the array. Most of it is in worse shape than my own scuffed gear, but I find a pair of thick gloves with layered leather. I pinch the material between my fingers, gauging the heft. Beneath the grime and singe marks, there's some alchemical infusion that might protect me from mild heat. Better than the ones I have, I guess. How much? I ask over my shoulder. My voice cracks as sweat mats my hair to my forehead. Talia hovers behind me, pitching her sarcasm in a conspiratorial whisper. Hashgar calls back.
Give me 5 decent shards for the gloves. Or 7 if you also want the jar of cooling salve on the shelf beside it.
I grimace. That's a chunk of my meager stash from the last sale, but I can't haggle with an orc who's already pissed off at me. Deal. He grunts again. Taking the shards, I slide across an anvil-side table. The orc barely spares me another glance, busying himself by turning to stoke the bellows. The forge flares with another pulse of scorching mana that singes my eyebrows from a few yards away. I scoop up the gloves and salve, stowing them in my bag.
Guess that's it, caretaker,
Talia remarks.
We're ready for a suicidal trip into the mines.
I pocket the items without comment, eyes lingering on a set of well-crafted shells that glimmer in a case on the far wall, no doubt specialized for withstanding magma-level heat. Damn. That would have been nice. But I can't afford them without handing over the crystal, or draining every shard I have left. No. I turn back to Hashgar. He's scowling at me, wiping away a rivulet of sweat from his tattooed head.
Last chance, Outlander.
My throat tightens, but I plant my feet. I appreciate your time, but no. Hashgar's lip curls, a flicker of fang visible.
Fool's pride, that's what it is. Ain't my job to fix your stupidity.
He waves me off with a dismissive snarl.
Get out! And if you realize you need real forging, you know what I want.
I nod curtly. There's no point dragging out the conversation. Talia zips over my shoulder, practically bouncing from the swirling waves of heat, her posture alarmingly chipper considering the tension.
Give the big guy my regards, caretaker.
She calls over her shoulder, voice dripping with mock sweetness. I mutter a quick, "Thanks for the help," that sounds as hollow as I fear it does. Then I make for the exit, each step feeling heavier, both from the oppressive temperature and the weight of regret. Would my life be simpler if I traded away the Echo Crystal? Yes, but I know better. That gem is too important, too dangerous, to hand over lightly. The moment I step outside, a blast of comparatively cooler air hits me. I still choke on the sulfuric tang swirling around Emberford, but at least it's less punishing than the forge's belly. I pause on a patch of heated gravel, adjusting my bag to settle the new gloves and jar of salves so they don't clank around. Talia flutters her wings in idle frustration.
All that haggling for some shoddy gloves and a jar of goop you'll probably burn through in 2 minutes.
Her tone is mocking, but I catch an undercurrent of genuine worry. She's well aware of how unprepared we are. I exhale slowly, ignoring a few passing stares from bedraggled miners lugging crates of ember-infused ore. We'll manage. We've done it before. I've still got a few frost cartridges, a few shot mixes I can rig up if needed.
Fantastic,
Talia drawls, rolling her eyes.
If we survive, I'll personally erect a statue in your honor. Lucian the Stubborn, friend of heatstroke and half-baked heroics.
Despite everything, I can't help but chuckle. Thanks for the morale boost. Her wings flicker.
Listen, caretaker, I'm not exactly your biggest cheerleader, but I'd like to keep my corporeal form intact. If you get roasted, I'm stuck fending for myself.
Her gaze flits to the bulge in my pouch.
You sure about this?
I glance at the cloth-wrapped relic. I can practically sense the soft hum pulsing with potential. If used purely for forging, it could transform an entire arsenal of gear. And at the same time, the monarchy or anyone ruthless enough could turn that power into tyranny, harvesting it, draining it, twisting it for their own ends. I won't let that happen. I am sure. We'll find a way without feeding them another relic. Talia offers a crooked smile.
You do have a knack for finding complicated roads.
Then she zips higher, scanning the hazy skyline.
So, what now, caretaker?
I tug on my new gloves, stiff at the fingers, but definitely sturdier than my old ones. We go handle what we came for in Emberford, I answer. And we do it ourselves. Talia snorts.
Well, let's hope your spine's as durable as your new gloves, because the mines aren't exactly friendly.
We pass a row of shops, most hawking protective gear or forging scrap materials. Thick, charred barricades line a path toward the ember-carved mine's entrance, manned by a few bored-looking militia, faces red from the heat. The punishing wind that scours the platform beyond them is enough to make any traveler think twice about venturing inside. For a moment, I wonder if I should have given Hashgar a compromise, maybe parted with a shard of the crystal or something. No, I remind myself firmly. Don't second-guess. Stay the course. In the distance, an ember-laden gust stirs swirling clouds of ash, revealing a sign hammered into a scorched plank. Ember Forge Path. Faint silhouettes of gloom lurk deeper in, likely the cratered tunnels that lead downward. My heart lurches with dread and reckless excitement. This is it. I slide my blunderbuss into its sling ignoring the way the metal sizzles against my new gloves. The old weapon might not survive too many hellish blasts, but it'll get me through. Or so I need to believe. Talia hovers by my ear.
Tell me you have at least one idiotic plan in mind.
I exhale. We'll see what I can whip up. Maybe we'll do a quick salvage run, scavenge leftover gear from deeper in the mines. With luck, we won't get roasted. She snickers darkly.
Famous last words, caretaker.
I press forward. The day is still young, though the scorching heat could fool me into thinking it's midday. Guards at the barricade give me a cursory, sympathetic glance, like they see yet another sap about to test fate. One of them, a lean woman with reddened cheeks under a soot-stained bandana, mumbles, "You sure you're ready to head down? The vents flared last night. Conditions are worse than usual." My stomach twists. I'm ready. As ready as I'll ever be. She shrugs and waves me on. Talia zips overhead, silent for once. A swirl of gritty wind nearly knocks me back, but I brace against it and press on. Let's do this, I mutter, then step onto the cracked ground leading to the mine's yawning entrance, the jar of cooling salve jostling against my ribs. Talia glides close, her expression a swirl of challenge and mischief. Tension thrums like the low hum of the echo crystal itself, reminding me I've chosen an uncertain and probably perilous road. Doesn't matter. We forge ahead into the inferno on our own terms. Chapter 31. I draw a breath, though calling this molten oven's air a breath might be a cruel joke, and approach the mine's scorched entrance with as much bravado as I can muster. My gloves, supposedly heat-proof, already feel sticky from the unrelenting temperature. A sign overhead proclaims Emberford Mines, authorized delvers only, half melted down one side. The guard post looks as rickety as a wooden shack can look. A lone militia guard stands there, leaning on an iron spear that's so hot, I can't fathom how his palms aren't blistering. At his bored gesture, I slide forward and produce my frayed delver's papers. The ink on them is dangerously close to smearing in the heat, but it's enough to pass a cursory inspection. The guard mumbles without looking up.
Right, you're the early bird. Good luck. Nobody official's ratified closure on these tunnels yet. But watch your step. Gonna be interesting if they seal it behind you.
I stuff my papers away, nodding thanks. The guard shrugs, then grumbles.
Hope you brought ice, friend. Deeper in, it's hot as all 9 hells.
Fantastic, I mutter, stepping beyond the iron beams that brace the tunnel mouth. The shift in temperature is immediate, as if stepping from a steamy bath into a forge. My eyes start watering, and sweat trickles down the back of my neck in rivulets. Talia coughs dramatically.
Mortal, I'll be melted at this rate. Is it too late to turn around and find some nice underground glacier to excavate?
She tosses me a frazzled look, bright eyes dulled in the gloom.
My brilliant chaos has never felt so stifled.
I attempt a shaky grin. We'll manage. My voice is thick with the molten wind ripping through the corridor. We might find something that'll help you reignite your spark, if these relic rumors pan out. She flicks a droplet of sweat off her brow, unimpressed.
Oh, sure, because rummaging around in a fire pit is exactly how I want to spend the day.
This tunnel is wide enough for 2 wagons to pass side by side, but the shift in air current suggests partial collapse deeper in. The rock emanates a dull red glow beneath the cracks, as though magma veins run below the surface. Little wonder many workers up and left. If the overhead supports fail, I'll be submerged in molten doom faster than I can say, bad idea. A squeak startles me, and I glance down. A small, rodent-like creature peers back with ember-hued eyes, its black fur patchy and singed. Scorch rats, I murmur. Cute. I take a careful step around it, not wanting it to sense any aggression. Talia makes a tiny, disgusted noise.
Ugh. As if regular rats weren't enough,
She mutters.
These ones probably spit fire.
I wouldn't be surprised. My blunderbuss is slung across my back, loaded with a half-charged frost shot, but I'm cautious about using it too soon. Pressing deeper, I pass a makeshift wooden sign hammered into a post. Caution, vent flares. As I process that warning, a sudden gust of superheated air belches up from a fissure at my left, sending me stumbling sideways. Hell! I hiss, bracing an arm against the wall. Even through my gloves, I feel my skin prickle. Talia squeaks in alarm and flits half a foot away from me, wings fluttering frantically to regain balance in the buffeting wind. My canteen sloshes at my hip when I shift. I crack it open for a measured sip, but in the short time since I left Emberford's surface, the water inside has turned uncomfortably warm. Lovely, I think. At least it's not steam yet. The dryness in my throat is torture. Talia eyes it jealously, but I know she draws more mana from me than from a direct water source. Farther ahead, a few figures lounge on a crate. They're dressed in ragtag leathers, holding tin cups that wafts faint, bitter steam. Off-duty salamander hunters, if their scorched gear is any indication. One lifts his cup in a mocking salute when he sees me.
Oi, Outlander!
He calls.
Welcome to the dragon's asshole!
The second hunter snorts.
It's hotter than that place, Raven. Don't give the dragons so much credit.
I heave a breath, trying not to dizzy myself. I'll keep that in mind.
Stick close to the side passages,
the first advises with a wry grin.
Gusts'll fry your eyebrows off otherwise.
Silently, I appreciate the tip. Even a chunk of knowledge could save me from a scorching demise. Talia, perched near my shoulder, looks unimpressed. She waves a half-hearted spark at them.
You lot do this every day?
One of them cackles.
Ha 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 ha. You get used to it.
He gestures toward the gloom.
We're done with our shift. Saw a pack of them salamanders about a quarter-mile deeper near the old rift. If you're fool enough to keep going, watch out for their tongues. That's not a euphemism.
His grin widens at my grimace. I thank him, or at least grunt a semblance of gratitude, before pushing on. Loose pebbles crunch underfoot, and the occasional dull thud of movement echoes through the tunnels. So far, it seems partially deserted, but the labyrinth of side chambers is extensive. The place was once a thriving source of ore, or so the older logs claim. Now, half the scaffolding is collapsed or melted, and lumps of ember-laced rock are discarded in piles, still faintly smoldering. Talia flicks her wings again.
Please tell me you have more frost rounds than the pathetic handful you mentioned earlier.
I exhale, feeling the dryness coat my tongue. I have enough. It's a half-lie. I'm down to 3 frost shells, plus a single improvised shot that could do more harm than good if it misfires. Time to scavenge. Word is, miners abandoned supply caches when the vents flared up. Maybe I can find extra gear, or at least something to cool me down. Smoky rails trace deeper into the mine, though large sections look partially collapsed. At intervals, twisted metal tracks lead to side passages. Stone arch supports sizzle with ambient warmth. I halt when I encounter a platform flanked by tumbled crates. Might be a cache, I mutter, stepping carefully over a broken beam. My gloved fingers pry open the nearest box, empty except for shards of what might have been glass vials. The next crate contains lumps of worthless scrap metal. I'm about to give up when I jostle a small wooden chest in the corner. The lid is locked tight, but the lock is brittle with rust. With a grunt, I apply pressure from the butt of my blunderbuss, snapping it open. Inside is a scattering of vials, half of them cracked, and 3 lumps of blackish rock. I pick one up. It's uncomfortably hot to the touch, but not glowing. possibly inert leftover blasting charges. My best guess is these small lumps are partially spent explosives, or maybe alchemical lumps for fueling specialized mining gear. I can't be sure. Talia hovers overhead, sniffing.
They smell like old brimstone. Could be useless, or could explode in your face.
Comforting, I remark, wrapping them in a scrap of cloth. But if we get cornered, a random explosive might help. Let's hope I don't blow us both to cinders. She crosses her arms.
I'd rather we find an actual relic, caretaker. Something that might quench this infernal dryness.
I rub sweat from my eyes. We're here for more than loot. If pyre stone cores exist, they're deeper in, near pockets of magma or half-formed vents. Whether it's real or not, I'm betting on the chance we can leverage them or, at the very least, keep them out of the monarchy's clutches. My gear might not hold up, but I've got to try. Come on, we won't find anything standing around debating. On we tread. The deeper we go, the more the environment changes. Flickers of molten light reflect off jagged walls, filling the corridors with shifting red shadows. The ground itself pulses with pockets of unstable heat. Occasionally, a segment of floor hisses, releasing a sulfuric spray that stinks to high heaven. I spot a cluster of drying corpses near one collapsed tunnel, recognizable as unlucky miners from some time ago. A wave of unease washes over me. This place is lethal. I press a hand to my face cloth, trying to filter out the stench. Somewhere ahead, a faint scraping resonates off the walls. I freeze. Talia's wings twitch, and she cocks an ear, scanning for the direction.
There,
she whispers, pointing a tiny finger to a jagged opening on the right.
Smells like scaly evil.
She makes a face. In the gloom, a shape slithers. The rasp of scaled limbs against rock is unmistakable. Salamander? Possibly. They often lurk in groups, like the hunters said. I inch forward, pressing myself to a half-collapsed beam for cover. The shape emerges. A salamander about the length of my leg, skin flaring with lines of molten orange. Its gaze flicks around the corridor. I hold my breath. There's a second behind it, then a third. My heart thumps. I can try to slip past, or... A sudden pop from behind me. My foot shifts a loose rock, dislodging it. The stone pings and echoes, impossibly loud in the hush. Instantly, the salamanders' heads whip around. Their eyes glow with malice. Talia curses. One lunges forward with shocking speed. I yank my blunderbuss free, panic surging. The muzzle swings up. I pop off a frost round. The shot bursts in a cone of chilly shards that strike the first salamander square in the torso, sizzling as heat meets cold. Steam billows. My ears ring from the abrupt hiss. The salamander shrieks, flailing. That's one down, but the others coil up, jaws parting. Flickers of flame build in their throats. They spit fire, all right. Perfect. I scramble behind the broken beam. A scorching blast splatters across the wood, lighting it briefly before it snuffs out in all this swirling steam. My next round is also frost, but I only have 2 left. Another salamander scuttles around the beam, tail whipping dangerously. Talia zips toward it, releasing a short, frustrated spark, but the environment stifles her chaos so much that her flashy illusions fizz out. She hisses in annoyance. I grit my teeth, firing the second frost shell at close range. The recoil nearly knocks me onto my backside, but the shot nails the salamander's side, enveloping it in a burst of frigid shards. It collapses, thrashing in a half-frozen spasm. The third skitters off to the left, wise enough not to charge into the frost. Instead, it circles, spitting a small ball of flame at me. I duck, singeing my shoulder a bit. Heat lances across my jacket. Talia sees my predicament and tries to swirl an illusory effect around the creature, enough to distort its aim. The salamander twitches uncertainly, spitting at a spot a foot to my right. I seize the chance, rummaging in my bag for that random explosive lumps I found. My heart thrums. This is insane. I toss one toward the salamander, expecting nothing, but upon impact, the lump cracks, unleashing a short, violent burst of sparks. A minimal explosion, hardly big enough to kill the salamander, but enough to disorient it. The creature staggers, stunned by the noise and flash. I step in close. My blunderbuss is empty, so I slam the butt of it into the salamander's thick skull with a grunt. The creature collapses, twitching. Fierce heat roils from its body even in the final throes. My arms shake from the adrenaline and the searing dryness in my throat. "We're okay," I rasp, turning to Talia. She lowers herself onto my shoulder, wings drooping.
We call this okay? We're cooking like a pair of idiots on a spit.
I can't argue. My chest feels tight, each breath like sandpaper. We should keep going. If that was only a scouting pack, there could be more. Let's not linger. With the salamander threat subdued for the moment, I check the crates in the side nook from which they emerged. Inside, I find the remains of a miner's kit. One old spool of wire, half a pickaxe handle, and a near-empty water skin. I lift the water skin to my lips. The water is foul-tasting, stale with a metallic edge, but I force down a mouthful. Talia makes a face when I offer her some.
Ugh, no thanks. I'll stick to draining your mana. Slightly less gross.
Still, the mouthful of water helps. I press on, ignoring the headache pounding behind my eyes. Focus. The deeper we go, the more toxic the air feels. The stench of brimstone intensifies, and an orange glow bathes the walls. It's both mesmerizing and dreadful. I glimpse shattered mining carts half fused to the floor in melted rivulets of metal. We're very deep now. We soldier on along a half-intact walkway bridging, a fissure that drops into seething magma. The heat swirls upward, scorching my arms despite the gloves. Watch your wings, I warn Talia. She nods, staying close as we edge across. My boots clunk on rickety boards. Each step feels like a gamble. At last we reach a broader cavern, red luminescence dancing on the ceiling. Jagged lumps of blackened rock line the path. It's quieter, eerily so. I glimpse a few old tool racks, abandoned or melted, near steel pylons hammered into the wall. Possibly the remains of a more secure mining station. A sign overhead reads, Sector 3, Upper Vein, though much of the writing is scorched. I pause to check my cartridges. One remaining frost shell. The rest are standard shot or my improvised lumps. Not exactly an arsenal. Talia flutters, a faint swirl of chaotic spark traveling along her wings.
Can you promise me that if we find some big fancy relic in here, you won't drop it for a mouthful of water?
I snort. No promises, but I'll do my best. She huffs, but her lips quirk in a grin.
At least you're consistent with your idiocy.
We slip between piles of collapsed debris. The rock overhead trembles occasionally, as if hinting that it could bury us at any moment. My steps grow cautious, scanning for more salamanders or hidden vents. The tension in my chest coexists with a weird excitement. There might be more to this molten labyrinth than salamander nests. Word on the street is that pyrestone relics, raw lumps of smoldering energy, lie near the oldest channels of magma. At a turn, the path descends sharply, the broken rails continuing down a steep ramp. I glimpse faint black lumps that might be charred wooden beams. The flow of superheated wind billows up from below, carrying flecks of ash. We're close to a deeper vent. Careful. One wrong step, and we fall scorching to our doom.
I'll keep that in mind,
Talia retorts, hugging my collar.
Because I totally want to be flambéed.
A swirl of dust picks up as we descend. The rock formation around us changes to a more vibrant red, pulsing with internal magma. The sizzling cracks underfoot make me question the stability of every step. Wish I had a better map, I mutter, recalling how some older miners described half-flooded tunnels. The idea of running into boiling water on top of everything else is nightmarish. Still, part of me can't help reeling at the raw power thrumming inside these depths, like the world's furnace drawing breath. In a twisted way, it's awe-inspiring. Talia must sense the same because she's breathing a little faster, eyes half-lidded in exhaustion and fascination. She rubs the back of her hand across her face.
This better be worth it, caretaker. My wings are about to shrivel up.
The relentless swirl of cinders stings my eyes. My canteen is almost halfway gone, and that's meager comfort if we linger. But we keep going, ignoring the dryness, ignoring the stench of brimstone that laces every breath. Ahead, I spy a dim glow from a side passage, another potential meltdown hazard, or maybe an old supply station. The silence aside from the crackling vents crawls over my skin. At least no more salamanders so far. But I can't banish the anxiety that something worse could lurk deeper in. I recheck the frost shells in my bandolier, ensuring they're not too twisted from the heat. My fingers brush the lumps that caused a minor blast earlier. If push comes to shove, we'll rely on them. The thought is hardly reassuring, but it's all we have. Talia's breath flutters.
I can still draw a spark or two if we get cornered, but don't expect a chaos storm. Not in this inferno.
Understood. I offer a faint smile, forging ahead as the tunnel widens again. The rock glimmers with dull embers, as if challenging me with every step. Come further. See what's buried here. Be ready to burn. Chapter 32. My boots scrape against a jagged outcrop of stone as I inch forward, a sheen of stinging sweat plastering my forehead. The heat in this cavern is unlike anything I've endured before. Thick, suffocating, hammering on my lungs. I take slow, careful steps across the rock, feeling them quiver underfoot. Somewhere behind me, molten slag bubbles and spits, releasing toxic wisps that scorch my nostrils. Talia flutters unsteadily around my shoulder, her wings beating faster than usual in the swelter. I squint through the shimmering waves of heat at a half-buried mining crate wedged against the collapsed wall. That might be worth a look, I mutter. Talia merely coughs. She lands briefly on a charred beam jutting from the rubble, her wings flickering with feeble sparks.
If there's no water in that box, caretaker, I'm setting you on fire for dragging me down here.
Her threat lacks real bite. The furnace-like conditions have dulled even her sarcasm. Have some faith. Maybe we'll find an ice-cold canteen labeled Drink Me, or we find some alchemical salvage that'll help us survive the next half hour. She's too tired to argue. That alone is unsettling. Talia thrives on chaos and bickering. If the heat is enough to drain her cheeky mania, my own stamina is on borrowed time. I pick my way across sizzling gravel that crunches underfoot. A molten vent fizzes somewhere to my left, lighting the cavern walls with a dull red glow. Occasionally, I glimpse small embers dancing in the air, vanishing the moment they contact the raw basalt. Finally, I reach the crate. It's dented, half-collapsed, wooden slats blackened by ongoing blasts of volcanic heat. I crouch to pry back a panel with my belt knife. A scorching gust makes me shield my face with my other arm. "Come on," I growl. "Open!" The blade squeals against a stubborn nail. Talia hovers, shoulders hunched like she's bracing against a gale.
At the pace you're going, we'll die of heat stroke first.
I grunt and wedge the tip of the knife deeper. Your wings up to blasting it open? I ask, half joking. She flashes her needle-like teeth in a tired grin.
Unless you want a spark meltdown that might blow us both sky-high, caretaker, best do it yourself.
One fierce push, and the crate's corner splinters. I wiggle my hand inside, careful not to bend nails back on shattered wood. My fingertips brush something smooth, glass-like. Another scorching puff of sulfur-laden air billows around me, making me cough. Talia squeaks irritably.
Brimstone,
she spits, rubbing her tiny nose.
And humans enjoy foraging near this stuff? I'd rather juggle rabid badgers.
I'd retort if I had the energy, but the moment I see what's inside, my pulse jumps. Alchemical vials. I breathe, hooking 2 cracked containers from the box. The glass is half opaque with residue from who knows what concoctions. A third container is shattered, leaving sticky gunk crusting the bottom of the crate. This might be useful. Talia zips around, peering over my shoulder.
Old fluid. I sense residual fizz. That could be explosive, or it might be rancid sludge.
Better rancid sludge than nothing. I fish out a handful of black mana shards, too. They're small lumps of midnight crystal, swirling with a faint, necromantic tinge I recognize all too well. My stomach clenches at the memory of how these shards ended up in my stash. Desperate times, I remind myself. No sense being squeamish. After slipping them into a side pouch, I quickly test the vials. One is nearly empty, but the second sloshes with a half portion of something thick and dark. Talia raises an eyebrow.
Trying to blow your face off in style, caretaker?
Maybe. I stuff them into a spare pocket. If we get pinned, a bit of improvised alchemy might save our skins. Before she can respond, the distinct hiss of something alive echoes from behind us. My gut clenches. That's not steam. Talia's glow flares brighter from fear or adrenaline. She spins midair, eyes darting.
Heads up,
she warns. I pivot, scanning the gloom. The cavern's shifting shadows create illusions, or so I hope, but then one of them moves for real. Slithering forms unwind from behind a broken mining cart stacked sideways near a collapsed corridor. They're salamander-like monstrosities, each about the length of a grown man. Magma pulses through glowing, vein-like patterns beneath their leathery skins. The heat rolling off them is enough that I can feel it from several yards away. Their eyes, glowing ember orange, lock on me. Salamanders, I mutter, bracing my blunderbuss in clammy hands. My heart thrums. Why can't anything friendly live down here? Talia snorts.
Because it's a cursed furnace pit.
The lead salamander hisses, exposing a mouth of fanged ridges. My mental wheels spin. I've got a handful of frost shells, but that's almost everything. I check my bandolier. 3 shells, all scuffed from the heat. If these misfire, I'll be an overcooked side dish. Then I realize the improvised shot I can craft, mixing those black shards with the alchemical fluid. The idea sets my nerves on edge. Dangerous is an understatement. The salamanders slither forward in unison, tails flicking lava-like drips onto the ground that hiss and crackle. I'm keenly aware of the rickety wooden walkway behind me. Someone tried reinforcing it with dwarven wards, but the planks are partially scorched. One good blast of flame, and we'll tumble into molten slag. Not a comforting thought. Time to earn our keep, I murmur, ramming a frost cartridge into the breech. The salamanders coil, then everything happens at once. I yank the trigger, releasing a cone of chilling shards with a thunderous crack. The shot collides with the beasts in a swirl of steam so thick it blinds me for a second. The sudden temperature clash sets the air seething with hissing vapor. A wave of scorching wind slams me as they thrash in pain, flinging spittle that sizzles when it contacts the stone floor. I cough, choking on the dense cloud of ash swirling around. My eyes sting from the superheated air, yet I see glimpses of success. One salamander reels back, frost crusting along its flank, but another leaps aside to evade most of the blast. Talia tries to cast chaotic sparks, but the oppressive heat stifles her aura. She manages only a few sputtering flickers.
Damn it!
She curses, voice shivering with frustration.
Your mana's trickling away from standing here!
She tries again, focusing for a moment, and unleashes a single bright streak that zips harmlessly past one salamander's tail and fizzles into the gloom. She snarls in annoyance. "They're still coming!" I shout, stepping backward. My foot almost slips on gravel. Another salamander lunges. I roll sideways, barely dodging a slash of its sizzling claws that leave bright ember trails behind. The acrid stench of cooked stone and singed dust saturates the air. My cheeks burn under the onslaught. "I'm out of spot frost if we're pinned. We need to finish them quickly."
Brilliant observation!
Talia snaps. She's right, of course. We can't stand here trading blows. The walkway behind me leads to an iron elevator shaft that might carry us further down, but the salamanders block our route. I grit my teeth, slotting another frost cartridge in. 2 left. My gun's muzzle sizzles from residual heat. A salamander rises on its hind limbs, a swirl of molten drool flicking from its jaws. Then it spits a glob of scorching matter. I barely throw myself to the side in time. The walkway behind me takes the brunt of it, bursting into flame. Immediately, magical wards flare along the wood, fighting to suppress the blaze. Smoke clouds my vision. If that walkway collapses, we'll have nowhere to run. My breathing staggers. "Talia, distract them!" I bark, then brace the blunderbuss, aiming at the cluster of 2 salamanders now flanking each other. She zips upward, swirling half a spark of illusions that, at best, flickers across their snouts. They hiss, momentarily disoriented. I fire. A second wave of icy shards bursts forth, raking across the salamander's sides. Steam engulfs me in a suffocating cloak of scalding humidity. I hear them squeal in pain, the sound alien and shrill. My arms quake from recoil, and droplets of moisture streak my face. Though the vantage is unclear, I sense at least one of them has slowed its advance, chunked with patches of ice. The other surges regardless, single-minded in its fury. One more shot, maybe. A fierce tail whips near my leg. I jump, cursing as the tip grazes my boot. The leather begins to hiss. I kick frantically, dislodging a patch of sizzling black goo. Sure, let's add partial footwear meltdown to the day's humiliations. The salamander rears its head again, flecks of flame dancing in the back of its throat.
Incoming!
Talia screeches, darting sideways. She attempts a flicker of chaos that crackles briefly around the monster's snout, forcing its aim wide. A spurt of molten spittle arcs a foot away from me, sizzling into the rock. Searing droplets scatter across my sleeve, scorching pinprick holes. I bite back a yell, shaking them off. "Time for the big gamble," I mutter. Rummaging in my pouch, I yank out the black mana shards and the half-vial of mystery fluid I discovered. My brain churns. If I combine these on the spot... It's insane, but I have no choice. Hands trembling, I wedge the shards into a spare shot casing. My breath roars in my ears as I unstopper the vial with my teeth, spitting the cork aside. The reek of foul chemicals makes me gag. The salamander that took the brunt of my second frost blast is regrouping. I can see it shaking off shards of ice, magma veins pulsing bright again. They'll come for me any second. Talia's eyes widen.
You realize if that shot is unstable, we either end up in pieces or incinerated.
She still flutters, her wings forcing ragged sparks of mana to keep her airborne.
Don't remind me, I whisper. Better to take that risk than let them roast me alive. I quickly pour a portion of the fluid into the casing, sealing it with a rag and stuffing it into the breech. That's as close to a stable alchemical shot as I can manage. Through the swirling smoke, I see the walkway groaning dangerously, the boards blackening from repeated scorching attacks. My muscles tense, focusing on the beasts. All right, you scaly bastards, come get some! They hiss in unison, surging forward. This time, they're dangerously close, half-circling to corner me. My heart pounds. I raise the blunderbuss, ignoring the prickle of dread that seeps into my gut. This might blow the gun. This might blow me. No time for second thoughts. I fire. The explosion is deafening, far louder than my usual shots. My body recoils as a wave of shock slams into me. A burst of searing red and black light flares from the muzzle, crackling with necromantic distortions. The discharge rips through the nearest salamander, sending lumps of molten flesh scattering. It screeches, an unholy, shrill note that ends as quickly as it begins. My ears ring. A swirl of black smoke tainted with shimmering sparks expands outward, stinging my eyes with acrid tears. Above me, Talia yelps, flipping in midair from the sudden mana surge.
That's... Holy chaos, caretaker, that is vile!
She coughs, her wings faltering. The recoil nearly knocks me off my feet. I stumble back, blinking through the haze. My arms feel numb from the blast, and every nerve in my shoulders screams. The salamander I struck is half vaporized, thrashing briefly before collapsing in a steaming heap. The other beasts recoil from the raw blow, flicking their tongues with renewed wariness. Their hiss resonates, as if uncertain whether to flee or resume the attack. I can hardly breathe in the swirling mixture of ash and necromantic aftershock. The improvised shot definitely worked, but I have no illusions that I can replicate it. The monstrous pair left standing chooses aggression. They scuttle forward, claws scraping across the crumbling walkway. Adrenaline flares fresh in my veins, but I've used up my best gambit, and my bandolier is nearly empty. Talia tries again to conjure illusions around them, but her sparks keep guttering in the superheated air. We're in trouble. From the corner of my eye, I notice a tiny crack in the overhead rock, dripping scalding water, or something close to water. A fleeting idea crosses my mind. If I could direct them under that flow, maybe the sudden shift in temperature. Then the salamanders advance again. No time for cunning. I heft the blunderbuss, meeting the lead creature's molten glare. Talia abandons illusions, instead yanking raw mana from me. I feel a jolt, like lightning passing from my core to her. Her eyes glow, color swirling in them. She releases a short, violent spasm of chaotic energy that arcs outward, dancing along the walkway's dwarven wards. The salamanders twitch, confused by the prismatic swirl that distorts their vision, but it's fleeting. They hiss, pressing closer. Hang on, I breathe. I sense Talia's weight amplify on my shoulder. She's funneling a last spurt of mania into me, hoping I can muster one more shot or desperate action. My body tingles with overload. Searching my half-torn belt for any leftover frost or standard shells, I find a single, battered frost wave round. My last shot. Better make it count. I jam it into place, heart in my throat. The salamanders are practically on top of me now, their spiked tails lashing, jaws drooling molten spittle. The walkway, battered by repeated blasts of heat, shudders. I aim point-blank at the more wounded of the pair, and fire. A thunderous crack of ice-laced shrapnel bursts into an expanding cloud of steam, slamming the salamander back. The second one leaps aside, avoiding the brunt of it. The corridor roars with swirling white fog, almost as thick as the black smoke earlier. My blunderbuss rattles in my grip, dangerously hot to the touch. A savage hiss reveals the wounded salamander is still alive, but severely weakened, writhing under its own weight. The final one, tail swishing, unleashes a hiss so full of hatred it almost sounds personal.
Now or never!
Talia gasps, her wings flickering with the last dregs of power.
If we can't finish this...
She doesn't have to complete the thought. I toss my spent weapon aside for a heartbeat, seizing on a ragged chunk of iron that broke from the crate's reinforcing band. The salamander whips its tail at me again. I duck, feeling sizzling air ruffle my hair. My vision darkens around the edges from the heat. Everything is throbbing. I can't pass out now. I lunge and swing the iron chunk, smashing it into the salamander's lower jaw. The contact jars my shoulder, but the monster reels with a shriek, stumbling dangerously close to the walkway's melted edge. Talia, catching a spark of opportunity, summons a chaotic swirl bigger than any she's formed in the last few minutes. The flickering lights coil around her fists. With a triumphant yell, she hurls it into the salamander's chest. A crack of rainbow static blasts into it, and the beast teeters, half-blinded. Its claws scrape for purchase on a plank that abruptly snaps. The salamander tumbles off the walkway with a final hiss that fades into a sickening splash as it hits the molten pool below. The air fills with the acrid stench of burning scales. I collapse to my knees, chest heaving. My pulse stutters erratically, sweat pouring in rivulets down my neck. Talia hovers in front of me, panting in her own way, her wings drooping. We both look at the single salamander still twitching, but unable to move. For a second, I wonder if it's going to spit one last bit of molten fire at us. Then it goes limp, either dead or too crippled to attack. A swirl of steamy haze runs across the chamber. A tortured groan draws my gaze. The walkway is dangerously charred, sections blackened and collapsing. I grip the edge of one sturdy crossbeam and haul myself upward, retrieving my blunderbuss from the scorched ground. My hands shake so badly I almost drop it. The muzzle is scorching hot, so I wrap it in cloth again. That nearly ended us. I can't even manage a grin of relief. Talia sniffles, or maybe that's her way of catching her breath.
We almost died! Again!
She notes sourly, wings fluttering in shaky arcs. A few stray sparks emanate around her ankles.
And you humans call me chaotic!
I bark a laugh that edges closer to hysteria. I'll take that as a compliment. My throat feels like sandpaper. Some water would be nice, I think, but we used the last of it some time ago. The idea of going deeper into these infernal tunnels right now is borderline madness. But turning back isn't an appealing option either. Nearby, the twisted iron elevator shaft stands amid swirling pockets of steam. That's presumably the route forward, but the trek from here to there is blocked by rubble from the meltdown of our catwalk. We can maybe climb around the edges, I suggest, swallowing hard. But we need to check for more supplies first. Talia clings to my shoulder.
Good luck. We're about out of everything. If no spare crates or leftover shards show up, I hope your plan is to conjure a magical oasis from your butt.
I rub my eyes, exhausted and half delirious. I'll see what I can do. I take a few unsteady steps, glancing back at the smoldering lumps that were once salamanders. On impulse, I kneel beside the crate I'd opened earlier, rifling deeper into the debris in case something else might be salvageable. My fingers roam across splintered wood. One container is completely shattered, the sticky residue soaking into the crate's corners. Another is empty. Damn, I mutter. Not a single intact shell. I push to my feet again, shoulders sagging. My blunderbuss is near meltdown. I can't pop off many more shots without risking a catastrophic misfire. My bandolier is basically done. The only small mercy is that the walkway still extends far enough that we aren't trapped on an island of rock. There's a precarious route around large basalt columns to reach the elevator. But the knowledge of deeper foes, ones perhaps bigger and nastier than these salamanders, gnaws at me. Talia lands on my bag. Her wings droop, fluttering every few seconds to keep her balanced.
So,
Her voice is subdued.
we keep going?
I stare at the swirling rivers of molten slag, the vents belching scorching fumes. We have to. Turning around means returning empty-handed, and we risk smashing into the monarchy's demands or scouring the entire path again. My chest tightens at the idea, but I clamp my jaw shut. We press forward, but carefully. Let's not get cooked alive halfway. She musters a faint grin.
I'd insult you, caretaker, but I'm too tired to think of anything good.
No wonder the miners fled. Cracked vials, black mana shards, and slapped together madness. That's all that's keeping me alive. Talia is right about one thing. We're dangerously low on supplies. The thought of forging deeper makes my stomach twist. But we've made it this far. Talia flicks an ear.
Plan, caretaker?
Scavenge, I reply with a weary shrug. Find maybe one more crate, a corner of salvage, anything. I doubt we'll get far with only my empty pockets. Talia offers a wry smile that edges into a grimace.
Fine. I'll help scour the rubble.
Her wings flutter. Then she tries to stand tall, glancing at the warped walkway.
But maybe you patch that hole first. I'd prefer not to tumble into that molten pit.
Fair point. I run my tongue over dry lips, reeling from the heat as I make my way gingerly across the planks, cringing as each board creaks. Talia flits overhead, scanning for any sign of leftover gear the miners abandoned. Past the twisted rails of the walkway, the chamber extends into darkness, shot through with dull red glows. Jagged basalt shapes protrude unpredictably, and the entire environment quivers with ambient elemental fury. If I close my eyes, I can almost sense the raw power simmering beneath us. This is insane. But I keep moving. When I near the edge, a small structure emerges from behind a mound of blackened stone. Another wrecked supply station, or so it seems. My heart leaps with hope. Maybe there's an extra stash of alchemical stuff, or a cluster of frost shells I can salvage. Talia must sense my surge of optimism. She brightens a fraction, releasing a cackle. Suddenly, from behind me, a gurgling noise rumbles. My reflexes snap me around, heart pounding, but it's only the half-frozen salamander's final death spasm, body flopping once before going still. My pulse hammers in my skull. Gods, I'm on edge. I run a hand through my damp hair, exhaling slowly. Talia shudders. Let's check that nook, I murmur, pointing toward the structure near the next passage. Then we see about the elevator. Talia nods, hovering forward with subdued sparks that illuminate the swirling dust motes in the scalding air. I take a final, shaky step away from the smoking remains of the salamanders, glancing over my shoulder one last time. A laugh bubbles up. A little crazed, but it's the only reaction I have left. I survived. We survived. My mind flickers to the future, the path deeper into this infernal place. What other nightmares lie in wait? The thought chills me more than the frost shells ever could. I straighten, ignoring the burn in my thighs, the dryness cracking my lips, the acrid haze scouring my throat. Talia rubs her forehead.
At least we taught those salamanders to fear two half-baked idiots.
There's a glint of humor in her eyes. I manage a crooked half-smile. One crisis at a time. I cast one last glance at the twisted, half-melted salamander corpses behind me, steeling myself against the sweltering gloom. It's a temporary triumph that leaves me trembling, aware that deeper evils lurk past these molten guardians, and I grimly contemplate scrounging for leftover shards or old crates to replenish my fragile stock. Chapter 33. I drag in a scorching breath the moment we enter the cavern, and my lungs rebel against the swirling inferno. Everywhere I look, the rock glows with molten veins, and the red-orange glare pricks my eyes even through the tinted lenses I never leave behind. Wooden beams, half-burned and leaning like exhausted corpses, lace overhead, threatening to collapse if the infernal heat surges any stronger. I swear this entire place wants me dead, and that's before I notice the portal. It looms in the center of the chamber, a half-formed ring of black volcanic rock that gouts sooty flames whenever it pulses, as though it's inhaling the air itself. Talia flutters beside me, her wings flaring abrupt sparks. She's keeping a healthy distance from any open flame.
I'm not sure if this place is trying to roast your hide or bury us under molten rubble, caretaker, she mutters. Next time, let's sign up for a nice, frost-laden crypt,
Duly noted. I push onward, scanning the glooms for signs of a direct threat. The stifling air is thick with swirling ash, and the floor is a patchwork of cracked rock with more than a few glowing fissures. Thin streams of superheated vapor waft up, scorching my ankles. We should leave, I add quietly, though I know we won't. If a portal like that fully stabilizes, Emberford will drown in devils. We can't turn our backs on that possibility.
Well, we might not get to choose.
Talia points a diminutive finger at the swirling black flames coalescing in the ring. The incomplete portal flickers with a stutter, then emits a thunderous pulse. My stomach clenches as a figure steps, or more accurately, bursts through. A towering fiend clad in black iron plates, wreathed in sizzling embers. The demon's silhouette is broad-shouldered, with a stance suggesting unstoppable force. Glowing crimson eyes lock onto me immediately. A blade, near white with searing heat, rests in its gauntlet, spitting cinders with each movement. My blunderbuss, normally a comforting weight, feels pitiful in comparison. Wonderful. I step backward. We have a gatecrasher. The demon lunges, slicing the molten blade through the dust-laden air. I jerk the blunderbuss upward, bracing against my shoulder, and barely manage to deflect the blow. Metal clings on metal, but a raw jolt of heat surges along my arms. It's so intense that every nerve screams. Sparks shoot overhead. My gloves sear at the seams. Talia shrieks, flitting to the side, her aura sputtering in all this stifling dryness.
You can't just stand there, caretaker. This thing will melt your face off.
Working on it, I snap. Already I'm fumbling with the bandolier. My next shot absolutely must buy me time. Before I can reorient, the fiend slams its blade horizontally. I duck, feeling the sizzle of superheated air whip above my head. A droplet of sweat slides down my temple and practically boils away. It growls, an unholy sound that resonates with the thrum of the half-formed rift behind it. There's a disjointed echo, like the cavern itself is repeating the demon's fury. Damn it, I think. The portal's feeding it. I reach for a frost shell from the stash I managed to scavenge down here. My cartridges are slightly warped by the journey through this heat, but if they still function, they might do wonders on a being forged from flame. Talia darts behind a splintered beam overhead, presumably to muster some of her energy out of direct range. As I slam the cartridge into the breach, the demon charges again. Its movements are broad arcs of unstoppable might. I see the blade coming and throw myself sideways, releasing a bark as my left side slams against hot rock. But I keep hold of the blunderbuss, jamming it forward and firing. The shot explodes in a burst of chilly shards. Steam erupts, hissing so loudly it's like 1,000 whips cracking. The demon staggers back a half step, its armor glinting under a layer of frost that forms for an instant before sizzling away. Embers erupt, and the thin frost shell evaporates in seconds. "Oh, come on!" The demon snarls, swings its weapon overhead, and storms forward again. I scramble upright. "Talia!" I shout. "Any illusions or something? Don't let it find me so easily!" She pops her head out from behind the beam, cinders swirling around her.
I'm trying, but your heat-stoked aura is messing with me.
She attempts a swirl of illusions. The air warps around the demon's head, creating flickers of false images, additional silhouettes of me scattered across the chamber. For a second, the fiend's gaze snaps between them, uncertain. That's all I need. I exhale, grit my teeth, and pop a repulsion blast shell into the breach. The demon's blade whistles through the illusions, destroying one specter after another. If I can line up the shot... I fire. The recoil slams me back a step. The hail of compressed kinetic force smashes into the demon's chest plating, pushing it half a yard back. It roars in frustration, disoriented by Talia's illusions and my blasts, but not enough to yield. There's a swirl of black smoke as it recovers, flame licking at the edges of its armor. My shot did little more than rattle it. As I try to back away, an abrupt flare of that incomplete portal lights the chamber. The ring pulses, fueling the demon with a fresh surge of sizzling embers. My heart stutters. The fiend's blade glows brighter now, dangerously close to pure white, and I glimpse bits of molten slag dripping from the edges. If it hits me with that, I'm done. Talia flutters lower, cursing.
We can't keep dancing around, caretaker. That blade's an instant funeral for you.
She's not telling me anything new. My arms tremble. I fumble for my belt, rummaging for the last frost cartridge. After that, I'm down to repulsion shots. The demon barrels forward. Think, Lucian. If I keep firing haphazardly, I'll be left with a glowing hunk of practically useless iron. Sweat streams down my neck. The demon's presence feels like standing in the breath of a volcano. My mind reels with half-formed ideas, none of them good. Then something from my memory surfaces. A snippet gleaned from a stash of infernal notes I appraised in Mournhollow. A resonance circuit can disrupt planar openings if you channel the right frequencies into the runic patterns. In simpler terms, if I can generate some kind of sonic or vibrational shock keyed to the crackling energies here, I might unravel the portal's stability. If the demon is still tied to it, maybe it'll weaken, or forcibly yank him back. Easier said than done. My remaining repulsion cartridge won't do it. I don't have time to carve elaborate runes, and I sure don't have the fancy forging equipment dwarven crafters might use. But the echo crystal resonates with sonic energy. Its pulses can be harnessed if I funnel them through a suitable vector. My blunderbuss, for instance. Sonic energy, I mutter, mind racing. The demon roars, sprinting at me in a rush of heat. I barely leap aside, my boots scraping the stone. The wooden walkway overhead groans, dropping a shower of glowing cinders that stings across my arms. I hiss in pain. Talia's voice cracks.
Lucian, get behind something, damn it!
I grit my teeth and roll behind a collapsed beam, heart pounding. Keep it busy! I shout, rummaging with trembling fingers for the echo crystal. My gloves scald from contact with the heated debris. If I fumble now, I could drop the crystal into a molten fissure. Concentrate. The demon's footsteps thunder dangerously close, a nightmarish clang of iron boots on stone. Talia tries flitting overhead, flicking illusions in the demon's face again. Her voice cracks in fury.
Look here, you hulk of soot!
She tosses a swirl of chaotic energy that lights the demon's perimeter in flickering sparks. It's more distraction than damage, but it keeps the monstrosity from slicing me in half for another second. I extract the echo crystal from the pouch. "All right," I whisper, gaze darting to my blunderbuss. I pop open the breech. The metal is scorching, burning even through my heat-resistant gloves. This is insane, but it's the only plan I have. I force the echo crystal into the loading chamber, haphazardly slotting it where I'd place a normal shell. The gem vibrates. I can't just pull the trigger. This thing will blow the gun. Or me. Or the entire cavern. But there's no time to second guess. The demon roars behind me, footsteps pounding. I sense the wave of heat intensify.
"You done playing around?"
Talia yells, her wings fluttering in a shaky swirl of color. "Yes. Maybe. No. We'll find out." I cringe, pressing the breech closed. The hum of the crystal resonates up my arm, setting my teeth on edge. My blunderbuss is not designed for this. I stand, pivot on my heels, and level the muzzle at the fiend. It's so close, I can see rivulets of molten slag dripping down its black iron armor. The demon's blade is raised overhead, white-hot. Our eyes meet, mine full of frantic desperation, its molten gaze promising annihilation. "You want to fight?" I snarl, my throat sandpaper raw. "Take this!" I squeeze the trigger. A thunderclap of sound erupts. It's not like a normal shot, or even an improvised black mana shell. It's a twisting sonic blast that shreds the air with a keening shriek. The recoil smashes into my shoulder like a runaway cart, and I swear I feel the blunderbuss's internal components warp from the overload. For a moment, every noise in the cavern blurs together, and my vision floods with bright arcs of color. The demon staggers, a whoosh of swirling embers flaring around its torso as if hammered by pure vibration. My ears ring, and for half a breath, I think time itself has cracked. Then, the partial portal flickers violently, belching a fountain of sparks that swirl up to the cavern roof. The black volcanic ring warps, pulsing in and out like a beating heart. Cracks form in the surging flames as though the resonance is unraveling the rift's cohesion. The demon howls, an ear-splitting note that resonates with the swirling gloom, and I realize it's fighting the disruption with every ounce of infernal power. I watch in stunned awe as the fiend braces itself, pressing the soles of its iron boots into the molten floor to keep from toppling. The swirling embers around its armor swirl faster, merging with waving lines of distortion from the portal. This is not stable, but if it musters enough strength... My arms shake violently. I can barely keep hold of the gun. The muzzle is practically melting in my hands, and the entire breech glows a dull red from the extreme stress. A wave of panic grips my chest. The gun's about to blow. I drop it, cursing. The blunderbuss clatters to the stone with a hiss, overheated beyond safe usage. "Talia, watch out!" I shout, stumbling backward. She flutters above, eyes widened at the possible explosion, but the crystal doesn't actually detonate. Instead, it emits a series of high-pitched whistles, almost like a keening wail, echoing oddly off the cavern's molten walls. The demon staggers again, but the portal flares with new energy, funneling more black flame around the fiend's shoulders. "Damn it," I mutter. "It's siphoning from the rift." We almost severed the link, but the demon is pushing back. If it secures an anchor, like the echo of my crystal, plus its own infernal presence, it might finalize the portal. I can't let that happen. Not with Emberford above, or me 2 feet from becoming ashes. The demon's molten blade slams to the ground, scorching a runnel in the stone. I leap back, hearing it bubble. A thunderous rumble overhead warns me the supports might not hold. Talia zips near, panting from the heat.
Lucian, ideas, quickly!
I meet her gaze, sweat stinging my eyes. We can't let it anchor. My voice trembles. I have one last frost round, but...
Then load up!
She shrieks, glancing at the half-melted blunderbuss. The weapon's definitely not an option anymore. We'll be lucky if it doesn't spontaneously blow from the stress. She curses, then flits around my shoulder.
Oh, you humans do love your last-second heroics. Maybe throw it like a stone?
She's only half joking. Another blow from that demon's blade, and I'm a sizzling corpse. If I could get close enough to jam the frost shell into a weak point on its armor. My exhausted mind balks at the notion. But let's be real. I can't safely fire. But I have to disrupt the demon and the portal's synergy. A direct frost strike could create a cascade of temperature shock. Or at least it might rattle the fiend. Enough for any structural shift in the portal to tear it apart. I rummage in my belt for that precious last frost cartridge. My gloved hands are trembling. Talia sees me do it and squeaks.
You are insane, caretaker!
Got a better idea? I manage. She grimaces but doesn't object. The demon recovers from the last sonic wave, brandishing its gleaming blade. The air practically ripples with searing heat. If the demon leaps again, I might not get a second chance. Cover me, I whisper, bracing my body and crouching. I can sense Talia swirling up new illusions or chaos, anything to buy me moments. I dig my boots against the splintered rock, forcing my legs to keep from shaking. Keep it from stabbing me in the face.
Oh, sure. No pressure.
She quips, then zooms forward, conjuring a flicker of rainbow sparks. She hurls them in a wide arc, creating a swirl that distracts the fiend again. For a brief heartbeat, the demon's eyes flick to the illusions. That's my opening. I lunge forward, half running, half stumbling across the cavern. The demon sees me a split second too late. I duck a wild slash, though the blade's heat singes across my back, sending a bolt of agony that nearly paralyzes me. A metallic tang floods my mouth as I bite my tongue to keep from screaming. But I push through, driving myself close to the fiend's chest. My fingers fumble with the frost shell. My plan is half-formed. Wedge it somewhere vulnerable, crack it to discharge directly. The demon roars, pummeling me with scalding waves of aura. I slam my shoulder into its molten chest plate, feeling the sizzle of searing metal even through my jacket. Pain lances bright and fierce. My eyes water. Die! I mutter, whether to it or to the agony in my arms. My left hand finds a seam in the demon's armor where the black plates meet near the lower rib area. I jam the frost shell in and smash it with the butt of my empty pistol, hoping to rupture the container. The shell cracks with a sharp pop that resonates in my ears. Ice-laced shards erupt between the chinks of the demon's armor. A shriek tears from its throat, and the heat around us explodes in steam. My vision goes completely white for an instant, a swirl of freezing vapor colliding with blistering air. Then, a monstrous shockwave slams me backward. I crash into the ground, my tailbone smacking the rock so hard I see stars. From the swirl of steam, I hear the demons howling. And the portal is going wild. Black flames jump in staccato bursts, struggling with the frigid backlash. The ring flashes, pulses once, twice. I dare to raise my head, chest heaving. The fiend is stooped, one arm braced on molten ground, the frosty shards embedded in its side. Its blade glows erratically, flickering as if uncertain. The stone arch behind it warps in and out of shape. For a fleeting second, it looks ready to collapse altogether. Talia swoops overhead, relief shining in her wide eyes.
Yes! That's it, caretaker! Whatever you did is giving that bastard fits!
She whips a swirl of illusions around the fiend's head, intensifying its confusion. The demon swipes blindly, scattering phantom images of me left and right. I'm about to exhale in triumph, but the demon unbelievably releases a guttural roar and stands tall again. I see cracks in its armor from where the cold crashed into it, but it's not finished. Its eyes burn with renewed fervor. Great. My voice is shaky. It's still not down. Fragmented cinders swirl in the air, riding on the edge of the demon's indignant fury. Concussive booms echo overhead. Another section of cinder-choked wood breaks free and crashes, spewing a shower of sparks. The chamber trembles, as if the land itself wants to bury this disaster. I scramble to my feet, ignoring the violent protest of every muscle in my body. The stench of singed hair makes me want to retch. Talia zips to my side, her voice a hushed rasp.
You got any cartridges left, caretaker? That thing's about to blow the entire mine if it keeps fueling from the rift. We gotta do something.
Working on it. I'm half delirious from the heat and pain, fumbling for the repulsion shot I know is in here somewhere. The demon lifts the blade overhead, embers swirling around its torso. The skeletal remains of the walkway overhead creak ominously. If I can't blast it from a distance, maybe we can disrupt the portal itself. But the demon's not giving me time to think. It lunges again, its blade whistling downward. I grit my teeth and dodge right, my knee nearly buckling. The blade slams the rock, sending shards flying. Sparks tear across my cheek, and I wince as fresh burns blossom. I can't keep doing this! We must push it back. Talia! I yell, staggering around a molten crack that threatens to swallow my foot. Focus illusions on the ring. Maybe you can disrupt the alignment or whatever you can do. She stares at me, then nods with grim determination.
Fine, but you better not die while I'm busy.
She flits high, weaving a shimmering swirl of illusions around the portal's rim. Prismatic distortions flicker in the swirling black flames. If she can confuse the flow of infernal energy, that might sabotage the rift's stability further. Sweat slides down my face. The demon shakes off the illusions still plaguing it, gaze locked on me. My heart thrums, adrenaline spiking. No more ammo, no time for elaborate spells. My gear is near worthless. But I won't back down. If I run, Emberford's done for, and everything we've worked for collapses in a single, hellish meltdown. I set my jaw. Come on, then, I whisper, raising my fists in a stance that feels downright suicidal. The demon snarls, brandishing the near-white blade. Even from several yards away, the heat radiating off the metal is mind-numbing. My mind screams that I should flee, but my feet stay planted. We end this here. Talia's illusions swirl around the portal with chaotic brilliance, and black flames lash in fury. For a moment, the fiend's form flickers like it's both anchored and being yanked into the incomplete hellscape beyond. It lowers its glowing sword, pointing the tip at my heart. I exhale in unsteady breath, pain shooting through my ribs, but I can still fight. Because if I don't, no one else will. A single drop of sweat trickles down my temple. I tilt my chin up, meeting that molten gaze with my own. My lungs burn, my blood roars in my ears, and my heart crashes against my ribcage as I ready for the demon's next strike. Somewhere above, Talia's illusions strobe with frantic color, fueling my adrenaline with wild hope. This place is an inferno, each breath a battle, but I refuse to run. With sweat pouring down my face and adrenaline spiking, I press the advantage, refusing to cede even an inch of ground in this sweltering hellscape. Chapter 34. The portal's edges crumble in a roar of displaced magic as I snatch the nearly destroyed blunderbuss and squeeze the trigger one last time. My repulsion shot collides with a resonant crack and severs the fiend's hold on this plane. For a half-second, there's nothing but a brittle hush, as though the cavern itself inhales in shock. Then the demon spasms, flare of embers bursting from its collapsing form, and scalding shrapnel rains down in a spray of dislodged armor chunks. The metal collisions echo like hammered funeral bells against the molten rock. I stagger back, half blinded by swirling ash, my lungs desperate for air in the furnace-like heat. The demon's twisted silhouette crumbles inward, losing definition until it's a mass of shriveled black iron. A final surge of infernal power ripples outward, pressing against my chest with fearsome force. I nearly drop my blunderbuss, arms trembling after this last, desperate shot. My limbs scream for rest. My vision flickers, stars and swirling embers trading places in a dizzy kaleidoscopic dance. But it's done. We forced the demon back and shattered the incomplete portal before it could anchor fully. Talia zips to my side.
Not bad, caretaker. Remind me to scold you properly for nearly blowing yourself up. But maybe after we escape actual death by molten cave-in.
She coughs mid-sentence, her wings sputtering sparks that fade before they can properly bloom. I laugh, though it comes out more like a choke. Deal, I manage, forcing myself to remain conscious of the deteriorating cavern. The floor quivers ominously. Fissures, newly opened by our clash, zigzag across hot basalt underfoot. Rivulets of molten rock drip near the edges, burning bright enough to sting my eyes. The entire place is one good quake away from a fiery collapse. Cracks along the ceiling groan like the last protest of a dying beast, and I instinctively throw my free arm up to shield my head. Rocks pelt down in a dusty cascade. "Talia!" I shout, the sound nearly lost in the quake's roar.
On it!
She calls, already darting in a frantic swirl. She grabs the collar of my singed jacket with surprising strength for someone so tiny. Together, we lurch sideways. A stalactite breaks loose above us, plummeting in a molten blur. My heart leaps. Seconds later, it smashes the ground exactly where we stood. Lava spatters in a furious halo. Scrambling, I cough through the swirling clouds of ash. Searing heat blasts my face. "We have to get out! Now!" I hiss. My boots slip on chunks of scorching rubble. I nearly tumble forward, but catch my balance against a half-melted support beam. The tremors subside for a scant moment, and I catch a glimpse of the collapsed catwalk behind us. No chance I can reuse that route. Everything is a tangle of twisted metal, sizzling rock, and rising smoke. Talia flutters anxiously above my shoulder, wings flickering with each ragged beat. Her chaotic aura scatters cinders in tiny arcs. She's exhausted, riding on adrenaline alone, and I can feel her drained presence tugging on my mana reserves. Only a bit farther, I urge myself. We'll figure out how to stand later. I grit my teeth, stepping onto a precarious ledge. The walkway was destroyed during the demon's final meltdown, leaving only broken struts. If we can push across these half-buried beams, maybe we'll reach the exit corridor. The intense heat scorches the air behind my lenses. My sweat evaporates so quickly, it feels like my skin's being salted. Talia curses in a husky rasp.
I hate to say it, caretaker, but if the rest of the route is blocked, we're done, unless you've got wings stashed in those pockets.
Sorry, I gasp. Fresh out of wings. A fleeting grin curves my lips. I point the tip of my blunderbuss at a warped metal beam, bridging a short gap over a lava-filled pit. We cross there, I add. One step at a time. She eyes the beam.
That's your grand plan? Go for it. I'll follow, but if you slip and cook, that's on you.
Fair enough. My heart thrums. Each step across the beam threatens to pitch me sideways. The heat from below rises in an almost living wave, liquefying any illusions of safety. I slide forward, boots squealing. My arms flail for balance. The last time I tried crossing something this precarious, it was over a half-frozen river in mistfall. Ironically, the opposite temperature hazard. Who would have thought I'd miss those amphibious horrors? The beam wobbles. I grit my teeth, leaning forward. The molten pit bubbles in sinister gloops, scalding vapor rising. One misstep, and I'm done.
Lucian?
Talia's voice wavers.
Hurry!
My foot finds the far edge. I slump forward, knees going weak from relief. Talia darts across in a quick flutter, but her wings flicker halfway, forcing her to land heavily on my shoulder. We both exhale, as though we've outrun certain death. Again. No rest yet, I remind myself. I fixate on the exit corridor, glimpsed between swirling pillars of smoke. Past that, the surface. Fresh air. Possibly more annoyances, but at least no infernal meltdown. The quake intensifies again, and a hiss of sulfur-laden air blasts into the corridor. A dozen yards away, the once stable rock floor collapses in a gout of orange lava. My stomach knots. We need a new route. A half-collapsed side passage might still lead upward, though it's partially blocked by boulders. It'll have to do. I stumble in that direction. We clamber over the debris, charred timbers, shattered barrels, old ore crates. Every breath weighs on my chest, scorching my throat. Another wave of molten droplets spatters from overhead vents. Talia screeches as a droplet singes a corner of her wing.
Ow, damn it!
She mutters, fluttering to a safer angle. She glances at me, brash humor gone from her face.
Let's not die in a collapse, caretaker. My ego can't handle it.
Same, I rasp. My gaze flickers over the corridor's scorching gloom. Each step is a gamble. For all we know, the path might end in a collapsed dead end. But we have no other option. The corridor twists, rising slightly. The temperature, while still punishing, becomes marginally more tolerable. Broken steps appear under the rubble, leading diagonally upward. With a surge of hope, I scramble for them, ignoring the burn in my thighs. Talia helps clear smaller rocks with erratic flicks of spark. We're scorched, but we're moving. At the top of the steps, the collapsed roof opens into a jagged hole that reveals daylight. Or something close enough to it. My pulse leaps. There! I whisper, ignoring how raw my own voice sounds. We wedge ourselves through the opening, ignoring the scraping edges that tear at me. Coughing away the last of the swirling smoke, I clamber onto the upper ledge and gasp at the sight of the open sky. Harsh, dusty sunlight glints on my soot-stained glasses. Talia is perched on my shoulder, wings drooping. Her eyes glimmer with defiant glee.
Thank all the chaotic winds,
she mutters.
I was starting to think we'd turn into grilled skeletons.
I grin. Guess we're not skeletons yet. But the momentary relief dies when I notice armed figures ahead. The exit path empties into a broad ledge overlooking Emberford. I see motion, a ring of men and women locked in conflict, shouts echoing. The local militia, their hammered-together runic shields glinting, are engaged in a heated skirmish with unfamiliar infantry clad in the Eastern Kingdom's regalia. What in the... I step forward. My legs are shaking, but adrenaline kicks back in. The quake must have signaled them or something. Tension churns in my gut. The Eastern envoys look more heavily armed than before. I spot at least one official in polished boots, barking orders to soldiers with muskets that gleam with oath-fueled enhancements. Emberford's defenders are holding them at bay with what looks like scrounged gear hammered from leftover ore, but they're at precarious odds. Talia curls her lip.
We had to come out of one hell straight into another, huh?
She tries to conjure a swirl of chaos, but only wispy sparks appear. The meltdown in the mines took its toll. I clamp my jaw.
Let's not celebrate too soon.
The corridor entrance empties close to the brink of the conflict. A half-broken barricade stands between me and them, chunks of blackened timber hammered into a rough defensive line. Even from here, I catch the frantic glances of Emberford's militia as they notice me emerge from the swirling clouds of dust. Our eyes meet. They're outnumbered, but determined. The heavy-lidded orc blacksmith, Hashgar, is among them. He's holding a half-forged pike, face grim with effort. Beyond them, the eastern official stands proud, a sneer etched across his face. He gestures sharply, and one of his men lifts a musket with oath runes glowing. This is a bad standoff. If they open fire, molten vents and packed explosives near the mine entrance could ignite the entire plateau. The official snarls words I can't fully hear, but the meaning's clear enough. He's demanding they hand over the mine, and presumably, me. So that's the angle. Fury flares inside. I nearly died sealing an infernal portal, and these royal hounds want the spoils? My ragged breathing sharpens.
Talia,
I mutter.
We're not letting them waltz in after all that, right?
Her eyes glimmer with faint chaos.
Damn right we're not.
She musters a shaky grin.
Forward, caretaker.
My shoulders scream in protest, but I hoist my blunderbuss anyway, trudging toward the barricade. Emberford's defenders part enough to let me pass, relief flickering in their eyes. One militia woman offers me a quick nod, brandishing a chipped sword.
We thought you'd been roasted alive,
she states breathlessly.
Then these bastards arrived.
I draw in a stinging breath, stepping into the open. My body is caked in soot and sweat, but I keep the muzzle of my mostly melted blunderbuss pointed at the ground, non-threatening, but ready. The eastern official's eyes flash in recognition, glinting with cold satisfaction.
There he is.
The envoy growls, voice ringing across the scorched clearing.
Lucian Kael'mar, correct? You have something that belongs to the crown.
I scoff. Of course he'd say that. Holding onto my weapon, I tilt my head in mocking confusion.
I have a gun, a smoldering coat, and some half-scorched nerves,
I rasp.
Not sure any of that's a match for your fancy crest.
His lip curls in a sneer. You know precisely what I mean. He flicks a hand at two soldiers beside him. One hefts a runic musket, glowing inscriptions swirling with faint power. Hand over any relics you retrieved from these mines, or face charges of treason. The monarchy will not tolerate theft of arcane assets. I feel the tension from Emberford's side, a hush rippling through them. The mention of treason bristles the militia. They shift closer in a ring behind me, runic shields raised.
We have no king here,
one of them mutters. Another calls out.
You can't declare us criminals on our own land.
The official's gaze flicks contemptuously over the ragged defenders. We can and we will, he intones. Save your misguided bravado. The monarchy's authority extends wherever its interest lies. He points at me. And you are the reason we're here. I place a steadying hand on the barricade, lungs still burning from the mines. Talia perches on my shoulder.
I say we let them know we're not pushovers.
I nod, forcing a semblance of calm. Then I speak up, voice echoing louder than I expect.
I owe you nothing. Emberford owes you nothing. The relics, if they even exist, are certainly not your property. So, step back.
My legs threaten to buckle, but I plant them firm, raising my blunderbuss enough to underscore the threat. A hush falls, broken only by the hiss of escaping steam from a nearby vent. The official's face darkens. You are harboring contraband that belongs under lawful supervision. Surrender, or my men will... Will what? I snap, letting a hint of mania tinge my tone. Fire those oath-laced muskets beside an active lava vent? I jerk my head at the glowing fissures rimming the plateau. If you want to spark an eruption, by all means try. You'll kill yourselves along with us. He hesitates, gaze flicking to the vents. Uncertainty slips into his expression. Emberford might be a rickety outpost, but it's surrounded by pockets of unstable volcanic energy. A single miscalculated shot could turn this confrontation into a blazing crater. Behind me, the militia stands resolute, pickaxes and hammered metal shields brandished in unwavering defiance. A scrawny miner adjusts his stance, stepping up to my left. Another mercenary with a burn-scarred cheek grips a short sword to my right. They're wounded, exhausted, but they're behind me with a grim resolve. Something in my chest tightens. This isn't only me and Talia. It's an entire town, unwilling to be bullied by a monarchy's arrogance. The envoy's jaw works in frustration. Around him, I count 8 soldiers. They have fancy gear, but no one wants to be the one who triggers a molten meltdown. Good. Tension thrums like a drawn bowstring. My heart thuds so hard it might burst. I swallow against my parched throat. If the envoy calls our bluff, shoots first, we might still be done for. But he huffs, flicking a gloved hand in annoyance. You're a fool, he spits. Tangle with the monarchy, and you sign your own death warrant. We want relics, not rubble. Rest assured, if you continue this stubbornness, the crown will respond. You'll be branded an enemy, your name scrawled in every ledger across the eastern domain. I set my jaw, refusing to lower my weapon. Then brand me. I've gone through enough molten nightmares to have bigger concerns than your scribbled threats. He looks ready to explode, but the quake's ongoing aftershocks rumble beneath our feet again, reminding everyone how precarious this moment is. The envoy glares at me, then at the militia. Finally, he snaps a curt gesture to his soldiers. Fall back, he barks. This place is worthless right now. They gather behind him, an orderly retreat forming. The local defenders tense, uncertain whether it's a trick. My pulse thrums. Only when the envoy strides a few paces away does the standoff truly break. He casts one last venomous look over his shoulder. You haven't heard the last of us, he growls. Consider that a promise. Then they vanish into the swirling dust, heading downslope. A wave of relief, thick as the blistering heat, sweeps through me. For a second, no one in Emberford moves. Then a ragged cheer erupts. Half victory, half exhaustion. A few of the militia slump against the barricade, panting. A pair of them exchanges weary grins of disbelief. Their relief is palpable, but tension still sizzles in the air like leftover static. A whoop from somewhere to my left startles me. Hashgar Ironbrow, brandishing his half-forged pike, gives me a gruff nod. Sweat drips from his bald head, etched with tribal tattoos. Not bad for a half-dead relic hoarder, he remarks with grudging respect. We'll take that over monarchy stooges any day. I manage a shaky grin, pressing a trembling hand to my brow. Talia slumps against my collar, wings drooping.
I might pass out,
she murmurs, voice half-lidded.
Is that allowed?
Sure, I whisper. Passing out is all I want to do, too. My body is shredded with fatigue. My chest burns from hot, sulfur-laden air, and every muscle trembles with the aftermath of our scalding ordeal. A woman from the militia, a medic judging by the battered satchel at her side, rushes to me. She thrusts a small flask into my hand.
"Drink," she insists. "Restorative draft. Might sting your throat, but better than collapsing from shock."
I unscrew the top and gulp it down. It's bitter, tasting of charred herbs. My stomach lurches, but I force it to stay put. A cool wave spreads through my body. The tremble in my legs recedes a fraction. "Thank you," I rasp, voice finally audible. She bobs her head, then rushes off to check on others. The ragged circle of defenders is turning into a milling crowd now that the eastern threat has withdrawn. A hush of triumphant disbelief lingers, a sense that we stood on the edge of oblivion and somehow didn't topple. I slump against the barricade, letting my blunderbuss clatter to the ground. My arms are too sore to keep holding it. The wood planks dig into my back, but I hardly care. Talia slides off my shoulder to hover unsteadily in front of me, her expression oddly conflicted. I notice scorch marks along the edges of her rainbow wings. She looks beat to hell.
"Guess we get to live, caretaker. You're welcome, by the way, for my impeccable demon-battling assistance."
"Yes, I manage. Thank you, Talia. And thanks for not spontaneously combusting mid-battle."
"I'm full of surprises."
She attempts a cocky grin, but it falters, her eyes sagging with exhaustion. Then she flutters to the barricade's top, sitting beside me. We stare out at the scorched terrain, where ash swirls in faint eddies. The wreckage of half the mine entrance smolders in the distance, and random columns of steam vent from glowing rifts. Some of the militia pass me, offering claps on the shoulder or subdued nods. The cheer from earlier has tempered to a quiet acknowledgement that, while we forced the envoy to pull back, the monarchy isn't done breathing down Emberford's neck. Still, a flicker of pride glows on every soot-tinged face here. Talia chuckles, a low, dry sound that almost passes for relief.
"I guess that's that,"
she murmurs. "For the moment," I reply, letting my eyes slide shut for one sweet second. Even with victory, I can't shake the raw tension in my bones. We may have swapped one threat for a bigger political storm, but the relief of the immediate crisis passing is still enough to nearly knock me senseless.
"There'll be a price,"
Talia murmurs, picking up on my thoughts.
"The monarchy hates being defied, but I'll take the badge of freedom any day over letting them steal our spoils, caretaker."
I slowly open my eyes. "Same." My voice cracks. In the distance, Hashgar and a few others confer about reinforcing barricades and checking the stability of the mine's entrance. The quake isn't as violent now, but leftover tremors keep us on edge. Talia nudges me with her foot.
"If you pass out entirely, I can't promise not to rummage your pockets for leftover mana shards."
She teases, but there's genuine concern in her eyes.
"You sure you're all right?"
I release a ragged breath. I'll live. Somehow. Then I manage a faint grin. "And if you do rummage through my pockets, pick out your favorite minted shard for me too, yeah?" She snickers.
"Ha! Consider it done."
Nearby, the medic returns with a second flask, offering it to me.
"For your fairy friend,"
she explains, gaze cautious and curious toward Talia.
"Might help with the wings."
Talia sniffs suspiciously.
"I hate potions that taste like donkey spit."
The medic shrugs.
"Might taste like donkey spit, but it'll help. Take it or leave it."
With a dramatic roll of her eyes, Talia snatches the flask. She takes a tiny sip and grimaces, wings twitching.
"Gah! Definitely donkey spit.
Yet she gulps the rest, tossing the empty container aside. A faint glow suffuses her wings, though they still look singed.
Better than nothing,
she admits. I manage a lopsided smile at the medic, who nods curtly and moves on. My blunderbuss clinks as I gingerly pick it up, checking the scalded muzzle. The poor thing has taken a beating from repeated shots, especially that final improvised blast. A wave of gratitude wells within me. If it hadn't held together, I'd be ash in a crater. Talia stretches her newly warmed wings experimentally.
Careful,
she warns.
I sense leftover demonic residue on you. We'll probably want to clean up before the day's out, or you'll attract more chaos than usual.
Thanks, I mutter. I'll add long bath to the top of my list. The truth is, I yearn for a cold, crisp waterfall to stand under for about 5 hours straight. But we're in Emberford, so maybe tepid water at best, I muse. I'll take what I can get. There's a shuffle near us. A stooped figure lumps a few planks together, fashioning them into a makeshift seat. Here, he offers simply. I manage a grateful nod and sink onto the improvised bench, letting Talia settle on my knee. This is the strangest day of my life. Then again, that's a phrase I whisper almost weekly since hooking up with the Chaos Fairy. The dust-laden sunlight glitters off half-buried lumps of ore in the distance. A pang of guilt stirs in me, knowing Emberford's livelihood depends on these mines. We sealed the demon, but a chunk of the tunnels collapsed from the meltdown. They'll be dealing with the aftermath for a while. Yet there's hope in how the militia stands, tall but unyielding. They have each other's backs. They didn't bow to the monarchy's demands. And the monarchy, ironically, retreated in the face of combined local defiance, plus the risk of blowing themselves sky high. Maybe real freedom thrives here, in the charred dust and blazing embers, I think, feeling an unexpected swell of admiration for these folks. I slump back, shoulders excruciatingly stiff. Talia hovers up to my eye level again, flicking cinders from her hair. She tries for a smirk.
Well, caretaker, that was fun.
Demon slaying, near lava fatal leaps, monarchy standoffs, and a meltdown. Quite the day, I murmur. She glares with mock severity.
Next time, pick a crypt full of plush pillows or something. My wings aren't built for repeated scorching.
I grunt a laugh. I'll keep that in mind. This concludes First Stop by Michael Todd and Michael Anderle. Narrated by Christian Leatherman. Copyright 2025 by Michael T. Anderle. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with LMBPN Publishing and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. If you liked First Stop, here are 2 similar titles you may enjoy. The Elvish Trilogy, Books 1 through 3, written by S.G. Prince and narrated by Daniel Thomas May. The Elvish Trilogy, Books 1 through 3, is about a breathtaking saga of lies, forbidden love, war, sacrifice, and forgiveness across 3 epic novels in a richly built elvish realm. You may also enjoy the Wizard King Trilogy, written by Chad Corey and narrated by Victor Bavine. The Wizard King Trilogy is about mercenaries hired to retrieve lost knowledge who become entangled in warring gods, ancient schemes, and cosmic adventures that reshape the world of Treladrin. The Elvish Trilogy, Books 1 through 3, and the Wizard King Trilogy are both available now, wherever you get your audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.